Introduction. You negotiate more than you think you do. Scope with an engineer, a launch date with a product manager, headcount with finance, an indemnity clause with a lawyer who does this for a living while you do it twice a year. None of that was in your job description, and nobody trained you for it. That is who this course is for. A capable professional who negotiates as part of the job and has never studied the subject formally. You sit across the table from engineers, product managers, founders, finance people, operations people, partners, procurement, and lawyers. You are smart, you are busy, and you have correctly learned to be suspicious of anyone selling a system. Good, keep that. This runs to 31 chapters and roughly 8 hours. Before any of it, you are owed the 2 rules this course holds itself to, because they are unusual and because they cost it something. The first rule is that it does not speculate. Every load-bearing claim here traces to a named authority, to a study whose method I can describe, or to a documented case. I will tell you what kind of finding each one is: a controlled experiment, a field study with real money, a practitioner's account, a single case. Those are not the same thing, and this course will not let them blur. Where something could not be verified, I say so out loud rather than filling the gap with something plausible. Here is what that looks like in practice. There is a well-known book on women and negotiation, Women Don't Ask, by Linda Babcock and Sarah Lashover. It carries figures this entire field repeats: the share of men and the share of women who negotiated their first salary, the gap in that first offer, and what failing to ask compounds to across a career. I could not confirm any of them against a primary source, so they are not quoted here. The chapter on gender is built instead on a meta-analysis and on named experiments I could check. That is the trade. You lose the memorable number and gain the ability to trust everything else. The second rule is that this course adjudicates rather than balances. Negotiation is not a settled field with a house view. It has genuinely conflicting schools, and its leading figures attack each other by name. Wherever they conflict, I do 4 things. I state each position at full strength, in its own terms, without caricature. I give you the honest case for and against each. Then I say which one I think is better supported and exactly why. Then I label that verdict as judgment rather than finding, and I tell you what evidence would change my mind. Presenting both sides and declining to choose would be a failure of this course, not neutrality. You did not come here for a literature review. You came here because on Thursday you have to decide whether to name a number first, and the experts disagree is not an answer you can act on. Where I call it, I show the reasoning, so you can check it and overrule me. 3 things make this field unusually hard to learn from, and you should know all 3 before you hear a single technique. The first is incentives. Nearly every authority in negotiation sells something: books, seminars, executive education, consulting, a trademarked vocabulary. That is not a scandal and does not make anybody wrong. It does mean confident prose is cheap here, because confidence sells. So I name the commercial interest of each source as I cite it, including the 2 most famous books in the field, which both sit on top of businesses. The second is replication. A large part of the behavioral psychology this field quotes has failed to replicate under scrutiny, priming research most notoriously. Some negotiation findings are robust. Others were never properly tested and were simply repeated until they sounded true. This course separates the 2 every time it matters and tells you which side of the line a claim stands on. The third is the subjects. Most negotiation research is run on students in short simulations with no real money at stake and no relationship that continues after the exercise ends. Your negotiations have all 3 of the things those studies lack. Where a finding rests on that kind of study, I say so, and what it does and does not license. Here is the shape of what follows. We begin with foundations, the vocabulary, your alternatives away from the table, and preparation, which the evidence treats as the highest return activity available to you. Then the schools and the arguments between them, the Harvard framework, tactical empathy, and the verdict chapter where those 2 are made to fight. Then who should speak first, the negotiator's dilemma, and how deals are designed before anyone sits down. Then the evidence itself. What replicated, what did not, and what that means for concessions, for hard tactics, for deception and the legal line, and for when you should refuse to negotiate at all. Then emotion, identity, and culture. Then 10 chapters of counterpart-specific playbooks. Engineers, product managers, operations people, chief executives and founders, finance, investors and boards, partnerships, procurement and sales, lawyers and recruiters, including your own pay. Then the documented cases, with sources. Then a chapter on what this field gets wrong about itself. Then the final verdict, and what would change my mind about all of it. Now the warning, and I would rather hand it to you here than bury it at the end. The evidence that negotiation training improves real negotiated outcomes, months later, in real deals, is weak. The most careful review of that question describes the evidence as far less prevalent than one would wish, which is a specialist's way of saying we mostly measure whether people enjoyed the class. And of all the formats this material could take, the one you are using right now is the weakest evidenced. In a controlled experiment on how negotiation is learned, being told the principles, which is what a lecture, a book, and an audiobook all do, performed no better than simply having negotiated before. What did work was comparing two cases to extract the shared principle, and watching a skilled negotiator work. So listening to this will not, on the evidence, make you better. What might is stopping at some point and preparing one real negotiation in writing? Your alternatives, theirs, what you will trade, what you will not. This course hands you cases to compare rather than only rules to absorb, and it returns to the problem properly near the end. Do not let a pleasant 8 hours stand in for one uncomfortable page. Everything here reflects the literature as of August 2026. We start where the disadvantage starts. There is a small vocabulary that professional negotiators use to think, and if you do not have it, you are running the conversation on instinct while the person opposite is running it on structure. 6 or 7 terms, defined precisely, change what you can notice at a table. That is Chapter 1. Chapter 1, the vocabulary you are missing. Most bad negotiations are lost before anyone speaks. Not at the table, not in the moment you failed to hold your nerve, but in the quiet hour beforehand, when you decided what kind of conversation this was and did not notice you were deciding. You walked in with a number in your head and no account of where it came from, ready to defend a demand you could not explain, braced for a fight over one figure when 3 other things were on the table. That is not a failure of nerve. It is a failure of naming. You cannot avoid a mistake you cannot see, and you will not see a mistake you have no word for. So this chapter is the words, and each one names a specific and expensive error. Start with the distinction that organizes everything else. Distributive bargaining is the division of a fixed pool under zero-sum conditions, where any gain by one party is assumed to come at the expense of the other. The standard illustration, and Harvard's own program on negotiation uses it, is the price of a used car between strangers. One issue, one dimension, and one side's gain genuinely does come at the other's expense. Integrative bargaining is different in kind, not merely in temperature. It is the attempt to enlarge what is being divided by trading across issues the two sides value differently. That vocabulary is older than most people think. Both terms come from Richard Walton and Robert McCursey in a behavioral theory of labor negotiations, published in 1965, 16 years before Getting to Yes made them famous. Fisher and Urey popularized the distinction. They did not originate it, and Walton and McCursey were academics describing industrial bargaining rather than people selling a method. Now the test, because misidentifying which one you are in is the most expensive early error available. Count the issues, not the ones you have chosen to argue about, but every dimension on which the agreement could vary: price, timing, volume, exclusivity, scope, payment terms, who carries which risk. Then ask the question that matters. On how many of those would you and your counterpart rank the importance differently? If the honest answer is none, you are in a distributive negotiation, and no amount of warmth will change that. If it is even one, a trade exists that beats splitting the difference. The raw material of that trade is always a difference. In interests, in forecasts of what will happen, in willingness to carry risk, in time preference about payment. Misidentification costs you in both directions. Treat an integrative negotiation as distributive, and you will fight over one number sign and never learn what you left behind. Treat a distributive one as integrative, and you will perform curiosity about a stranger's needs while he takes your money. The law professor Gerald Wetlaufer, whose paper The Limits of Integrative Bargaining accepts that same list of differences, concludes verbatim that opportunities for integrative bargaining are not nearly as pervasive as is sometimes authoritatively asserted. He has no training business to protect, which is precisely why he is worth hearing. Next pair, a position is what someone demands, an interest is what they need. Positions are stated, singular, and usually incompatible. Interests sit underneath and are often compatible. Getting to yes puts it in one line. Interests define the problem, and the basic problem in a negotiation lies not in conflicting positions, but in the conflict between each side's needs, desires, concerns, and fears. The book's opening illustration is two men quarreling in a library over how far to open a window, until the librarian asks each of them why. One wants fresh air, the other wants to avoid a draft, so she opens a window wide in the next room. The book credits that story to Mary Parker Follett, writing in the 1920s, so the idea long predates the Harvard negotiation project. Its serious case is the Sinai. Israel insisted on keeping part of the peninsula, Egypt on the return of every inch, and on a map there was no overlap. Underneath, Israel's interest was security and Egypt's was sovereignty, which are not the same quantity. The book's own sentence is the best line in it. The Egyptian flag would fly everywhere, but Egyptian tanks would be nowhere near Israel. Be honest that the real outcome also took 13 days of mediation by President Carter and very large American guarantees, so interests are a partial account of why it worked. Name the commercial interest too, here and everywhere in this course. Fisher earned royalties and co-founded a consultancy. Ari sells books, keynotes, and consulting, and Bruce Patton co-founded the negotiation consultancy Vantage Partners. Harvard's program on negotiation publishes excellent free material that is also the top of a funnel into its paid executive education. That does not make them wrong. It means nobody in that building is paid to tell you where the method stops working. There is also a real objection, published in Harvard's own journal. Chris Voss argued in Negotiation Journal in 1996 that the separation sometimes collapses. A party whose interest is holding its own side together may adopt a position precisely because the position preserves unity. Then the position is the interest. Think of a union official or a founder who cannot be seen to fold. Third term kept short because it gets the next chapter to itself. Your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, spaced out as BATNA. Fisher and Ari coined it in 1981, and their words are worth hearing. It is the standard against which any proposed agreement should be measured, the only standard that can protect you both from accepting terms that are too unfavorable, and from rejecting terms it would be in your interest to accept. In plain language, what you will actually do if there is no deal. It is a course of action, and it is singular. If talks fail, you get to do only one thing on your list. From that comes your reservation price, the worst terms you would accept here, expressed as a number. A reservation price is derived, not chosen. It is not the figure that felt firm on the way in, it is what your alternative is worth to you, adjusted for what you care about besides price. Change the alternative and the number moves, which is why alternatives are the thing worth working on. There is a genuine disagreement here, and I will not paper over it. Getting to yes attacks the bottom line outright, on the grounds that a number fixed in advance is by definition a position that is not to be changed, so you have shut your ears to whatever you might learn. Mainstream analysis, including Howard Rafa and Lax and Sabinius, does the reverse. Reservation price is the operative decision variable, and your alternative is its main input. My read, and I label it judgment rather than a finding, is that the mainstream ordering is right about mechanics and Fisher and Ari are right about discipline. You need a number, because eventually somebody names terms and you must say yes or no. You simply rederive it as you learn rather than defend it because you said it. What would change my mind is decent evidence that negotiators who fix a figure in advance systematically outperform those who rederive. Put two reservation prices side by side, and you get the zone of possible agreement, spaced as ZOPA. It is the overlap. Paul will not sell his car below $5,000. If Sarah will pay up to $6,000, the zone is the band between them, and any deal must land inside it. If Sarah will pay no more than $4,500, there is no overlap, which the literature calls a negative bargaining zone, and no deal exists until somebody's alternatives, interests, or issue set change. The word does not appear in Getting to Yes. It belongs to the decision analytic tradition around Howard Rafa's The Art and Science of Negotiation from 1982. I could not verify who first coined it, so I will not name anyone. Two things follow. A positive zone tells you a deal is possible and nothing whatsoever about where inside it you land, and that part is pure distributive bargaining. And sometimes there is no zone at all, where the grown-up move is to say so. In 2013, James Sabinius and Michael Singh argued in International Security that no mutually acceptable Iran nuclear deal may exist, because Iran's options without a deal looked better than the agreements available. Other scholars contested that in the same journal. Anchoring is the pull a first number exerts on where the deal finally lands. It is one of the more robust effects in this literature, and Chapter 7 handles it properly. Log rolling is the mechanical name for the trade described earlier. You concede on the issue you care less about in exchange for the one you care more about, and your counterpart does the same in the opposite direction. Harvard's restatement of Bazerman and Moore puts it well. When negotiators encounter differences, they often see them as obstacles, when in reality differences are frequently opportunities to create value. Which brings the trap sitting underneath all of it. The negotiator's dilemma is the name David Lax and James Sabinius gave it in The Manager as Negotiator, in a chapter titled Creating and Claiming Value. Sabinius is a Harvard Business School professor and co-founder of the advisory firm Lax Sabinius, so he sells this too. Claiming rewards you for starting high, conceding slowly, exaggerating your concessions, and concealing information. Creating requires the opposite. The payoff structure is a prisoner's dilemma. If you both open up, you both do well. If you open up and they conceal, you get filleted. And if you both conceal, you land in the mediocre cell. The punishment there is not a blow-up. It is a civil deal both sides sign, and neither notices was worse than it needed to be. Chapter 8 is about working that dilemma rather than pretending it away. Reactive devaluation is the tendency to think less of a concession because of who offered it. The same term, identical on paper, reads as reasonable when you propose it and as a trick when they do. I am giving you the name and not a number, because the research compiled for this course contains no verified experimental study of the effect, and I will not invent one. What I can point at is a practitioner's version. Ari, in Getting Past No, says to build the other side a golden bridge and build on their ideas, because when their fingerprints are on a proposal, he makes it his own. Ari sells books and training, so take that as experience, not evidence. The last term is the mythical fixed pie, the assumption that whatever helps them must hurt you. Here the evidence is real, and I will be exact about it. DeDrew, Kuhl, and Steinel, in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in the year 2000, open with the finding that negotiators tend to believe their own, and the other side's outcomes are diametrically opposed, and that when such fixed pie perceptions are not revised during the negotiation, integrative agreements are unlikely. These were controlled laboratory experiments with simulated negotiations, the standard method here, and also the standard limitation. Their more interesting result is what fixed it. Making people accountable for how they negotiated reduced the fixed pie perception and produced more integrative agreements, and in the second experiment that held even when the amount of information exchanged was kept constant. Sharing more is not the cure, being motivated to update your model is. Lee Thompson's review in Psychological Bulletin in 1990 puts the general point plainly. Negotiators' judgments are biased, and those biases are associated with inefficient performance. Notice what I have not said. I have given you no percentage of negotiators who hold this belief because the research supports a tendency and not a figure. And set Wetlaufer against the enthusiasm once more. The bias is real, and so is the opposite error of assuming every pie expands if you are creative enough. My judgment, and it is judgment, is to treat the fixed pie as an assumption you are obliged to test rather than as a fact or a superstition. None of this is academic. Distributive versus integrative names the error of fighting over one number when 4 were available and of playing nice when only 1 was. Positions versus interests names arguing with a demand instead of asking what it is for. Reservation price names defending a figure you made up. The zone of possible agreement names grinding away at a deal that does not exist. The negotiator's dilemma names the mediocre agreement you will sign without noticing. Reactive devaluation names the good idea you rejected because of who said it. And the fixed pie names the belief that made all of that feel like realism. Every one of them traces back to the same root, what you would actually do if this conversation produced nothing at all. That is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, the most useful item in the whole vocabulary, because it sets your number, it sets the zone, and it is nearly all of what people mean by power. It is also the thing almost nobody prepares. Chapter 2 is about BATNA, where yours really comes from, why most people overestimate theirs, and how to build a better one before you ever sit down. Chapter 2, BATNA, the only real power. Here is the argument this whole book leans on. Your leverage in a negotiation is not your charm. It is not your technique, your preparation of clever phrases, or the strength of your conviction that you deserve a better deal. Your leverage is what you will actually do if this particular deal does not happen. Everything else is decoration on that. The term for it is best alternative to a negotiated agreement. BATNA, it was coined by Roger Fisher and William Ury in Getting to Yes, published in 1981, and it is arguably the single most durable thing the Harvard School has produced. More durable, I would say, than the 4 principles the book is better known for. Before I quote them, the disclosure this book will make every time. Fisher was a Harvard law professor who co-founded a consultancy. Ury sells books, keynote speaking, and mediation services. Bruce Patton, added as co-author from the 2nd edition, co-founded Vantage Partners, a negotiation consultancy that bills corporate clients. All 3 earn royalties on a book that has sold in the millions. That does not make them wrong. It means you should notice that the people who tell you this method works are paid when you believe it. Now the definition, in their own words. The reason you negotiate is to produce something better than the results you can obtain without negotiating. What are those results? What is that alternative? What is your BATNA, your best alternative to a negotiated agreement? That is the standard against which any proposed agreement should be measured. That is the only standard that can protect you both from accepting terms that are too unfavorable, and from rejecting terms it would be in your interest to accept. Read that last sentence twice. It protects you in both directions. Most people think of a walk-away as protection against a bad deal. Fisher and Ury are saying it equally protects you from turning down a good one out of pride or fatigue. Harvard's program on negotiation puts it plainly. It is what you will do if you do not reach a deal. The book's claim about power is blunt. The better your BATNA, the greater your power. People think of negotiating power as being determined by resources like wealth, political connections, physical strength, friends, and military might. In fact, the relative negotiating power of 2 parties depends primarily upon how attractive to each is the option of not reaching agreement. Their illustration is a tourist buying a brass pot from a vendor at the Mumbai railway station. The vendor may be poor and the tourist rich, but she knows the market and can sell the pot to somebody else tomorrow. The tourist's wealth, the book says, in no way strengthens his negotiating power. If it is visible, it weakens it. That is the author's illustration, not a documented case. The version you will feel in your body is their job interview example. Think about walking into an interview with no other offers and only some uncertain leads. Now think about walking in with 2 other offers in hand. Nothing about you has changed. Your skills, your preparation, your interview answers are identical. The difference is power. And the line that should stay with you. If you have not thought carefully about what you will do if you fail to reach an agreement, you are negotiating with your eyes closed. Now the clarification that matters most in this chapter, because people conflate these 2 things constantly and it costs them. Your BATNA is a course of action. Your reservation price is a number. They are not the same kind of object. A BATNA is something you will do in the world. Take the other job, keep the current supplier, build it in-house, litigate, walk away and do nothing. It is a fact about your circumstances. It exists whether or not you have thought about it, it can be discovered, and this is the important part, it can be improved. A reservation price, also called a bottom line or a walk-away point, is the worst deal terms you will accept at this table. If you are buying, it is the highest price you would pay. If you are selling, the lowest amount you would accept. That is a decision, not a fact, and you derive it from your alternative plus whatever the non-price interests are worth to you. The alternative implies the number. The number does not contain the alternative. Why does the distinction earn its keep? Because a number, once fixed, cannot teach you anything, and a course of action can. If you learn mid-negotiation that your alternative supplier has capacity problems, your real position has changed, and your number should move with it. Carry only the number into the room, and you will not notice. That chain has a third link, and it is where the term ZOPA comes in, the zone of possible agreement. The ZOPA is the range in which a deal is possible, the overlap between the 2 parties' reservation prices. Say Paul will not sell his car below $5,000 and Sarah will pay up to $6,000. The ZOPA is that $1,000 band, and every possible deal lives inside it. If Sarah will pay no more than $4,500, there is no overlap at all, a negative bargaining zone, and no deal is possible unless something underlying changes. One caution, ZOPA is not a getting to yes word. It comes from the decision analytic tradition, Howard Rafe's work, and the Harvard Business School teaching that followed. I will not name a coiner, because I could not verify one. 2 things follow. First, a positive ZOPA tells you a deal exists. It tells you nothing whatsoever about where in that band you land. That part is pure distributive bargaining, and it is exactly the part critics say getting to yes handles badly. Second, and less comfortable, sometimes there is no ZOPA, and the correct response is to stop. James Sebenius of Harvard Business School, who is also co-founder of a negotiation advisory firm, lacks Sebenius, and so sells the analysis he publishes, argued with Michael Singh in 2013 that the failure of the Iran nuclear talks might not have been a failure of diplomacy at all. Their words, no mutually acceptable deal may exist. On a mainstream set of assumptions, they found the Iranian regime's no-deal options, at least through the autumn of 2012, looked better to it than any available agreement. Other scholars contested that in print, so treat it as a live argument rather than a settled finding. But the discipline it teaches is real. If there is no overlap, no amount of rapport or reframing at the table creates one. You either change the alternatives, change the issues on the table, or you go home. Which brings us to the argument Fisher and Uri pick with the bottom line, and I want to state it at full strength before I say what I think. Their charge is this. The protection afforded by adopting a bottom line involves high costs. It limits your ability to benefit from what you learn during negotiation. By definition, a bottom line is a position that is not to be changed. To that extent, they say, you have shut your ears. And of one worked example, they write that it is most unlikely that any arbitrarily selected bottom line truly reflects the family's interests. Their proposed replacement is not a number at all. It is the alternative itself, plus one practical device they call a tripwire. Verbatim. To give you early warning that the content of a possible agreement is beginning to run the risk of being too unattractive, It is useful to identify one far from perfect agreement that is better than your BATNA. Before accepting any agreement worse than this tripwire package, you should take a break and re-examine the situation. A tripwire is a soft floor set deliberately above your true walkaway so that you get a warning before you get a disaster. Now the honest counterargument, and it is strong. In mainstream negotiation analysis, Rafa, Lax, and Sabinius, and most of what business schools teach, the reservation price is the operative decision variable and the BATNA is its main input. That is the opposite emphasis. And they have a point. You cannot compute a zone of possible agreement out of a course of action. You need numbers to know whether a deal is even feasible. There is also a tension with the psychology literature, which generally finds that specific, difficult goals improve performance. There is a meta-analysis on goal setting and negotiation performance by Zedek and Stuhlmacher from 2002, but I could not verify its findings in the research for this book, so I am not going to tell you what it concluded. And Chris Voss, the former FBI hostage negotiator who sells training through the Black Swan Group, argues the reverse, that a BATNA is dangerous because it anchors you to your worst case and lowers your sights. That comes from notes on his book rather than a verified passage, and it is an assertion, not a study. Notice, too, that a tripwire is a bottom line with better manners. Fisher and Urry smuggle the thing back in and rename it. Here is my read, and I am labeling it as judgment rather than a finding. Fisher and Urry are right about the failure mode and wrong to frame it as a choice. The number is not the enemy, the def number is. Derive your reservation price from your alternative, write it down, and hold it explicitly revisable. If the facts about your alternative change, the number changes with them, and you should say out loud which fact would move it. Set the trip wire above it and treat crossing it as a signal to pause, not to concede. That gives you Rafa's arithmetic and Fisher's open ears at once. What would change my mind? A field study showing that negotiators who fix a reservation price in advance systematically walk away from deals that were in their interest. That would push me toward Fisher. A clean result showing pre-committed floors improve outcomes without raising impasse rates would push me the other way. I do not have either. Now, how do you actually build one? The book gives 3 operations, and it prefaces them with the sentence that matters. Attractive alternatives are not just sitting there waiting for you, you usually have to develop them. Then, 1. Inventing a list of actions you might conceivably take if no agreement is reached. 2. Improving some of the more promising ideas and converting them into practical alternatives. And 3. Selecting, tentatively, the one alternative that seems best. Note that third step, one alternative. Singular. The book warns specifically against what it calls seeing your alternatives in the aggregate. You cannot have the sum total of all those other alternatives. If you fail to reach agreement, you will have to choose just one. A vague sense that you have options is not a BATNA, it is a mood. This is the point where I want to be explicit about something, because it is unusual in this field. The schools of negotiation disagree about almost everything, about whether win-win is real, about emotion, about who should name a number first. On this one point, they converge. Fisher and Urry say power comes from the attractiveness of not reaching agreement. Lax and Sabinius's whole third dimension is moves made away from the table, before and during the negotiation, including what each side's no-deal option looks like. Their own Iran analysis concluded the fix had to come from changing the parties' no-deal options, not from cleverness in the room. And Voss, who attacks the Harvard School on nearly every other front, says this: to get real leverage, you have to persuade them that they have something concrete to lose if the deal falls through. Same mechanism, pointed at the other side. When people who make their living disagreeing all land in the same place, that agreement is itself informative. An hour spent finding a second buyer changes your position more than any hour spent rehearsing what to say to the first one. Which leads to the symmetric move almost nobody makes. You have now estimated your own alternative. Estimate theirs. What happens to your counterpart if this deal does not close? Who else can supply them, and at what switching cost? What has their side already spent, committed, or announced? A widely repeated line in this literature holds that most managers overestimate their own alternative while investing too little time in researching their real options. Treat that as a practitioner claim rather than a measured finding, because that is all it is. But apply the suspicion in both directions. The other side's alternative is very often worse than they are letting on, for the simple reason that admitting otherwise costs them nothing to conceal. The urgency in their voice is data. So is the deadline they mentioned twice. All of which is preparation, and preparation is not a warm-up. It is where most negotiations are decided. That is Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Preparation Decides It. I want to open this chapter by undermining it. The claim it rests on, that preparation matters more than anything you do in the room, is the most widely repeated sentence in negotiation training, and nobody has run the experiment. There is no randomized study assigning negotiators to prepare or not prepare and comparing that against in-room tactics. I went looking and it does not exist. It is asserted, not tested, and an honest chapter has to say so before it sells you a method. What does exist is a ring of indirect evidence, and it is better than nothing. The closest thing to a direct test is recent, Zhang, Bottom, and Elfenbein, published in 2025 in the Journal of Behavioral Decision-Making, under the title From Preparation to Performance. They built a deliberately complex simulation that demanded real planning effort, rather than the usual tidy exercise. Across 2 studies with a combined 566 participants, higher conscientiousness predicted more value claimed. In a further study of 301 people, conscientious negotiators spent more time planning and placed greater weight on relevant information. A third study of 153 replicated that planning-time relationship. Now the caveat which matters. That is a personality trait predicting both the planning and the outcome. It does not show the planning caused the outcome. Conscientiousness could easily drive both. Best available evidence, not proof. The same paper explains why the field has underdetected preparation for decades. Their words, most studies relied on small sample sizes and highly structured negotiation problems that limit opportunities for preparation. Think about a standard laboratory exercise. Participants are handed their alternatives, their issue list, and their scoring sheet before they sit down. The preparation has already been done for them, so the experiment cannot measure it, which is a polite way of saying the field has studied the visible half of the activity. One pillar of the argument is genuinely solid, and it is goals. Zedek and Stuhlmacher published a meta-analysis in 2002, pooling 22 research reports, and found that negotiators holding specific and challenging goals consistently achieved higher profits than those with vague goals or none. Goal difficulty had a strong positive effect on profit. 2 details matter. The advantage was larger when the negotiation was not face-to-face, and it made no difference whether you set the goal yourself. That number is decided before you walk in, which makes this the strongest quantitative support preparation has. Alternatives are the other thing you fix in advance, and the canonical demonstration that they move outcomes is Pinkley. Neal and Bennett, in 1994, followed a year later by Pinkley asking whose knowledge of the alternatives actually counts, yours or theirs. I could not retrieve the findings of either, so I will name them and stop rather than dress them up. And one counter-consideration I would rather state than hide. A 2013 meta-analysis by Sharma, Bottom, and Elfenbein found a significant role for a wide range of personal traits in negotiation outcomes. The comfortable line that character is irrelevant and only preparation counts is not supported. Preparation is simply the part you control. Here is my own view, labeled as judgment rather than finding. I would prepare, and prepare hard, on evidence this thin, not because the studies prove it, but because preparation is cheap, reversible, and low risk, and that combination is rare. Most unproven advice in this field asks you to do something with a downside, anchor aggressively, manufacture scarcity, walk out, where being wrong costs you the deal or the relationship. An evening with a notebook costs you an evening. That asymmetry, not the evidence, is why I act on it. What would change my mind is a study giving one group real preparation time and the other tactical coaching, and finding no difference. The method I am about to give you comes almost entirely from one book, Negotiation Genius, by Deepak Malhotra and Max Bazerman, published in 2007. State the commercial interest plainly. Both are Harvard Business School professors who sell executive education and consulting, and the negotiation simulations their book cites are Harvard Business School publishing products from which they earn. The strong version of their claim, that preparation is the key to negotiation success, is also their marketing. That does not make it false. It means you should notice who is paid when you believe it. Their diagnosis, in their own words, is that the most common and costly mistakes take place before talks even begin, and that the problem is usually not faulty preparation, but a lack of preparation altogether. That comes from training tens of thousands of negotiators. It is practitioner experience, not a measured study, a strong prior from credible people. Their 5-step pre-negotiation framework is the spine of everything else. Step 1, assess your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, BATNA, which is simply the course of action you will pursue if this negotiation ends in impasse. They break that into 3 operations. Identify every plausible option you might pursue if you reach no agreement, estimate the value of each, and select the best one. That best one, singular, is your BATNA. And here is the warning to write at the top of the page. Your alternative is not what you think is fair, not what you originally paid, and not the price you hope to achieve. It is the reality you will face if no deal happens. Most people's walkaway number is an aspiration or a sunk cost wearing a costume. Step 2, calculate your reservation value, your walkaway point, derived from that alternative rather than chosen independently. Their worked example. A fallback buyer has offered $38 million, and you believe you could push that up by 10 to 15%, giving a range of 41.8 to 43.7 million. Take the midpoint, 42.65 million, and that is your reservation value, your indifference point, the number at which you genuinely do not care whether the deal closes. If you are risk-averse, you sit lower in that range. If you are confident of improving the fallback, you sit higher. Step 3, assess the other party's alternative, the step they call the difference between a good deal and a great one. Step 4, calculate their reservation value, and the discipline is to estimate what the deal is worth in their hands, not yours. In their example, the property is worth 36 to 44 million as apartments, midpoint 40 million, but the buyer intends to build condominiums, worth 20% more, so their reservation value is estimated near 48 million. Same asset, different value, because a different use. Step 5, evaluate the zone of possible agreement, ZOPA, the space between your reservation value and theirs. Here, 42.65 million to 48 million, so $5.35 million is what is actually up for grabs. Their own caution matters because people overread this number. The zone tells you the lay of the land. It tells you very little about where the negotiation will end. That is the claiming framework. Now the creating framework, 4 further preparation tasks, and in my view the most useful material in the book. Strategy 1, identify your multiple interests. Most negotiators take the domain of the negotiation as given, one issue, usually price. Instead, list everything you value that the other party could plausibly provide. In a job offer, that is start date, vacation days, signing bonus, job description, promotion schedule, and stock options. In a company sale, it might be your legacy, a board seat, a minority stake, or jobs for your workers. The point, in their words, is not to overwhelm them with demands, but to give them many ways to make you happy. Strategy 2, build a scoring system, the part almost every summary of this book leaves out. List each issue and weight it by importance using a common metric. Start with 100 points and distribute them across the issues and across the possible outcomes within each issue, in proportion to how much you care. Their alternative metric is dollars. Each additional day of vacation equals $600 of salary. A common metric lets you evaluate whole packages and structure counteroffers deliberately rather than by feel. Let me work an example. The method is theirs, the numbers are mine. Of your 100 points, base salary takes 40, scope of the role 20, start date 15, signing bonus 10, vacation 10, and the timing of your first promotion review 5. Within each issue, you spread those points across outcomes. Top of the salary band scores the full 40, the midpoint 25, the bottom 10. Do that for every issue and any offer converts into a single number. Now trades become visible. If a later start date is worth little to you and a great deal to them, you know exactly what to sell and what to buy with it. Strategy 3 is the one I would put in front of everything else. Calculate a package reservation value. Run your fallback, your actual alternative offer, through the same scoring system and you get one aggregate number. Say it scores 58. 58 is now your walkaway, and it is a property of the whole package, not of any single term. Their argument against per issue limits is exact. Negotiators set arbitrary floors on individual issues because anything past them feels unfair, and that only destroys their own flexibility. So an offer with a salary below the line you swore you would never cross can still be the better deal, and buying on price alone, as they put it, can be highly inefficient. Strategy 4. Identify the other party's multiple interests. There will often be issues you do not care about that the other side cares about enormously, and those are free currency. Their own example is Malhotra buying a house, discovering the seller badly wanted a fast close, agreeing to close a month early, and getting a lower price for it. All of that assumes you know what they want, which you almost never do. Which brings us to the third piece, treating a negotiation as an information problem before you treat it as a bargaining problem. Their term is investigative negotiation, and you approach it the way a detective approaches a crime scene. The goal is to learn as much as possible about the situation and the people. 7 principles. 1. Do not just ask what, ask why. Too much focus on what people want distracts you from discovering why they want it. 2. Seek to reconcile interests, not demands. Their case is a Fortune 500 buyer demanding exclusivity from a small European supplier who flatly refused, as demands irreconcilable. The interests behind them were not. The buyer wanted protection from competitors, and the supplier had promised supply to a cousin's small business. The deal was exclusivity with a capped carve-out for the relative, and note the payoff, because it is the argument for preparation in one line. Neither party had to make a substantive concession to make the deal happen. 3. Create common ground with uncommon allies, which they illustrate with the vote trading arrangements between Gore and Nader supporters in the year 2000. 4. Interpret demands as opportunities. A late, expensive demand, a completion penalty clause, say, is information about what they fear, and therefore something you can sell them. 5. Do not dismiss anything as their problem, because in negotiation their problem quickly becomes your problem. Their constraint on time, capacity, or authority is yours too. 6. Do not let a negotiation end with a rejection of your offer. After a no, ask what would have had to be true for a yes. 7. Know the difference between selling and negotiating. Selling is pitching the merits of your case. Negotiating is finding out theirs. 2 more things belong in the notebook. The first is developing your alternative rather than merely recording it. Fisher and Ari's instruction in getting to yes is that attractive alternatives are not sitting there waiting for you. You usually have to develop them, and they give 3 operations. Invent a list of actions you might conceivably take if no agreement is reached, improve the more promising ideas into practical alternatives, and select, tentatively, the one that seems best. They also warn against the aggregation error, which is seeing your alternatives as a comforting pile. You cannot have the sum of them. If this fails, you get exactly one. Then run the same exercise from their chair. What happens to them if this does not close? Who else can supply them? At what switching cost? Malhotra and Bazarman claim that negotiators who focus on their own alternative set low aspirations, while those who ask what the other side will do without them aim higher and capture more. Their assertion, not a study. The second thing is who actually decides on their side. This is not one of their 5 steps. I am assembling it from their 5th investigative principle plus ordinary practice, and I would rather flag that than pretend it is quoted. Write down the real decision maker, their internal approval path, their deadline, and what they must justify to whoever signs. A counterpart who agrees with you and cannot get it approved is worth nothing to you. So the question is not only what will they accept, but what do they need in order to defend a yes internally, a number matching a precedent, a clause their legal team already uses, a concession they can point to. Give them that and you buy agreement cheaply. One last reframe, which I find convincing. Malhotra and Bazerman's cite work showing that your should self and your want self agree before a negotiation and after it, and diverge only during it. That makes preparation something other than homework. It is the version of you who has not yet been flattered, rushed, or made angry, binding the version who is about to be. So, a notebook, an evening, and a method better supported in its parts than in its headline. Next, the school that produced half this vocabulary and the book that has sold more copies than any other in the field. Chapter 4. The Harvard School. Chapter 4. The Harvard School. In 1981, 2 men at Harvard Law School published a short book called Getting to Yes, subtitled Negotiating Agreement Without Giving In. The authors were Roger Fisher, a law professor, and William Ury, and 2 years earlier they had founded the Harvard Negotiation Project. Bruce Patton was added as a credited co-author in the 2nd edition of 1991. The 3rd edition arrived in 2011. Ury said in 2022 that the book had sold 15 million copies in more than 35 languages. That is the author's own claim, not an audited figure. Even discounted, it makes this the most widely read negotiation book ever written. My job here is to state its case at full strength, in its own terms, with no thumb on the scale. In the next chapter, a former hostage negotiator takes it apart. In the chapter after that, I tell you which of them I think is right. For now, the strongest possible version of the Harvard argument. Start with what the book argues against: positional bargaining. A position is a stated demand, a number, a clause, a date, a thing you say you must have. Positional bargaining is the ordinary dance of negotiation, as most people learn it. You announce a position, they announce theirs, and you inch toward each other, each move costing something and each concession read as weakness. The book's central observation is that this dance forces you into a false choice. You can play soft. You treat the other side as a friend, you concede to preserve the relationship, you trust, you yield to pressure. Or you can play hard. You treat them as an adversary, you dig in, you demand concessions as the price of the relationship, you apply pressure. Soft negotiators get taken. Hard negotiators produce deadlock, damaged relationships, and deals worse than the ones available. Most people, faced with that menu, oscillate soft until they feel exploited, then abruptly hard. Fisher and Ury's claim is that this binary is false and a third path exists. They call it principled negotiation or negotiation on the merits, and the slogan is, change the game, negotiate on the merits. The move is to be hard on the problem and soft on the people. That single reframing is why the book mattered. It gave a name and a method to something that, until then, had mostly been temperament. The method is 4 principles. The book's overview chapter states them as a compressed table. People, separate the people from the problem. Interests, focus on interests, not positions. Options, invent multiple options looking for mutual gains before deciding what to do. Criteria, insist that the result be based on some objective standard. In the running prose of that same chapter, it gives its own short forms, and those are what the world remembers. Separate the people from the problem, focus on interests, not positions, invent options for mutual gain, insist on using objective criteria. Both versions are the book's own words. The short ones are easier to hold in your head under pressure, which is presumably why they won. Start with the people. The book's rationale is disarmingly plain. The first point responds to the fact that human beings are not computers. We are creatures of strong emotions who often have radically different perceptions and have difficulty communicating clearly. Every negotiation runs on 2 tracks, the substance, and the relationship between the people arguing about it. Attack the person and you contaminate the substance. The image that stuck, figuratively if not literally, the participants should come to see themselves as working side by side, attacking the problem, not each other. The second principle is the one that made the book famous, and the book opens it with a story it does not claim as its own. It credits Mary Parker Follett, the management theorist, writing in the 1920s. Two men are quarreling in a library. One wants the window open, the other wants it closed. They bicker back and forth about how much to leave it open, a crack, halfway, 3/4 of the way, and no solution satisfies them both. Then the librarian arrives. She asks the first man why he wants it open, to get some fresh air. She asks the second why he wants it closed, to avoid the draft. After thinking a minute, she opens wide a window in the next room, bringing in fresh air without a draft. Notice what the librarian did, because it is the whole method in one gesture. She did not split the difference. She asked why twice and found that the positions were incompatible while the underlying wants were not. The book's own line, interests define the problem, and the basic problem in a negotiation lies not in conflicting positions, but in the conflict between each side's needs, desires, concerns, and fears. A negotiating position, they write, often obscures what you really want. And the generalization they draw is the sentence I would put on the wall. For every interest, there usually exist several possible positions that could satisfy it. Now the big example, and I think it is the single best illustration of interests versus positions anywhere in the literature. Israel had occupied the Egyptian Sinai Peninsula since the Six-Day War of 1967. When Egypt and Israel sat down together in 1978 to negotiate a peace, their positions were incompatible. Israel insisted on keeping some of the Sinai. Egypt insisted that every inch of the Sinai be returned to Egyptian sovereignty. Time and again, people drew maps showing boundary lines that would divide the Sinai between them. Compromising that way was wholly unacceptable to Egypt. Going back to the situation as it was in 1967 was equally unacceptable to Israel. On positions, that is a closed door, one piece of land, two claims to all of it. But interests are not positions. Israel's interest lay in security. They did not want Egyptian tanks poised on their border ready to roll across at any time. Egypt's interest lay in sovereignty. The Sinai had been part of Egypt since the time of the pharaohs. Security and sovereignty are not the same commodity, and once you see that, a solution exists that was invisible on the map. At Camp David, President Sadat of Egypt and Prime Minister Begin of Israel agreed to a plan that would return the Sinai to complete Egyptian sovereignty, and by demilitarizing large areas, would still assure Israeli security. Here is the book's own sentence, and it is genuine. The Egyptian flag would fly everywhere, but Egyptian tanks would be nowhere near Israel. A peace treaty followed in March of 1979. Behind opposed positions, the book concludes, lie many more interests than conflicting ones. The third principle is inventing options, and here the book uses a story folklore has been mangling for 40 years. You have heard it as two sisters and an orange. It is not two sisters. The book's words are the proverbial children, and calling them proverbial is the book conceding, in passing, that it did not invent the story and is not claiming it as a case. The actual text. All too often negotiators end up like the proverbial children who quarreled over an orange. After they finally agreed to divide the orange in half, the first child took one half, ate the fruit, and threw away the peel, while the other threw away the fruit and used the peel from the second half in baking a cake. Too many negotiations, the book says, end up with half an orange for each side instead of the whole fruit for one and the whole peel for the other. I am laboring the wording of a nursery story on purpose because it is a cheap, concrete demonstration of the standard I want this course held to. It took one pass through the primary text to find those two corrections, and almost nobody who repeats the story has made that pass. If I am willing to be that fussy about an orange, you can hold me to it on the studies. And the moral is not be nice. It is sharper, and the book states it outright. This is genuinely startling if you think about it. People generally assume that differences between two parties create the problem, yet differences can also lead to a solution. Agreement is often based on disagreement. Their illustration is the stock market. What makes a deal likely is that the buyer believes the price will go up and the seller believes it will go down. The difference in belief provides the basis for a deal. Differing priorities, beliefs, appetites for risk, and for time, each is raw material. The book's name for using them is dovetailing. The fourth principle is objective criteria, the least glamorous and possibly the most useful. Once you have generated options, someone still has to decide. If that decision is a contest of wills, the more stubborn or more powerful party wins, and the loser knows they lost to a person. The book's alternative, verbatim. This does not mean insisting that the terms be based on the standard you select, but only that some fair standard such as market value, expert opinion, custom, or law determine the outcome. By discussing such criteria rather than what the parties are willing or unwilling to do, neither party need give in to the other. Both can defer to a fair solution. That last clause is doing real work. Deferring to a standard lets you move without being seen to fold. You are not conceding to your counterpart. You are both conceding to a principle you agreed on before you knew who it would favor. That is why the criteria conversation belongs early, while the standard is still an abstraction and not a scoreboard. It also gives you something to say to a bully that is neither surrender nor a fight. Not I will not, but on what basis? That is the case, and I think it is a strong one. Now the honest part. First, name the money. Fisher co-founded the Harvard Negotiation Project, the consultancy Conflict Management Incorporated, and the nonprofit Conflict Management Group. Ari sells books, keynotes, and mediation work. Patton co-founded Vantage Partners, a negotiation consultancy that bills corporate clients. And the Program on Negotiation at Harvard Law School, PON, a consortium of Harvard, MIT, and Tufts founded in 1983, publishes a great deal of free, genuinely good material, and also sells multi-day executive education, corporate training, and teaching simulations. As of August 2026, that free material is functionally the top of a funnel ending in a paid program. None of that makes the ideas wrong. It does mean nobody in that building has a financial incentive to tell you the method has limits. This is calibration, not accusation, and I will apply the same test to the man who attacks them next chapter. Second, and more serious, the evidence. Getting to Yes contains no empirical evidence. It is a book of advice built on cases, anecdotes, and the author's consulting experience. There has never been a controlled test of the four principles as a package, no trial of read this book versus don't. There is a large and rigorous laboratory literature on integrative bargaining, meaning bargaining that expands what is available rather than dividing a fixed sum, and it supports the core intuition that joint gains exist and can be found. But it is a parallel tradition, not a test of this book. The distinction between distributive bargaining, where your gain is my loss, and integrative bargaining, where it need not be, comes from Walton and McCursey in 1965, 16 years before Getting to Yes. Dean Pruitt's experimental program on integrative agreements ran alongside the book, not after it. So the most influential negotiation book ever written has never been tested as what it claims to be. You deserve to know that. Third, the criticisms are real, published, and mostly not from cranks. That the method assumes good faith. That it has no answer to raw power. That its clean separation between interests and positions sometimes collapses. That its universality outside the West is unsupported. I am not going to resolve any of that here. Those arguments get their hearing over the next 2 chapters, and my verdict comes in Chapter 6. But I will end with Roger Fisher himself, because he is better than his imitators. When the law professor James White attacked the book in 1984, Fisher replied in print rather than ignoring it. And in that same exchange, Fisher reported that when teaching a negotiation course, he had torn a copy of the book in half, to make the point that it was imperfect. The following year, he wrote that Getting to Yes probably overstates the case against positional bargaining. The founder of the school conceded the central overstatement within 4 years, in print, in a journal his own program published. I am not using that to score a point. I am using it because it is the correct posture toward this material, and it came from the author first. Which brings us to the loudest of the critics. In the next chapter, a former lead international kidnapping negotiator for the FBI takes this whole framework on by name, the 4 principles, the win-win vocabulary, and the assumption that the person across the table is a rational partner in a joint problem. He thinks that assumption gets people killed. His name is Chris Voss, and he is worth taking seriously. Chapter 5, Tactical Empathy. The last chapter set out the Harvard method in its own terms. Separate the people from the problem. Focus on interests rather than positions. Invent options for mutual gain. Insist on objective criteria. This chapter belongs to the man who read that book, called it a groundbreaking treatise, and then argued that the first of those 4 instructions is not merely difficult but wrong. His name is Chris Voss. My job here is to put his case at full strength, exactly as I did for Harvard's. I will flag the problems, but I am not going to settle them. The next chapter decides between the 2 schools. Start with the record, because it is real and checkable. Voss spent 24 years in the FBI, including service in its crisis negotiation unit. He was the Bureau's lead international kidnapping negotiator from 2003 to 2007, worked on more than 150 international hostage cases, and received the Attorney General's Award for Excellence in Law Enforcement. In 2006, he was lead negotiator on the Jill Carroll kidnapping in Iraq. His book, Never Split the Difference, appeared in 2016, co-written with the journalist Tal Raz. That is genuine, documented expertise in crisis and hostage negotiation. Now the disclosure you are owed, made before his argument rather than after. Voss founded and runs the Black Swan Group, which sells negotiation training, coaching, and corporate workshops. It trademarks its own vocabulary. Tactical empathy is a registered trademark, and so is summary. The book is, among other things, the front door to a training business, which is a standing reason to expect the claims pitched at maximum and the failures unreported. Fisher and Ari are owed the same disclosure. Their book is the shopfront of the Harvard Negotiation Project and its consulting ecosystem. Neither disclosure refutes anything. Both are calibration. Here is the method. At the center is tactical empathy, which Voss defines as understanding the feelings and mindset of another in the moment and hearing what is behind those feelings so that you increase your influence in the moments that follow. Read that carefully. It is not sympathy, not agreement, not feeling what the other person feels. It is modeling their internal state in order to influence their behavior, a cognitive operation, not a warm one. The first tool is labeling. You spot an emotion and name it aloud. It seems like. It sounds like. It looks like. He is specific that you say it sounds like, not I am hearing that. The agentless construction makes the label an observation rather than an accusation, so your counterpart cannot argue with it. Exposing a negative thought to daylight, he says, makes it less frightening. The second tool is mirroring, repeating the last 3 words or the critical 1 to 3 words of what the other person just said. The drill, use the late-night FM disc jockey voice. Start with the words I am sorry. Mirror. Then silence at least 4 seconds. Then repeat. The intention behind most mirrors, he writes, should be, please help me understand. That late-night radio voice is its own tool, low, slow, downward inflecting, the one of his 3 voices reserved for de-escalation. Voss claims it directly triggers a neurochemical response in the listener. That is an assertion in the book, not a measurement taken at a table. The third tool is the calibrated question, an open question that cannot be answered yes or no. He prefers how and what and discourages why, which reads as accusatory. The flagship, when a price lands badly, is, how am I supposed to do that? You must really be asking for help, he says, and this hands the other side what he calls the illusion of control. That is his phrase, not mine. The fourth tool is the accusation audit. Before your counterpart can say the worst thing about you or your position, you say it for them in advance. In his own extreme version, when he has made a mistake, he reports that saying, "Look, I am an asshole," makes problems disappear. Then the argument about yes. Yes, he says, is often a meaningless answer hiding deeper objections and maybe is worse. So he inverts the goal. Saying no makes the speaker feel safe, secure, and in control, so trigger it. Do not ask whether someone has a few minutes to talk, ask whether now is a bad time. Provoke a no with a one-line email, "Have you given up on this project?" And the target state is not yes at all. The sweetest 2 words in any negotiation, he writes, are "that is right," which signals felt understanding, not "you are right," which politely ends the conversation. On leverage, he uses loss aversion openly. To get real leverage, you have to persuade the other side that they have something concrete to lose if the deal falls through. His bargaining sequence is the Ackerman model, named for Mike Ackerman, a former CIA officer who ran a kidnap response consultancy the FBI worked with. Open at 65% of your target rather than their ask. Plan 3 raises of decreasing size to 85, 95, and 100%, and do not move until they counter. Every raise is bought with a counter from them. Make the final number precise and non-round, something like 37,893 rather than 38,000, so it carries the weight of a calculation. On the last step, throw in a non-monetary item they probably do not want, to signal you have nothing left. The decreasing increments are load-bearing. A negotiator who moves in equal steps is announcing there is always another step. Now the attack on getting to yes at full strength. The hinge is one passage, and it is a good argument. How can you separate people from the problem when their emotions are the problem, especially when they are scared people with guns? Emotions are one of the main things that derail communication. Once people get upset at one another, rational thinking goes out the window. Unpack that properly. Fisher and Ari's first principle treats emotion as noise, interference to be quarantined, so the real problem can be solved on its merits. Voss's claim is that in any negotiation that matters, emotion is not noise. It is the substrate. Your counterpart's fear, pride, status anxiety, and need to be understood are not obstacles standing between you and the deal. They are the medium the deal must travel through. Set the emotion aside is therefore not merely hard advice. It is the wrong instruction, because it discards the only thing that moves anybody. His second charge is against compromise, and his title is his thesis. "I am here to call bullshit on compromise," he writes. "We do not compromise because it is right. We compromise because it is easy and saves face, so we can say we got half the pie. We compromise to be safe." Most people at a table are driven by fear or by the desire to avoid pain, and too few by their actual goals. No deal, he says, is better than a bad deal. His third charge lands on the most famous idea the Harvard School produced. Your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, the BATNA, the thing you will do if this deal dies. His objection is psychological rather than logical. Knowing your walkaway is fine as information, but dwelling on it installs your worst case as your reference point, and negotiators drift toward whatever they are anchored on. In his words, a BATNA can lower your vision and close off opportunities for better things, and it is dangerous because it anchors you to your worst case scenario. Fix on the aspiration instead. And here is what keeps this from being a cartoon feud. Voss did not dismiss getting to yes. He called it a groundbreaking treatise while arguing its methods were inadequate for high-stakes situations. His position is closer to this. They built a brilliant model of a domain that turned out to be smaller than they thought, and it fails exactly where the stakes are highest. If you hear this dispute summarized as Voss saying Harvard is nonsense, you are hearing him misreported. Now the evidence. The most useful single finding here is Galinski, Maddox, Gillen, and White, 2008, in Psychological Science. 3 controlled experiments. Perspective taking, cognitively modeling the other side, increased people's ability to discover hidden agreements and to both create and claim resources at the bargaining table. Empathy, the emotional kind, showed minimal advantages and sometimes hindered deal-making success. Note which side of that line Voss stands on. His tactical empathy is explicitly the cognitive one, and the thing that worked in the experiment is the thing he described. The strongest single result in his favor anywhere is Swab, Maddox, and Sinosure, 2011, in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology. 2 experiments, run in Thailand and then replicated in the United States. Negotiators who actively mimicked their counterparts' language in the first 10 minutes obtained higher individual gain than those mimicking in the last 10 minutes and then controls, and trust mediated the effect. That is the best empirical support Voss has, and I want to say so plainly. 2 caveats travel with it. It is an online negotiation paradigm, and mimicking someone's vocabulary is not the same operation as echoing their last 3 words as a question. Labeling is where the gap between claim and evidence is widest. There is a real literature, Affect Labeling, reviewed by Tora and Lieberman in 2018, showing that putting a feeling into words is an implicit form of emotion regulation, associated with reduced distress and reduced amygdala response. But that work is overwhelmingly about a person labeling their own emotion. Voss's technique is labeling someone else's emotion, allowed to them in an adversarial setting. The mechanism may transfer, but that has not been demonstrated, and when the book says research shows, this is the research it means, and it is not quite about this. Mirroring also rests on priming adjacent work. Maddox, Mullen, and Galinsky, 2008, found that strategic behavioral mimicry improved negotiation outcomes, postural mimicry, not verbal echoing, and part of a body of social psychology on non-conscious influence whose confidence the book borrows freely. That body of work took a serious hit. Dienne and colleagues, 2012, failed to replicate the famous study in which people primed with the stereotype of age walked more slowly on the way out. With automated timing and a larger sample, the effect vanished, reappearing in a second experiment only when the experimenters believed it would. Say exactly what that licenses and no more. It does not show that mirroring fails. Dienne tested stereotype priming of walking speed, not mimicry at a table. What it does is limit the confidence you extend to any claim of the form. Do this, and your counterpart will automatically do that. Voss makes several such claims. He writes that your counterpart will inevitably elaborate, and that the late-night voice directly triggers calm. The word inevitably is carrying no evidence. The Ackermann sequence is untested. That is the plain statement. Anchoring itself is well evidenced. Galinsky and Muswiller, 2001, established that first offers exert powerful pull on final outcomes, but no controlled study validates the 65, 85, 95, 100 schedule, the decreasing increments, the odd final number, or the non-cash throw-in. It is a practitioner heuristic inherited from ransom negotiation. It may work. Nobody has shown that it does. And one concrete, checkable error, because it tells you something about method. The book repeats the claim that 7% of a message comes from words, 38% from tone, and 55% from body language. That is a well-known misapplication of Albert Mehrabian's 1967 studies, which concerned only inconsistent messages about feelings and attitudes, comparing single words against tone of voice. It was never a general account of how meaning is conveyed, and Mehrabian has said so. Its presence in the book is a fair indicator of how the source material is handled. One last thing, about me rather than Voss. Everything critical I have just said is my own reasoning. As of August 2026, I could not find a substantial named academic critique of Never Split the Difference. One book review sits in a clinical journal behind a paywall I could not get through, so I will not characterize its verdict. Otherwise, an enormous readership and essentially no adversarial academic literature. That absence is itself informative. It suggests the book has been received as a practitioner's manual rather than as a claim scholars felt obliged to test. So you are hearing an analyst's reading, not a published rebuttal, because there is not one to cite. That is the case for tactical empathy, made as strongly as the record allows. A verified operator. A coherent theory of why emotion is the substrate rather than the noise. One controlled study vindicating his central distinction, another supporting his signature move, and a long tail of technique nobody has tested. Against it stands the Harvard method, older, more systematic, attacked on precisely the ground Voss chose. Chapter 6 puts the two side by side, says which is better supported, and says what would change my mind. Chapter 6, The Verdict, Fisher versus Voss. 2 chapters, 2 positions. A fair fight begins with a fair statement, so here is each. Fisher and Ari say this. Most negotiators fight over positions when they should be trading on interests. So separate the people from the problem, focus on interests rather than positions, invent options for mutual gain, and insist on using objective criteria. And what determines your power is not your wealth or your nerve, but your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, your BATNA, the thing you will do if this deal dies. Voss says this. That model was built for a world of reasonable people, and the world is not made of reasonable people. Emotion is not interference to be quarantined. It is the medium every deal has to travel through. So surface the counterpart state deliberately, tactical empathy, labeling, mirroring, calibrated questions, drive toward that's right, rather than yes, and never split the difference. His sharpest line against Harvard is a question about the Waco siege. Have you ever tried to devise a win-win solution with a guy who thinks he's the Messiah? Now the useful part. Most of that is not a disagreement. Voss calls getting to yes a groundbreaking treatise, writes that he still agrees with many of the powerful bargaining strategies in it, and restates the 4 principles accurately rather than caricaturing them. If you heard that Voss thinks Harvard is nonsense, you heard wrong. Then look at his own practice. He writes that the adversary is the situation, and that the person you appear to be in conflict with is actually your partner. That is separate the people from the problem, principle 1, the one he says he rejects. His wants versus needs apparatus is focus on interests, not positions. His advice to hunt for things cheap for them, and valuable for you is invent options for mutual gain in all but name. So here is the scoreboard. Voss keeps 3 of the 4 principles, rebrands them with better stories and sharper delivery, and rejects 1. Much of what looks like a feud is product differentiation, and both men have product. Fisher, Ari, and Patton earn royalties on getting to yes and built consultancies around it, and Harvard's program on negotiation sells executive education downstream of its free material, while Voss runs the Black Swan Group, which sells training and has trademarked its own vocabulary. Neither disclosure refutes anything, both are owed to you. Note too that his attack lands hardest on the seminar cartoon of the method, not the text, which spends real space on emotion and on counterparts who will not play, and which Ari followed with a whole sequel, Getting Past No. Strip the marketing out and 4 genuine disagreements remain. First, can you separate emotion from the problem? Voss's line is the hinge. How can you separate people from the problem when their emotions are the problem, especially when they are scared people with guns? My read is that he is right about the instruction and wrong about the target. The book does not tell you to ignore emotion. Its own rationale says human beings are not computers. But the slogan does, people run on slogans, and in the field, separate the people from the problem, gets executed as don't get emotional, which is the wrong instruction. There is real evidence here, and it favors a precise version of Voss. Galinski, Maddox, Gillen, and White, in 2008, ran 3 experiments and found that perspective-taking increased people's ability to discover hidden agreements and to both create and claim resources, while empathy showed minimal advantages and sometimes hindered deal-making. Cognitively modeling the counterpart state works. Feeling their feelings does not. Voss's tactical empathy is explicitly the cognitive kind, so it survives a controlled test. Narrow win to Voss, though that same study also describes focus on interests, not positions. Second, is compromise a failure? Voss's position is that we do not compromise because it is right. We compromise because it is easy and it saves face, and that no deal is better than a bad deal. What follows is my analysis, and I label it as mine. Read as a universal rule it is wrong, and its own escape hatch gives it away. No deal is better than a bad deal is true by definition, because a bad deal is one below your walkaway. But the midpoint of a live negotiation usually sits inside both parties' reservation ranges, which makes splitting it not a bad deal, merely not the best available. On a purely distributive issue, refusing to split raises impasse risk in a deal where impasse destroys real surplus for both sides. Voss's rule is an excellent corrective against one specific failure, the conflict-averse negotiator who splits early, before any information has been gathered, and a bad general law. Point to Fisher and Uri, who never praised compromise either. Their claim was always that trading differences beats splitting them. Third, and this is the big one, does a strong alternative matter more than in-room technique? Voss says BATNA is dangerous because dwelling on your floor installs your floor as your reference point. That is a serious claim, and the aspiration literature, White and Neal, 1994, supports aiming high. It does not support ignoring your alternative, and he overshoots what it licenses. Here is where the two forces collide. Galinski and Muswiller, in 2001, ran 3 experiments on first offers. Whichever party moved first got a better outcome, and first offers strongly predicted final settlements, the best evidenced in-room technique in the field. And the first mover advantage was eliminated, not reduced, eliminated, when the responder deliberately focused on the opponent's alternatives or the opponent's reservation price or their own target. 3 manipulations, 3 kills. The strongest single technique in the literature was canceled by a responder doing homework about alternatives. Be exact, that is one paper, not a head-to-head trial of a better BATNA against better technique. No such trial exists. It is the closest collision we have, and it points one way. Point to Fisher and Uri. Fourth, is the counterpart better modeled as rational or as emotional? Voss's charge is that the Harvard method presupposes someone calm, informed, honest about their interests and willing to reason jointly, and the Steelman is good. A method that only works against that person works exactly when you least need one. A second-order point decides this one, and it is mine. Which model you pick is a bet, and the cost of losing it is asymmetric. Model an emotional counterpart as rational, and you keep arguing at someone who stopped listening 10 minutes ago. Model a rational counterpart as emotional, and you spend too long on rapport, then get to business. The second error is much cheaper. Point to Voss. Now the part that decides how much any of it is worth. Neither book is supported anywhere near the confidence of its own prose. Getting to Yes contains no empirical evidence at all. It is advice built on cases and consulting experience, and the 4 principles have never been tested as a package. James White called it anecdotal in 1984, and 42 years later, that is still true. Carrie Menkel-Meadow, writing in Harvard's own negotiation journal in 2006, concluded that the factors distinguishing successful from failed negotiations remain unclear. Fisher himself conceded in 1985 that the book probably overstates the case against positional bargaining. Never Split the Difference is more anecdotal than the book it attacks, not less. Every case is retrospective, author-selected, with no denominator. We hear about the kidnappings that resolved, and there is no control condition anywhere in it. The Ackerman sequence, open at 65% of your target, then raise to 85, 95, and 100, finish on a precise odd number and throw in something non-monetary, has no controlled study behind it at all. It is a practitioner heuristic inherited from ransom work. Some mechanisms the book leans on come from the corner of psychology that had a replication crisis. In 2012, Diane and colleagues failed to replicate the most famous behavioral priming result in the field, then found the effect appeared only when the experimenters expected it. That does not mean mirroring failed to replicate. Nobody has tested Voss's specific drill. It means any claim of the form, do this and your counterpart will automatically do that, deserves suspicion, and Voss makes several. Some of it genuinely holds. Cognitive perspective taking is supported, as we saw, and linguistic mimicry has a real experiment behind it. Schwab, Maddox, and Sinasur, 2011. in which negotiators who mimic their counterparts' language in the first 10 minutes came away with higher individual gain, mediated by trust. Against that, labeling, the affect labeling research is about people naming their own feelings, not naming someone else's aloud in an adversarial room. That transfer is plausible and unproven. So, plainly, both of these books are substantially practitioner assertion. The confident tone of each is not backed by the evidence base of either. I would rather you left with that than with a technique. One more thing about sourcing, said out loud. When I went looking for a published academic critique of Never Split the Difference, a named scholar in a journal taking it apart the way James White took apart Getting to Yes, I could not find one as of August 2026. So every criticism of Voss here is my own analysis, labeled as such rather than borrowed from someone else's authority. That absence does not mean the book is unassailable. It mostly means it lives in the trade market, where academics earn nothing for swinging at it. It does mean you should weight my criticism accordingly. No peer review behind it, only arguments, which you can check. Here is my verdict. It is judgment, not finding. Fisher and Ari are the better default for 3 reasons. The first is generalization. Their framework was built for repeated commercial relationships, the same procurement lead, the same engineer, the same partner, for years. A method designed to leave your counterpart willing to deal with you again is the right default there. Voss's was forged in one-shot encounters, with strangers you would never meet twice. The second is that principled negotiation degrades gracefully. Apply it badly, and you get a slow, earnest conversation that asks too many questions about interests. Apply tactical empathy badly, and you get a person doing a voice, mislabeling emotions, and running a 65% opener at a counterpart who has read the same book, at which point the technique is a tell, announcing that you are running a script on them. The floor is much lower. The third reason decides it, where the effort goes. The Harvard framework spends your preparation on alternatives and homework, which is where the evidence is strongest. Voss's spends it in the room, on delivery. In the one experimental collision, we have attention to alternatives beat the best evidenced in-room technique 3 times out of 3. Now the other half, and I mean it. Voss is better in the conditions his career came from, and those do occur in business. A one-shot encounter, high emotional load, a counterpart who does not want to be in the room, no shared frame, and the one that matters most, a counterpart whose alternative is not really available to them, whatever they claim. A distressed founder, an angry customer at the moment of churn, a vendor whose replacement contract does not exist. When 3 of those are true, run Voss. Each fails in its own way in the wrong context. Use the Harvard method in Voss's conditions, and you fail by being reasonable at someone who is not. You keep reframing toward interests, they read cooperation as weakness, and you concede in good faith to someone who pockets and re-asks. That is McCarthy's power critique and White's distributive critique, and Fisher conceded a version of it himself. Use Voss's method in Harvard's conditions, and you fail by being tactical at someone who has to work with you on Monday. The extreme opener burns capital you need for the next 10 deals, refusing to split turns a small gap into an impasse, and a professional counterpart recognizes every move because you both bought the same book. And on the biggest single question, do tactics beat a better alternative? The evidence points one way, and it is not the tactics. I am not claiming a trial that does not exist. I am claiming that in the only experimental place these 2 forces have met, the alternative one, and that effort spent improving what you will do if this deal dies beats effort spent on delivery. So what would change my mind? Name the study. A pre-registered, adequately powered field experiment on real commercial negotiations, not students, not a simulation, with money belonging to the participants in 3 arms. 1. Negotiators trained in the 4 principles plus alternative development. 2. Negotiators trained in the Voss toolkit, labeling, mirroring, calibrated questions Ackerman. 3. Untrained controls. Measure value claimed, joint value created, impasse rate, and the thing everyone forgets, whether the counterpart agrees to deal with them again a year later. If the second arm beats the first on value claimed without losing on the repeat measure, I am wrong about the default and I will say so. A smaller one would move me too. A controlled test of the Ackermann schedule against a simple linear concession pattern, which would tell us whether the decreasing increments are doing the work or the story is. Until those exist, this is a chapter about two practitioners' assertions, one of which I think travels further. Hold it that loosely and hold me to it. There is one question here where the argument is not a matter of judgment at all, because somebody finally ran the numbers on 26 million real negotiations. It is who should say the first number. Fisher and Urry are largely quiet about it. Voss tells you to let the other side anchor. The anchoring research says the opposite, loudly, with the largest dataset this field has ever had, and the real answer depends on one specific property of your offer. That is Chapter 7. Chapter 7, who should speak first? This is the question people actually ask. Not, what is my walkaway? Not, what do they need? The first question in every real room is whether to name a number or wait for theirs. It is also where the popular advice is loudest and the evidence most interesting, because the evidence does not say what the slogan says. So this chapter will do what the field mostly refuses to do. It will give you a rule, and the rule will have conditions attached. Start with the term, because it gets used loosely. Anchoring is the tendency for a number you have been exposed to drag your subsequent numerical judgment toward it. Tversky and Kahneman described it in the journal Science in 1974, and their framing was precise: anchoring and adjustment. You start from whatever number is available, you adjust toward what you actually believe, and you adjust too little. That incompleteness is the effect. Note where it was found. Not in negotiation. It was a general fact about numerical judgment under uncertainty, and negotiation researchers imported it about 25 years later. That import is not automatic, and much of this chapter is about where it survived the journey and where it did not. Now the good news, and it is rare enough in this book that I want to mark it. Anchoring is genuinely robust. The best single piece of evidence is a meta-analysis by Rösler and Schutz, which pooled 393 separate effects from 17,708 participants, and found a pooled effect of hedges G equal to 0.689, with a 95% confidence interval running from 0.589 to 0.789. By the usual conventions, that is a medium to large effect, and the interval is nowhere near zero. This is pooled, controlled experimental evidence, laboratory work, not field evidence, and I am going to keep telling you which kind you are being handed. 2 honesty notes on that number. First, as of August 2026, I have it as a preprint with open data, and I could not confirm that it has since appeared in a peer-reviewed journal, although companion papers from the same group were published. Second, the same meta-analysis reports substantial heterogeneity, and a companion analysis across 10 countries found that the size of anchoring effects varies considerably by culture. Real everywhere it has been measured, but not the same size everywhere. Do not promise a fixed magnitude in a cross-border deal. And now the exception, which almost every popular account gets wrong. That same meta-analysis reports, in one short sentence, that anchors communicated as randomly determined did not have effects. Read that again. When the number is explicitly presented as arbitrary, a spin of a wheel, a roll of dice, the last 2 digits of a social security number, the pooled effect is absent. That sentence retires a whole genre of business book anecdote. The rigged wheel of fortune from the original 1974 illustration, and every conference stage version of it since, should no longer be offered as an argument for anchoring in negotiation. If you have heard someone open a talk with the social security number trick, they were using a demonstration that the meta-analytic evidence does not support. That is good news, though, and not bad news, because a first offer in a negotiation is never presented as random. It is presented as a considered position by an informed party. That is exactly the condition under which anchoring works, anchors that carry information or appear to. Which gives you the first usable rule here: the power of your opening does not come from the number. It comes from the number being credible. An opening you cannot explain is not an anchor. It is noise, and the evidence says noise does nothing. Now the negotiation-specific work. The canonical citation is Galinski and Muswiller in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2001. 3 controlled experiments. Across all 3, whichever party made the first offer, buyer or seller, it did not matter which side obtained the better outcome, and first offers strongly predicted final settlement prices. That is the headline everyone quotes, and it is where always make the first offer comes from. Here is the sentence that gets dropped from the retelling. In those same 3 experiments, the first mover advantage was eliminated, not reduced, eliminated, when the party who did not move first deliberately focused on information inconsistent with the implications of the opening offer. 3 separate manipulations each did it on their own. Thinking about the opponent's alternatives to the negotiation, their BATNA, their best alternative to a negotiated agreement, the thing they do if this deal dies. Thinking about the opponent's reservation price, the worst number they would still accept, or simply thinking about one's own target. So the most cited paper for anchor first is simultaneously the most cited paper for here is the free countermeasure. And the countermeasure is the actionable half for most of us, because in most negotiations you are the responder, not the mover. Before you react to their number, walk through 3 questions. What happens to them if we do not agree? What is the worst they would still take? What did I come in here wanting? In these experiments, each of those, on its own, wiped out the mover's edge. 2 caveats. This is laboratory work in simulated negotiations, and I could not locate a direct pre-registered replication of these specific experiments, so treat them as supported rather than established. I also cannot give you that paper's effect sizes. I could not verify them, so I will not narrate a number. Now the work that resolves the argument, and it resolves it conditionally, which is presumably why it never made it onto a slide. Lochelder, Churchill, Schwab, Fries, and Galinski, in the Journal of Applied Psychology in 2016, published what they call the information anchoring model of first offers. Note the last name on that author list. Galinski is a co-author. This is not a rival camp attacking him. It is the original researcher, with colleagues, conceding and then formalizing the boundary condition, which is what the system is supposed to look like. Their model says a first offer does 2 things at once. First, it anchors. It pulls the settlement toward itself, and that is the first mover advantage everyone knows about. Second, it can convey information about the sender's priorities, and that makes the sender vulnerable. When they ran it and senders did not reveal their priorities, the first mover advantage replicated. When first offers revealed the sender's priorities, explicitly, implicitly, or both, a first mover disadvantage emerged. Hold on to the word implicitly, because it is the whole trap. You do not have to say what you care about. If you put a multi-issue package on the table, price, timeline, support terms, exclusivity, the way you have traded those issues against each other inside your own offer discloses your ranking. You have told them which issues you will pay to keep. A single number about a single issue cannot leak that, because there is no ranking in it to leak. A package almost always can. And here is the mechanism, which is worth knowing because it tells you what the leak actually costs. The disadvantage appeared when the sender faced what this literature calls a pro-self recipient, someone oriented to their own outcome, and did not appear with pro-social recipients who did not exploit the information. What the pro-self counterparts did was specific. They used the insight to feign priorities on their own low-priority issues. They pretended to care about things they did not care about, and then sold those pretend concessions back at a real price. That is the first mover disadvantage in one sentence. You handed over your map, and they invented terrain. My read on that moderator, labeled as judgment rather than finding, you cannot screen for it. You will rarely know before the meeting whether the person across the table is pro-self or pro-social, and asking will not tell you. So do not treat their orientation as a decision variable. Control the thing you can control, whether your offer leaks, rather than gamble on who they turn out to be. Now the field evidence, And this is where the weight of the chapter should sit. Schweinsberg, Petrosky, Funk, and Lochelder published in PNAS in 2023 an analysis of over 26 million real negotiations on eBay. Real money, real buyers and sellers, incentivized at a scale where questionable statistical practices simply cannot manufacture the result. Almost everything else in this literature is people in a room doing a simulated exercise. This is not that, and in a lab-dominated field, it earns more weight than any single experiment, which is why it gets more of your minutes. 3 findings. Buyer offers had a linear anchoring effect on the final sale price. Every increment of ambition bought a proportional increment of price. Impasse risk, the chance the deal simply dies, was nonlinear and specifically quartic, meaning it stays low and then accelerates hard. Because a linear benefit runs against a sharply accelerating cost, there is an optimum. Integrating the two, the authors put the ideal buyer opening at around 80% of the seller's list price across all products, with an honest range of 33% to 95% depending on the product type, the demand, and how much the buyer weights price against the risk of no deal at all. State the domain out loud, because this is where people overreach. That 80% is a buyer's opening on eBay-style list price transactions on a single number. It is not a rule for salary, not for mergers, not for a multi-issue commercial contract. What generalizes is the shape, not the figure. Your gain from being aggressive grows steadily, and your risk of no deal grows slowly and then suddenly. The optimum is therefore ambitious but not maximal, and where it sits depends on how badly you need the deal. The same paper does one more thing. It empirically amends the midpoint bias, the near-universal belief that the two sides eventually meet in the middle of their opening offers. At that scale, settlements do not land at the midpoint. The authors report evidence instead for what they call a buyer bias. So the next time someone in your organization opens absurdly high on the theory that you will split the difference, you can tell them that the largest dataset ever assembled on the question found that the difference does not get split. So, the verdict, my judgment, not a finding, and labeled as such. Usually go first, but only under 2 conditions and never under a third. Condition 1, you know enough about the bargaining range to name a number you could defend out loud, not a number you like, a number you can explain. The meta-analytic evidence says an anchor that reads as arbitrary does nothing, so if you cannot justify it, you are not anchoring, you are guessing in public. Condition 2, the offer you are about to make does not disclose your priority ranking across the issues. If it is one number on one issue, it cannot. If it is a package, assume it does until you have checked. And the disqualifier. If your opening would reveal what you care about most, do not open. Either restructure it so that it does not, an equivalent value package that does not telegraph the trade-offs, or a number on the one issue you are content to be transparent about, or let them move and use the responder's countermeasure, which costs you nothing. They're alternatives. They're walk away, your own target, before you say anything back. Compressed to something you can run in a real room, 2 questions. Is this one number or many? If it is one number and I know the range, I go first, ambitiously but defensively. If it is many, does my opening say which ones matter to me? If it does, I fix the offer or I let them start. And if I do not know the range at all, I do not open, I buy information first, because an anchor I cannot defend buys me nothing, and an anchor that is wildly off buys me an impasse. What would change my mind? If a field study at anything like the eBay scale examined multi-issue negotiations and found that the priority leak does not survive outside the laboratory, I would drop the second condition and simply tell you to go first. If a pre-registered replication of the information anchoring work failed, same answer. Conversely, if a large field study found that first movers do systematically worse in multi-issue commercial deals, I would invert the default and tell you to let them speak first as a matter of course. As of August 2026, none of those exists that I could find, which is why the rule is conditional rather than confident. One last thing, and it is the bridge. Look at what the first mover disadvantage actually is. It is a penalty for sharing information, and it is the same information that, shared with the right counterpart, makes a deal bigger for both sides instead of merely split differently. Telling someone what you care about is how you find trades. It is also how you get exploited. That tension has a name, and it is the subject of Chapter 8, The Negotiator's Dilemma. Chapter 8, The Negotiator's Dilemma. Every negotiation asks you to do two contradictory things at once. To make the deal bigger, you have to tell the other side what you actually care about. To make your share of it bigger, you have to keep exactly that to yourself. The punishment for mishandling that is not a blow-up or a walkout. It is a mediocre deal that both sides sign and neither notices was mediocre. Two terms first. A distributive negotiation operates under zero-sum conditions, where any gain made by one party comes at the expense of the other. There is a fixed pie, and the play is to anchor high and concede slowly. The archetype, which the program on negotiation at Harvard uses itself, is haggling over a used car. One issue, and one side's gain does come at the other's expense. An integrative negotiation instead attempts to create value in the course of the negotiation, to expand the pie, by compensating a loss on one item with gains from another, or by reframing the issues. Now the trap. David Lax and James Sabinius, in The Manager as Negotiator, have a chapter titled The Negotiator's Dilemma, Creating and Claiming Value, confirmed in the book's catalog record. Their argument: negotiation necessarily contains both a cooperative, value-creating element and a competitive, value-claiming element, and the two sit in structural tension because the behaviors serving one damage the other. Claiming value requires you to start high, concede slowly, exaggerate your own concessions, minimize theirs, and conceal information. Creating value requires the opposite: openness, honest disclosure of your priorities, and a joint search for something better than either of you walked in with. Say the payoff structure out loud. It is the prisoner's dilemma, and you already have the intuition. 4 cells. If you both create, the outcome is good for both. If one of you creates while the other claims, it is terrible for the creator and excellent for the claimer. If you both claim, mediocre for both. That last cell is the entire problem. Both parties are better off cooperating, but neither can be certain what the other will do, and under that uncertainty, the individually rational move is to claim, driving the pair into mediocre and mediocre. Notice what makes this a dilemma rather than a decision. Your counterpart sits inside the identical structure, reasoning the identical way about you. Nobody has to be dishonest for this to happen. The structure does it. A note on attribution. One sentence I can give you as a genuine quotation, verified through the program on negotiation quoting the book. Value creation and value claiming are inseparable parts of negotiation. Everything else I described is reconstructed from an academic summary of that chapter, not the book's own pages, which I could not retrieve in full. Take the structure as solid and the phrasing as mine. Name the commercial interest, as always. Sabinius is a professor at Harvard Business School, vice chair of the program on negotiation at Harvard Law School, and co-founder and partner of Lax Sabinius, a firm specializing in corporate and government negotiations. So this framework is at once an academic model, the product of a paid advisory practice, and the curriculum of executive education programs selling multi-thousand-dollar seats. That does not make it wrong. It is the most useful analytical frame in the field, but the people telling you structure matters most also sell structure advice. So how does anyone actually create value? Almost always by one mechanism with an unglamorous name: log rolling. You trade across issues the two sides value differently, conceding on what you care less about to win what you care more about, while they do the same in the opposite direction. That is the whole engine under essentially every win-win that is real rather than rhetorical. And the counterintuitive point the program on negotiation draws from Bazerman and Moore: negotiators encountering differences often see obstacles, when differences are frequently opportunities. Which differences? The literature names 4. Differences in interests: you want speed, they want certainty. Differences in projections about future events. Differences in willingness to accept risk. and differences in time preference about payment or performance. Hold that list. It is the test of whether your negotiation has integrative potential at all. Now the best evidenced practical answer to the dilemma: the multiple equivalent simultaneous offer, MESO, instead of one package. You put 2 or 3 on the table together, structured so you value them equally but they differ across issues. Here are 3 packages. They are worth the same to me. Which works best for you? Their choice reveals their relative priorities without you asking them to disclose anything, and without you disclosing your reservation value, the worst deal you would still accept. That is why it bites. It harvests preference information while conceding no claiming leverage. This is the strongest evidence in the chapter. Leonardelli, Gu, McRuer, Medvec, and Galinsky, in Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes in 2019, ran 6 experiments against single package offers and reported 3 named mechanisms. The agreement sincerity effect. Recipients read multiple offers as signaling genuine interest in agreement, which strengthened the offer's anchoring pull and improved the offer's outcomes. The initial recipient value effect. More options raises the chance that at least one package is economically attractive to the other side, improving the joint outcome. And the cooperation effect. Offering a choice built cooperative standing and produced a more collaborative climate. Their headline conclusion: negotiators offering these packages claimed and created more economic and relational value. The technique relaxes the dilemma rather than trading one horn for the other. The honest caveats. These are laboratory experiments with simulated negotiations, the standard method here, and I did not verify effect sizes or field generalizability. The advice that 2 or 3 packages is the right number is practitioner guidance, not a measured optimum. And there is a constraint the lab hands participants for free. To build genuinely equivalent packages, you must price your own trade-offs against one another. Most people walk in having never done it. Take that as your homework. Next, contingent contracts, and then the complication I think is the most honest thing in this subject. Bazerman and Gillespie made the case for them in the Harvard Business Review in 1999. 2 parties with common interests fail to agree because they hold different expectations about the future, each too confident or too suspicious of the other to compromise. The fix: do not finalize terms until the uncertain event takes place. Tie the payment to the outcome. They list 6 benefits. A difference of opinion becomes the basis of agreement rather than an obstacle to it. Negotiators' biases cancel out. Asymmetric information matters less. Deceitful dealings get uncovered. Risk is shared, and promises get kept. Here is the complication. In 1983, Sabinius and Giannakopoulos published a formal result in the Journal of the American Statistical Association titled "Don't Bet on It: Contingent Agreements with Asymmetric Information." Their finding, in their own words: in the process of formulating this kind of agreement, information about the basis for each person's probabilities may be indirectly revealed to the other, because the very willingness to accept a proposed bet conveys information. And under stated conditions, that the parties share prior beliefs and that what each knows is common knowledge, simple discussion of the acceptability of any proposed bet is shown to reveal enough about the parties' private information to render the bet unacceptable. Sit with that. The contingent contract is the flagship device for bridging disagreement about the future, and it can dissolve while you negotiate it, because proposing and haggling over the contingency is itself a transmission of information. If you are so certain the drug will be approved, why are you willing to let me pay less if it is not? The dilemma has reappeared one level deeper. The very move that creates value leaks the information that lets the other side claim it. And note who proved it. Sabinius established this decades before publishing the trade books that recommend clever contingent structures. His own theorem undercuts his own later advice. Nobody forced that into the record, and it is a model of the intellectual honesty this course is trying to teach. The boundary condition matters. The unraveling result holds under common priors and common knowledge information partitions. Where those assumptions fail, where you differ not in beliefs about the same facts but in preference, risk appetite, time preference, contingent structures survive perfectly well. Bets on beliefs are fragile. Trades on tastes are robust. Now the critics at full strength. Gerald Wetlaufer, in The Limits of Integrative Bargaining, reaches 3 conclusions. First, that opportunities for integrative bargaining are not nearly as pervasive as is sometimes authoritatively asserted. Second, that the claim that such opportunities make good behavior a simple matter of rational, pecuniary self-interest is not nearly as strong as is sometimes claimed, both because the opportunities are less pervasive than has been asserted, and because even where they exist, the case for good behavior is weaker than has been claimed. Third, and this is the sting, that the case for good behavior cannot rest entirely on pecuniary self-interest. He accepts the standard taxonomy of what generates integrative potential, the same 4 differences I gave you, then argues those conditions are scarcer in practice than the win-win literature implies. That is an ethical argument as much as an empirical one. The win-win literature quietly smuggles in a promise that honesty always pays. If integrative opportunity is rarer than advertised, be decent because it is profitable is a load-bearing claim that will not bear the load, and decency must be justified on some other ground. James White, reviewing Getting to Yes in 1984, brings the other charge. He grants that the book offers a forceful and persuasive criticism of much traditional negotiating behavior. Then the knife. The authors seem to deny the existence of a significant part of the negotiation process, and to oversimplify or explain away many of the most troublesome problems inherent in the art and practice of negotiation. His verdict, word for word, is that the book is frequently naive, occasionally self-righteous, but often helpful. White's accusation is not that the win-win school solves the distributive moment badly, but that it pretends the moment is not there. So, is win-win real or is it naive? Here is my judgment, labeled as judgment rather than finding. Integrative gains are real, and the mechanism is not mysterious. It is log-rolling across issues the 2 sides price differently. But that mechanism has a precondition, and the precondition is load-bearing, multiple issues, valued differently by the 2 sides. Where that holds, expanding the pie is not motivational language but arithmetic, and the multiple offer experiments show one structure that captures it. Where it does not hold, win-win advice is not merely useless. It is actively misleading. Push on that second half, because it is the part the literature is squeamish about. A genuinely single-issue, one-shot price negotiation with no relationship afterwards has no log-rolling surface at all. Hunting for interests behind positions there produces theater. And worse, a negotiator who thinks he is being sophisticated while a competent distributive player takes his surplus. The correct move in a genuinely distributive setting is competent distributive play. A strong alternative to this deal, a well-chosen anchor, disciplined concessions, and a clear view of the zone of possible agreement, ZOPA, the range of deals both sides prefer to no deal. Believing every negotiation is secretly integrative is its own naivety, just a more flattering one. 2 further reasons to hold the pie-expanding instinct loosely. Sabinius showed in 1983 that adding or subtracting issues can create or enhance a zone of possible agreement, and can also reduce or destroy one. An added issue can kill the deal. And disclosure alone is not sufficient. DeDrew, Kuhl, and Steinel, in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2000, found negotiators hold fixed pie perceptions, the belief that your outcomes and theirs are diametrically opposed, and that when those go unrevised, integrative agreements are unlikely. Negotiators held accountable for how they negotiated revised those beliefs even when information exchange was held constant. Pouring disclosure into someone unmotivated to update their model buys nothing. What would change my mind? If field evidence, real negotiations, real money, not simulations, showed that trained negotiators reliably find integrative structure inside deals that looked single-issue going in, I would weaken the distributive carve-out sharply. My position rests on the single-issue negotiation being a real category rather than a failure of imagination. Conversely, If the multiple offer results failed to replicate outside the laboratory, I would downgrade the strongest practical tool here to a plausible heuristic. And one line I will not lend you. The claim that negotiators and the literature overinvest in tactics at the expense of structure is an assertion these authors make about their own field. I looked for a survey or a dataset behind it and found none. It may well be true, but it is not a finding, and anyone attaching a percentage to it has invented the percentage. That assertion points at the right question, and it is the subject of Chapter 9. If the value in a deal comes from differences across multiple issues, the most consequential decisions may not be taken at the table at all. They are decisions about which issues are on the agenda, how the agreement is architected, and, most consequential of all, who is at the table in the first place, and in what order you approach them. That is deal design, and it is where the leverage lives. Chapter 9: Deal Design and Who is at the Table. Almost everything written about negotiation is about a room. Two parties, a table, an opening number, a concession, a silence held a beat too long. That room is real, and the skills you use inside it are real. But there is a serious argument that by the time you walk through the door, the decisions with the most leverage have already been made, the decision about what is being negotiated, and the decision about who is negotiating it. This chapter is about those two decisions, and about a framework that puts them at the center rather than the margin. The framework comes from David Lax and James Sabinius, and before I use a word of it, I want to name what they sell. Sabinius is a professor at Harvard Business School and vice chair of the program on negotiation at Harvard Law School. He is also co-founder and partner of Lax Sabinius LLC, a firm specializing in corporate and government negotiations. So the framework is three things at once: an academic model, the intellectual product of a paid advisory practice, and the curriculum of executive education and Harvard programs that sell seats costing several $1,000s each. The people telling you that the setup matters more than the table also sell advice on the setup. That is not an accusation, and it does not make them wrong. It is a reason to ask what the evidence actually is, which is what I am about to do. The framework is called 3D negotiation, and its cleanest statement is in a paper from 2002 in Negotiation Journal titled Deal Crafting: The Substance of Three-Dimensional Negotiations. Here is the author's own framing, close to their words. Much of our understanding of negotiation, they write, focuses on the process at the table, involving a complicated set of interpersonal dynamics and strategies, a one-dimensional approach to the subject. Conceptually independent of those one-dimensional process factors is a second dimension of negotiation, deal crafting, which focuses on substance in the effort to create joint value. And a third dimension involves entrepreneurial moves away from the table, which include the first two dimensions, but offer ways in which negotiators can change the game advantageously. Unpacked, that gives you three different places to do work. Dimension 1 is tactics at the table: rapport, framing, anchoring, the practice of putting a number down early so that everything afterwards is judged relative to it, concession patterns, reading the room. This is what nearly all popular negotiation training sells, and it is what most people mean when they say they are good at negotiating. Dimension 2 is deal design or deal crafting. This is the architecture of the agreement itself, which issues are in it, how it is structured, what contingencies it carries, in what sequence the obligations fall. The paper's instruction here is a relentless focus on creating maximum value and an equally relentless focus on differences as the means to create joint gains. Dimension 3 is setup or scope, entrepreneurial moves away from the table. Who is at the table at all, which issues are on the agenda, what each side's no-deal alternative looks like, and in what order parties are approached. In the Harvard Business Review version of the argument, published in 2003, the authors describe setup as happening behind the scenes, away from the table, both before and during negotiations, to set and reset the bargaining table. Now the part I am obliged to be honest about, and it goes to the heart of the chapter. In that Harvard Business Review article, the authors write that many negotiators, and much of the negotiation literature fixate on only the first two dimensions. That claim is the engine of the whole framework. That attention is misallocated, that people overinvest in tactics and underinvest in design and setup. I went looking for what supports it. There is nothing. No survey, no experiment, no dataset showing how negotiators actually distribute their preparation effort, and certainly no percentage. It is an assertion about the state of a field, made by two people who have a professional interest in that field's attention moving toward the thing they consult on. If you ever hear a number attached to this claim, some share of negotiators who allegedly overprepare tactics, treat that number as invented until somebody shows you the study. So what do you do with a claim that has no evidence behind it? Here is my view, and I am labeling it judgment rather than finding, because that is exactly what it is. I find the claim persuasive, I act on it, and the reasons are arguments rather than data. First, it matches the structure of the market. Tactics are teachable in a 2-day course, and setup is not, so the supply of training skews toward tactics regardless of where the value sits. Second, the analytic case for the setup dimension is old and independent of the trade book. Sabinius worked it out in a paper in the journal International Organization in 1983, 20 years before the Harvard Business Review piece, and that paper is noticeably more careful than the popularization. Third, the cost of acting on it is low and the payoff is asymmetric. An extra hour spent asking who else could be at the table costs you an hour, and if it works, the gain is structural rather than marginal. That is a decision made under uncertainty, not a conclusion drawn from evidence, and I want you to be able to tell those two things apart, because most books in this field will not help you tell them apart. This is a small moment, and it is the entire standard of this course. When I have a study, you will get the study and its method. When I have a hunch, you will be told it is a hunch. The one setup case I can give you with named parties and a documented outcome comes from that same Harvard Business Review article. Steve Perlman had built a prototype at Web TV Networks on seed funding and needed serious money. The obvious move is to walk into a venture capital firm. He did not. He first forged a deal with Philips, then used that deal to sign up Sony, and only then went to the venture capitalists, which enabled him to negotiate new venture money at a higher valuation. That is one documented case, so treat it as an illustration rather than proof. And note what is absent. No valuation figures were published in anything I can verify, so if you hear this story told with specific dollar amounts attached, those amounts did not come from the source. What the sequence demonstrates is worth sitting with. Nothing Perlman could have done in the room with an investor, no framing, no anchor, no silence, would have moved a valuation the way two signed consumer electronics partners did. He did not out-argue anybody. He changed who was in the negotiation, and he changed what already existed in the world before it began. The authors call the underlying principle backward mapping. Start from the deal you ultimately need and work backwards to work out which agreements have to exist first. The order in which you approach people is a variable you control, and it is usually a variable nobody thinks to set on purpose. Sequencing cuts in both directions, and the same body of work says so. That 1983 paper is titled Negotiation Arithmetic, Adding and Subtracting Issues and Parties, and it makes the general case precisely. Issues and parties, Sabinius argues, are often choice variables whose ultimate configuration can have decisive effects on a bargain's outcome. Adding or subtracting an issue can yield one-sided gains to the use of power. It can yield joint gains that create or enhance a zone of possible agreement, the range of deals both sides would rather have than no deal, initials ZOPA, or it can reduce or destroy a zone of possible agreement altogether. The same analysis applies to adding or subtracting parties. Hold on to that third possibility, because it is the one the popular version drops. Expanding the agenda is not automatically good advice. An added issue can be the thing that kills a deal that would otherwise have closed, and an added party can be the veto that did not previously exist. Sabinius flags this himself. The analysis of such moves, he warns, may be altered by unintended complexity, unforeseen interrelationships, organizational considerations, transaction costs, and informational requirements. That warning sits in the academic abstract and is much quieter in the trade book, which tells you something about how confident writing gets when it is aimed at executives. Take the practical consequence seriously. The composition of the table is a variable rather than a given. Before your next negotiation, ask who else could be added: a partner whose commitment makes yours credible, a customer whose contract changes the economics, a colleague whose sign-off is the real constraint, another bidder whose existence changes your alternative. Then ask the subtraction question, which people almost never ask. Is there someone in this process making agreement harder than it needs to be? There is a formal result here worth knowing. Lax and Sabinius published a paper in the Journal of Conflict Resolution in 1991 on negotiating through an agent, and it shows that an agent's minimum demands unambiguously increase with uncertainty about the principal's reservation price. The worst deal the principal would genuinely accept, with uncertainty about the payoff function, and with the agent's own risk aversion. In plain terms, putting lawyers, bankers, or representatives between the principals tends to make agreement harder rather than easier. That is a theoretical result, not a field measurement, but it tells you the shape of a risk you can reason about in advance. Scope is the other half of setup. What is on the agenda at all? A negotiation with one issue is a fight. A negotiation with 4 issues is a design problem. If price is the only variable and nothing else is in play, every unit you gain is a unit the other side loses, and the honest response is competent distributive play, a strong alternative, a well-chosen opening, disciplined concessions. Hunting for hidden interests in a genuinely single-issue haggle produces theater, not value. Put more issues on the table and the arithmetic changes, because now you can trade across them. That trading is called log rolling. Each side concedes on the issues it cares less about in exchange for winning the issues it cares more about, so both sides finish better off than a straight split down the middle would have left them. Log rolling needs differences to run on, and the standard taxonomy names 4 kinds: differences in the parties' interests, differences in their projections about future events, differences in their willingness to accept risk, and differences in their time preferences about payment or performance. Notice the inversion in that list. Differences feel like obstacles and are usually the raw material. 2 parties who value everything identically have nothing to trade at all. One honest caveat before you get carried away. The legal scholar Gerald Wetlaufer, writing against the win-win literature, accepts that exact taxonomy and then argues that opportunities for integrative bargaining are not nearly as pervasive as is sometimes authoritatively asserted. He may well be right. Widening the scope is a hypothesis to test, not a guarantee to bank. Which brings me to the version of all this for someone who does not have a corporate development team or a Harvard consultant. Before your next negotiation, ask 3 questions and write the answers down. What else could be on the table? What timing, volume, exclusivity, scope, payment terms, references, risk sharing could turn a single-issue fight into something tradable? Who else could be at it or removed from it? And third, the question people skip and then regret. Is the person opposite you the one who actually decides? Because if they are not, every clever thing you do in the room is being relayed secondhand to someone who never heard it, by someone whose incentives are not yours. None of this is a technique. It is a habit of asking, before the meeting, whether the meeting is the right meeting. That is the highest leverage half hour available to you, and it is the half hour almost nobody spends. In the next chapter, I want to turn the standard I used in the middle of this one onto the whole field. Negotiation research has produced a set of famous findings, and some of them have survived attempts to reproduce them, while others have quietly not. Chapter 10 is about which is which, what actually replicated, what did not, and how to hear the difference when someone quotes a classic study at you across a table. Chapter 10, what the evidence actually supports. This chapter exists to make you harder to sell to, and that includes by me. Everything in this course sits on research that went through a public crisis in the 2010s, when psychologists tried to repeat their own famous experiments and often could not. Much of the negotiation advice industry is built on findings from that period, and some of them are no longer there. Before you take one more tactic from anybody, know what survived, what did not, and how to sort them yourself. Start with the base rate. The Open Science collaboration replicated 100 psychology studies in Science in 2015. 97% of the originals had reported significant results, 36% of the replications did, and replication effects averaged half the original magnitude. Many labs too followed in 2018, pre-registering replications of 28 findings across 15,305 participants. 15 replicated in the same direction, 9 ran the opposite way. Median original effect, 0.60 in standardized units. Median replication effect, 0.15. That fourfold shrinkage is the most useful number here. When a business book quotes a striking result, assume the truth is about a quarter of the advertised size, with roughly a 1 in 3 chance it is not there at all. Now the survivors. Anchoring is the backbone. The pull a number exerts on judgments made after it, so the first figure on the table shapes where the last one lands. As of August 2026, the best source is a meta-analysis by Rösler and shoots pooling 393 effects from a total sample of 17,708 people. The pooled result is a Hedges's G of 0.689, with a 95% confidence interval from 0.589 to 0.789. By convention, 0.2 is small and 0.8 large, so that is medium to large, with a confidence interval nowhere near 0. One flag. At the time of my research, it was still a preprint. The same meta-analysis carries a condition almost every popular retelling drops. Anchors communicated as randomly determined did not have effects. That is a direct hit on the most repeated anchoring story in the genre, the rigged wheel of fortune, the last 2 digits of your identity number supposedly moving an unrelated estimate. When the number is openly presented as meaningless, the pooled effect is absent. Credibility is not decoration on top of the mechanism, it is part of the mechanism. Which is good news for negotiators. A first offer is never presented as random. It arrives as a considered position from an informed party, exactly the condition under which anchoring works. And it holds at scale. 26 million real eBay negotiations, published in PNAS in 2023, show a linear anchoring effect of buyer offers on final sale price. The second clean survivor comes from the influence literature. Door in the face, DITF, is where you make an extreme request you expect to be refused, then follow with the smaller one you actually wanted, so the refusal makes the second feel like a concession already paid for. Cialdini and colleagues published it in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, JPSP, in 1975. In 2021, Jensko and colleagues published a direct replication in that same journal, reporting compliance rates similarly high as those Cialdini and colleagues found 45 years ago. Different country, 45 years on, top journal, and it held. Against the base rates above, a clean positive direct replication of a 1970s classic is unusual enough to be worth remarking on. Third, the judgment biases documented by Max Bazerman, Margaret Neal, and colleagues. Most carry the sample sizes of the 1980s and 90s, so call them supported rather than established. The mythical fixed pi is the assumption that whatever you gain, the other side must lose. Thompson and Hasty's 1990 paper is canonical. DeDrew, Kuhl, and Steinel added a fix in JPSP in 2000, showing that holding negotiators accountable for how they negotiated, not only for what they got, reduced fixed pi perceptions and produced more integrative agreements. Reactive devaluation is rating a proposal worse because of who is believed to have written it. The strongest demonstration is Mao's, Ward, Katz, and Ross in the Journal of Conflict Resolution in 2002. Israeli Jews rated an actual Israeli-authored peace plan less favorably when it was attributed to the Palestinians than to their own government, and both Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs devalued a Palestinian plan ascribed to the other side. Same document, word for word, rated worse purely on authorship, on both sides of a real conflict. A further study found people also construe its terms differently. Overconfidence needs correction rather than endorsement. Moore and Healy showed in Psychological Review in 2008 that the literature had run three things together: overestimating your own performance, overplacing yourself relative to others, and excessive precision in your beliefs. The first two dissociate and even reverse by task difficulty. The one that persists is over-precision, excessive certainty that your estimate is right. The bias that makes you sure about their walk-away number and sure the deal will close. Escalation of commitment, putting more in because you have already put a lot in, traces to Staw in 1976 and was consolidated by a meta-analysis in the Academy of Management Journal in 2012, spanning more than 35 years of research. I could not retrieve its pooled numbers, so you get none. The Winner's Curse, Bazerman and Samuelson, 1983, is the most solid of the set because economists replicated it independently. Two things worsen it: uncertainty about true value and the number of competing bidders. The more competition you beat, the more likely you overpaid, because winning is evidence you held the most optimistic estimate. Winning is selection on error. One more survivor, with limits stated. Multiple equivalent simultaneous offers, 2 or 3 complete packages you value equally, presented together, with the counterpart choosing, were tested by Leonardelli and colleagues in organizational behavior and human decision processes in 2019 across 6 experiments. Negotiators offering them claimed and created more economic and relational value. Recipients read multiple offers as more sincere. That is laboratory evidence with simulated negotiations, and I could not verify the effect sizes. It belongs in the survived column, a shelf below anchoring. Now the column that did not survive. I will be blunt here, because the alternative is complicity. Social and behavioral priming is the clearest casualty. The flagship claim was that people primed with the category professor scored 13% better on a trivia test than people primed with soccer hooligans. A registered replication report in 2018 pooled 23 direct replications from 40 laboratories, 4,493 participants in all. The difference was 0.14%. That is not a shrunken effect. That is nothing. One precision worth keeping. The reaction time word priming of cognitive psychology is real. What failed is the claim that an incidental cue reshapes complex behavior. Power posing is the most instructive failure. The original 2010 study had 42 participants and claimed testosterone rose, cortisol fell, and risk tolerance increased after 2 minutes of expansive posing. A large replication in 2015 found no effect on hormones or risk tolerance. Simmons and Simonson then ran a P-curve, a method asking whether a set of significant results is distributed the way real effects distribute. Over the 33 studies, the original authors had cited in their own defense, and concluded the distribution was indistinguishable from what you would expect if the average effect size were 0 and selective reporting alone produced the published results. Here is the nuance that makes this useful rather than merely embarrassing. A meta-analysis of 73 studies of expansive and contractive postures found the action is not where everyone thought. Expansive against neutral came out at 0.06, practically nothing. Contractive against neutral came out at 0.45, small to medium and real. The effect is driven by the absence of hunching, not the presence of a superhero stance. So the surviving instruction is not stand like a superhero, it is do not hunch. That meta-analysis has itself been challenged on method, so treat the two numbers as supported rather than settled. The direction is not in dispute. Ego depletion is the idea that willpower is a fuel tank that empties, and it underwrites the advice to negotiate early or push a tired counterpart. A 2014 analysis found strong signals of publication bias and concluded that after correction the effect was no different from 0. Against an uncorrected estimate, of 0.62. A pre-registered replication across 23 labs and 2,141 participants found 0.04. Confidence interval minus 0.07 to 0.15. A second, with 36 sites and 3,531 participants, found 0.06, non-significant, with the data 4 times more likely under the null. The lead author of that second study is one of the originators of the literature. That is the system working. Social Proof's flagship applied study is the hotel towel experiment, published by Goldstein, Cialdini, and Griscovicius in the Journal of Consumer Research in 2008. A field replication in 2014 ran in 2 German hotels with 724 and 204 guests. Both the standard environmental message and the descriptive norm message beat no message at all. But the descriptive norm message was not more effective than the standard message, and that comparison is the entire point of the original. Putting up a sign worked. The claim that the social proof sign beats an ordinary sign did not replicate. Given how often that study is used to sell behavioral consulting, and that its senior author runs a training business, that deserves saying plainly. Foot in the door, FITD, the small request that softens you up for the large one, is real but conditional. The most careful review identifies 6 competing psychological processes rather than the single consistency mechanism it is branded with, and says their combination accounts for the successes as well as the studies where it did nothing or reduced compliance. It can backfire, that is a different claim from it works. Scarcity has a large evidence base and a hidden weakness. A 2022 meta-analysis in the Journal of Retailing pooled 416 effect sizes from 131 studies and found that cues signaling unavailability generally raise value and desirability and increase purchase intentions. I could not verify the headline magnitude, so you get no number, but notice the outcome, intentions, not purchases. That distinction is one of the most commonly hidden weaknesses in applied behavioral science. An intention is what someone says on a questionnaire, in the moment, at no cost. A behavior is what they do, with their own money, when nobody is asking. The gap is not random noise that averages out. It runs one way because intentions systematically overstate action. Intentions are also far cheaper to collect, which is why so much applied research measures them. When a claim's outcome was "would you be more likely to," you have learned about answers to a question, not about the world. Finally, loss aversion. The famous version says losses loom about twice as large as equivalent gains. A 2018 review in the Journal of Consumer Psychology concluded that current evidence does not support that losses, on balance, tend to be any more impactful than gains. That is contested rather than debunked, and I will not tell you it is settled. What matters is that the framing phenomena survive however it resolves. 5 experiments published in JPSP in 2020 showed that framing an identical proposal as an offer of your resources rather than a request for theirs changes the outcome. Use the tool, hold the theory loosely. That sorting will go out of date. The interrogation will not, so here are 6 questions to put to any negotiation claim, including mine. First, was it measured or asserted? Much of what sounds like research is a practitioner generalizing from their career, which is illustration, not evidence. Second, was the outcome a behavior or a stated intention? Third, who were the subjects and what was at stake? Students allocating imaginary money in a simulation are the standard method here, and I have cited such studies in this chapter, but they sit well below 26 million real transactions. Fourth, how big is the effect? Statistical significance is partly a statement about sample size, not importance. Expansive posture at 0.06 is detectable in a large enough sample and matters to nobody. Fifth, has anyone replicated it, independently and ideally pre-registered? A famous single study is a hypothesis. Sixth, and never skip it, who is selling something? Nearly everyone here sells books, training, or consulting, and the strongest brands often carry the weakest flagship evidence. That is calibration, not accusation, and it applies to this course. Here is my adjudication, labeled as judgment rather than finding. The negotiation-specific literature came through the crisis in better shape than the general social psychology the popular books borrow from. Anchoring, the judgment biases and door in the face are still standing. Priming, power posing, and ego depletion are not. What would change my mind? A well-powered pre-registered failure of anchoring under informative anchor conditions, or a multi-lab null on framing effects in negotiation. One last thing, most of what you actually control in a negotiation is not a psychological trick. It is process, how you concede and in what increments, who drafts the document, what goes on the agenda, and in what order. That material is duller than a posture or a priming cue, and it has the advantage of being under your own hand. Chapter 11 takes it up, Concessions, Process, and the Pen. Chapter 11, Concessions, Process, and the Pen. This chapter is about the parts of a negotiation that never appear as a term of the deal. How fast you moved, who wrote the agenda, who was holding the pen when the contract got typed. None of it shows up in the signed document, and all of it shapes what the signed document says. Start with concessions. When you move from one number to another, you are not only changing a price, you are publishing information about where your limit sits, and they will read it whether or not you meant to send it. So the useful question is not how much to concede. It is what your pattern of conceding is teaching them. Deepak Malhotra and Max Bazerman, the Harvard Business School professors who wrote Negotiation Genius in 2007, describe the standard pattern. In most negotiations, early concessions are larger than later ones. Their example is a car dealership, where the salesperson starts at $45,000, then goes to $44,000, then $43,500, then $43,300. The steps shrink, and the shrinking is the message. Their reading is careful, and the care is the point. They call it a reasonable trend because a negotiator approaching his reservation value, his walk-away point, the number at which he is genuinely indifferent between this deal and his best alternative, has less room left. So most negotiators expect the taper and read it as a signal that the other party's limit is close. Then comes the sentence, the summaries drop. The other party could use that expectation strategically, offering concessions that quickly diminish in size to manufacture the appearance of a floor. Now the evidence label. That whole passage is an assertion. No study is cited at that point in the book, and I could not find one establishing that diminishing concessions cause better outcomes rather than merely being a described regularity people expect. So know what is being taught when you are told to taper. If you really are running out of room, it is honest communication. If you are not, it is a bluff, and the authors say so themselves. The mirror image matters too. Concessions that hold steady or grow teach the other side that waiting pays. The concession strategies in Negotiation Genius are worth having in their own structure. First, avoid unilateral concessions. Negotiation geniuses are flexible and willing to concede, they write, but they also demand reciprocity, and a norm of reciprocity pervades most negotiation contexts. Parties expect to take turns. Second, be comfortable with silence. A particularly dangerous time to speak is after you have made your offer and the other side is considering it, because if you speak when it is their turn, you will be paying by the word. Third, label your concessions, the one strategy here with a study behind it, Malhotra's own 2004 paper in Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes. People undervalue or ignore other people's concessions precisely to escape the feeling of obligation, and it is easy not to reciprocate when the other party's concession is not top of mind. So make it clear that what you just did is costly to you. Labeled concessions are hard to ignore, which makes non-reciprocity hard to justify. Fourth, define what reciprocation means rather than hoping they guess. Their script, I am willing to moderate my demands, though this will be very costly to me, and I am making a concession with the understanding that you will reciprocate with concessions of similar magnitude. Fifth, make concessions contingent. I can pay a higher price if you promise early delivery, with their warning attached. The more conditions you place on cooperating, the harder it becomes to build trust. What does the evidence establish about reciprocity of concessions? The strongest support is indirect but real. The door-in-the-face technique: make a large request, get refused, then make the smaller request you wanted all along, is essentially a concession reciprocity experiment. And Jensko and colleagues published a direct replication of the original 1975 study in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2021. Compliance rates were similarly high as those found 45 years earlier, and the findings, they concluded, support the idea that reciprocity norms play a crucial role. Different country, different continent, 4.5 decades later, and it held. What it does not establish is tit-for-tat as a negotiation strategy. Tit-for-tat comes from Anatol Rappaport's winning entry in Robert Axelrod's computer tournaments for the iterated prisoner's dilemma, a formal game with fixed payoffs, not a human negotiation experiment. Kopelman, writing in Negotiation and Conflict Management Research in 2019, draws exactly that line. Rappaport knew the difference between what works as an algorithm in a structured game and solving complex human social interactions. My read, labeled as judgment and not finding, matching their concession size is a sensible default because the reciprocity norm is well evidenced, but the tit-for-tat branding borrows a rigor from game theory that the transfer has not earned. A field study showing strict matching beats flexible reciprocation would change my mind. 2 experimental results survive intact, and both concern timing rather than size. Kwon and Weingart, in the Journal of Applied Psychology in 2004, found concession timing influenced how people valued the object and how satisfied they were with the partner and the outcome. Though my summary of that paper is machine-generated rather than the author's abstract, so treat the wording as approximate. The second is Galinski, Sadin, Kim, and Medvec, in the Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin in 2002. When a negotiator's first offer is accepted immediately, they generate counterfactual thoughts about how much better they could have done and end up less satisfied. And this held even when their objective outcomes equaled or beat those whose offers were not accepted immediately. Hence the counterintuitive advice: if you want the other side satisfied, take more of their money, because nominal concessions extracted from you leave them happier than an instant yes. Now the idea I think is most underused in this field, and it is process rather than tactic. It is called post-settlement settlement, from Howard Rafa's 1985 paper of that name in the Negotiation Journal. The definition is simple: an agreement negotiated after the initial agreement is signed, pursued in order to create additional value. You sign. Then you propose that you both go looking for a better version, with the signed deal as the floor. This dissolves a real problem. The negotiator's dilemma is the tension between claiming value and creating value. Finding the trades that make the pie bigger requires telling the other side what you actually care about, and that is exactly what a hard bargainer will use against you. So people stay guarded and leave value on the table. Post-settlement settlement moves the candor to a point where it is safe. Malhotra and Bazerman give 3 reasons. The signed agreement proves the parties can work together and creates optimism. Parties feel less anxious once a deal exists and share information more freely. And both sides understand they will only accept a new deal if it improves both outcomes. Their key sentence: the signed agreement becomes the new best alternative to a negotiated agreement, the new BATNA, for both parties. The ground rule is one line: either we both benefit or we stick with what we have agreed already. The risk is also one line: you do not want this read as an attempt to renege or squeeze out last-minute concessions, which is why the 4-step script matters. Step 1, acknowledge the progress already made in reaching the initial agreement. Step 2, say there are aspects of the deal you wish could be improved, and acknowledge they probably feel the same. Step 3, say you may already have conceded everything you can afford, but you are willing to think outside the box if that would help them. Step 4, state plainly that you are not looking for a new agreement, but for an improved agreement both parties prefer to the current one. Their verdict is that this is a severely underutilized tool. Many have never heard of it, Others are wary of renegotiating, doubt it can help, or do not know how to propose it. Their worst case is a small pharmaceutical chief executive who had already sold the rights to 8 drugs in development, reopened the deal, explained why he wanted more money up front, and got it in exchange for a right of first refusal on future projects, an issue never discussed in the formal negotiation. That is self-reported by a course participant, so treat it as illustration, not data. And note the commercial interest. These two sell executive education, and the course is theirs. 3 more process moves, cheap enough that skipping them has no excuse. First, get into the agenda conversation, actively participate, in their words, in the pre-negotiation discussions that set the agenda for substantive negotiations, because there is nothing worse than having a negotiation thrust upon you when you are not ready. Second, refuse time pressure. Instead of a 1-hour lunch, set aside an entire afternoon. If someone opens substantive discussion with an unexpected call, ask to reschedule. Unless they have given you specific, credible information that time is genuinely short, that pressure is a tactic. Both are assertions, no empirical citation is attached to the agenda advice, but they cost nothing, which changes the calculation. Third, hold the pen. Whoever drafts the document chooses the default on every point nobody argued about and shifts onto the other side the burden of noticing and objecting. Volunteering to write the first draft costs you effort and nothing else. Be clear what kind of claim that is. I found no experimental evidence for it. Its respectable cousin is the single negotiating text procedure associated with Fisher and Urey, where one evolving draft absorbs everyone's criticism instead of rival texts being traded. And I could not verify measured effects for that either. The default effect literature supports the idea that whoever sets the default wins the unargued points. Transferring that to contract drafting is an inference I find persuasive, not a finding. Now the setting most of you negotiate in, and the best evidenced material here. Naquin and Paulson, in the Journal of Applied Psychology in 2003, compared online and face-to-face bargaining. Online negotiations showed lower trust before the negotiation and lower trust after it. Participants reported less desire for future interaction, less satisfaction with their outcome, and less confidence in their own performance, and, in their words, despite the absence of observable differences in economic outcome quality. The money came out the same. The relationship did not. And the distrust was measurable before anyone had typed a word, so people bring it with them rather than acquiring it there. Morris, Nadler, Kurtzberg, and Thompson, in Group Dynamics in 2002, in a paper titled Schmooze or Lose, found email has a genuine advantage. Negotiators exchanged more complex, multiple-issue offers by email than face-to-face, because you can compose a package rather than improvise one. But email stripped out the rapport-building talk about contextual, non-negotiable things and the clarifying questions that prevent misunderstandings. In their second experiment, half the pairs had a personalized telephone conversation before the email negotiation, strictly non-business. Those pairs planned a cooperative negotiation from the outset and attained better economic and social outcomes. The caveat most retellings drop. That held primarily among mixed-gender pairs. A second cheap repair. Kurtzberg, Naquin, and Belkin, in the International Journal of Conflict Management in 2009, ran 2 experiments, with 122 executive MBA students and 216 MBA students. Beginning an email exchange with humor produced increased trust and satisfaction, higher joint gains for the pair, and higher individual gains for whoever made the joke. The mechanism is worth remembering. The gain came from exploring issues where the parties already agreed, not from better trade-offs. 2 further studies point the same way, and I name them without figures because I could not verify them. Stuhlmacher and Citra's 2005 meta-analysis found face-to-face negotiation less hostile than virtual, and Naquin, Kurtzberg, and Belkin's 2010 paper found more deception by email than on pen and paper. Direction only, no percentages. One more result completes it. Zedek and Stuhlmacher's meta-analysis on goal setting found the advantage of a specific, difficult goal was stronger when negotiations were not face-to-face. Remote negotiation removes the rapport you would have built by accident and raises the return on everything you decided in advance. Prepare harder for the email negotiation than for the meeting. Set a harder number, because the number does more work when you cannot read a room. And buy the rapport back deliberately with 5 minutes of non-business conversation on the phone or an opening line that makes them laugh. None of this is about winning a fight. It is the quiet machinery, the order of the agenda, the size of your steps, the ownership of the draft that decides outcomes people later attribute to charisma. Chapter 12 takes the opposite subject, hard tactics. Extreme anchors, good cop and bad cop, the exploding offer, the take it or leave it, the new demand that appears at signing. What each is trying to do to you, which ones work, and what to say when one lands on the table. Chapter 12, Hard Tactics and the Counter to Each. A warning about the evidence, because here it is weaker than elsewhere in this book. Almost everything that follows comes from one source. The chapter in Getting to Yes, titled What If They Use Dirty Tricks, by Roger Fisher, William Ury, and Bruce Patton. Name the money. Fisher co-founded the Harvard Negotiation Project, Ury sells books and mediation, Patton co-founded Vantage Partners, a consultancy that bills corporate clients. That is calibration, not accusation. It is still the best catalog anyone has written, but a catalog is not an experiment. Exactly one counter here has a controlled experiment behind it. The rest is practitioner advice, widely taught, never tested in the form in which it is taught. Start with the general counter, which is worth more than every specific one that follows. When you think a tactic is being run on you, say so out loud. Describe it neutrally, then stop negotiating about money and start negotiating about process. Getting to Yes gives 3 steps, and I quote, recognize the tactic, raise the issue explicitly, and question the tactic's legitimacy and desirability, negotiate over it. Why does describing a tactic disarm it? The book's diagnosis, verbatim. Such tricky tactics are illegitimate because they fail the test of reciprocity. They are designed to be used by only one side. The other side is not supposed to know the tactics or is expected to tolerate them knowingly. A tactic that depends on going unrecognized has already failed once it is named. One condition decides whether this works or blows up. Attack the tactic, never the person. If they get defensive, it becomes harder for them to drop it. That is the difference between, you are trying to manipulate me, and I notice we have a Friday deadline that did not exist on Tuesday. Where did that come from? The second gives them a dignified way to stop without admitting they started. The 2 things people do instead are both worse. Put up with it, which invites more, or respond in kind, which ends with one side yielding or the talks collapsing. Now the tactics, starting with extreme anchors, because this is the one place the counter is research. An extreme anchor is an opening number well outside any plausible range. The book's example is offering $175,000 for a house apparently worth $300,000. The goal is to lower your expectations, plus the bet that an extreme start yields a better end if you split the difference. It works. Adam Galinsky and Thomas Muswiller, in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2001, found across 3 experiments that whichever party made the first offer obtained a better outcome, and that first offers strongly predicted final settlement prices. Here is the part to remember. In the same paper, the advantage vanished under one condition. When the negotiator, who did not make the first offer, focused on information inconsistent with what that offer implied, the advantage of moving first was eliminated. 3 things did it, 1 per experiment. Thinking about the opponent's alternatives to this negotiation, thinking about the opponent's reservation price, the worst deal they would still sign, or thinking about your own target. Anyone neutralized the anchor, face-to-face and by email alike. I flag that loudly because it is rare. A controlled experiment with a documented result, not a rule of thumb. And notice the instruction is not to argue with their number. It is that before you answer, you deliberately call to mind their best alternative to a negotiated agreement, their BATNA, what they do if this dies, or the walkaway price you think they really have, or your own target. Do it silently in the 10 seconds before you speak. The effect is on your attention, not their behavior. The book adds a piece of advice. Ask for principled justification until it looks ridiculous even to them, and a warning. An extreme demand both sides know will be abandoned undermines credibility and may kill the deal. That warning is documented. Yola Maravi, Asia Paisy and Yov Ganzek, in Judgment and Decision-Making in 2014, found buyers using an aggressive anchoring tactic made higher profits. But their counterparts judged their own results worse than expected and were less willing to deal with them again. Across a market, the tactic reduced accumulated profits by raising impasses and prolonging negotiations. Good cop and bad cop. Two people on the other side stage a quarrel. One is immovable at $80,000. His partner looks pained, calls him unreasonable, and asks whether you could pay $76,000. In the book's words, the concession is not large, but it almost seems like a favor. It manufactures a contrast that makes a small move look generous and an ally you want to protect. The counter is recognition, and the book says the quiet part plainly. This is psychological manipulation, and if you recognize it, you will not be taken in. Refuse the contrast. Ask the good cop precisely the question you asked the bad cop. I appreciate you are being reasonable, and I still want to know why you think that is a fair price. What is your principle? Or name it in the book's own words. I am getting the feeling you two are running a good guy, bad guy routine. If you want a recess, just ask. There is a standard experimental study of the tactic by John Hilty and Peter Carnevale in 1993. I name it so you can find it, but I will not tell you what it found because I have not seen its results. Nibbling, the small extra request after agreement. Getting to yes calls the family escalating demands, raising one demand for every concession made, and reopening issues you thought settled. The documented example is the Prime Minister of Malta negotiating with Britain in 1971 over base rights. Each time the British thought they had a deal, he would say, "Yes, agreed, but there is still one small problem." The small problem turned out to be a £10 million cash advance or guaranteed jobs for dockyard workers. It works by decreasing the overall concession and making you want to agree before more demands appear. Why the moment of agreement is when you are least defended is my reasoning, not a finding. Once you believe you are done, you have spent the effort, told your boss it is closing, and stopped modeling the deal as contested. One more small item feels cheaper than reopening everything. The tactic is not exploiting your judgment about the item, it is exploiting the fact that you have stopped judging. The counter is specific. Call it to their attention, then take a break while you consider whether and on what basis to continue. The break is the move. It prevents an impulsive reaction while signaling that you consider their conduct serious. When you come back, the book says, anyone interested in settlement will be more serious. The word nibble is standard in the practitioner literature, but I could not verify who coined it, so I will not hand you a name. Exploding offers and deadline pressure. An offer with a short fuse, this price is good until Friday, or a deliberate delay, so a deadline argues on their behalf. Getting to yes calls the second calculated delay. Labor negotiators waiting until the last hours before a strike deadline, relying on that pressure to make management malleable. Why it works is structural. A deadline removes your ability to go looking for alternatives, the one activity that would improve your best alternative and your real power. It converts a decision about value into a decision about time. Here is the reframe I find most useful, and it is mine rather than the book's. An artificial deadline is a claim about the other side's internal process, not a claim about reality. Friday is not a fact about the world. It is a fact about someone's quarter, someone's approval cycle, someone's manager. Heard that way, the response is obvious. Who set that date, and what happens the day after it? That is also the practical test for telling a real constraint from a manufactured one, And again, this is my reasoning rather than a documented finding. A real constraint attaches to an event that exists independently of this negotiation. Getting to yes lists examples: the date taxes are due, an annual trustees meeting, the end of a contract, or of a legislative session. Ask what specifically changes on Monday. A real constraint produces a name, a document, or a calendar entry. A manufactured one only restates itself. That restatement is the tell. The book gives two counters: make the delaying tactic explicit and negotiate about it, and create a fading opportunity for the other side. If you are negotiating a merger, start talks with a third company. That is the honest version of deadline pressure, because it is real. You are improving your alternative rather than inventing a clock. The higher authority gambit. Getting to yes calls it perhaps the most common tactic used to justify not yielding, and its shape never varies. I personally have no objection, but my boss absolutely refuses to hear of it. It extracts movement while preserving rapport, because there is no villain in the room to be angry with, and it lets them bank your concessions while never having authority to return one. The documented counter is to root around it. Get their agreement to the principal involved in writing where you can, then speak directly to the hard-hearted partner. The preemptive counter is better and costs nothing. Before you concede anything, establish who can actually say yes. If we agree terms today, what happens next, and whose signature does it need? That is a practical translation of the book's advice rather than a tested move. The written principle matters for the same reason. The absent authority inherits a commitment instead of a blank page. Take it or leave it. The book is even-handed here and right to be. There is nothing inherently wrong with confronting the other side with a firm choice. You see a can of beans priced at $1.50 and you do not go looking for the manager. That is an efficient way to conduct business, but the authors add, it is not negotiation. Nor is there anything wrong with ending a long negotiation that way, except that you should phrase it politely. The counter has 3 parts. Consider ignoring it at first, keep talking as though you did not hear, or change the subject by introducing another solution. If you do name it, let them know what they stand to lose if there is no agreement. Then look for a face-saving way out, such as a change in circumstances. A take it or leave it is a commitment, and commitments need an off-ramp that humiliates nobody. The book's example is a union answering management. That was your final offer before we discussed our efforts to make the plant more productive. So, does running these tactics cost you? Start with the uncomfortable baseline. In one-shot encounters with strangers, hard tactics work. Kathleen O'Connor and Peter Carnevale, in 1997, observed participants misrepresenting their interests in 28% of their negotiations and reported flatly that use of the strategy led to favorable outcomes. Anyone telling you hard tactics simply do not work is selling you something comfortable. The argument, therefore, has to be about what changes when the game repeats, and there the evidence is thinner than you would hope. The strongest piece is one you already have. Maravi and colleagues, where anchoring raised profit in the encounter, reduced counterparts' willingness to deal again, and cut accumulated profit across a market. Now the most honest thing in this chapter. There is a famous paper on exactly this question by Catherine Tinsley, Kathleen O'Connor, and Brandon Sullivan in Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes in 2002, titled Tough Guys Finish Last: The Perils of a Distributive Reputation. It is the standard citation for the claim that a hard bargaining reputation costs you. I have verified it exists. I have not retrieved its abstract, its methods, or its results. So I am telling you the title and nothing else, and notice how often people cite that title as though it were a finding. What does hold up is more useful. Cameron Anderson and Aiko Shirako tracked how reputations formed among MBA students across negotiation classes in 3 studies. Reputations were linked to people's history of behavior, but not strongly. The link held firmly only for those who were well known and received a lot of social attention. For less visible people, largely ignored by others, behavior had little impact on reputation at all. Behavior predicted reputation only in aggregate, never from a single interaction. Here is my read, and it is judgment, not finding. The reputational case against hard tactics is usually stated as a moral law: cheaters always lose, and that version is not supported. The supported version is conditional, and the condition is visibility. If you are anonymous, passing through, never seen again, the research says you may well get away with it. If you are the person your organization has opinions about, back in the room next month, your behavior is exactly the kind that gets encoded into a reputation. Most of your negotiations are with the same 20 people. What would change my mind is the Tinsley paper turning out to show a null result, or a field replication of Anderson and Scirocco outside a business school. That leaves the harder question, which is not about pressure, but about truth. Every counter in this chapter assumed the facts on the table were real. Chapter 13 takes the case where they are not. What happens when someone says they have another offer and they do not? Where the line sits between a bluff about your own bottom line, which the law largely tolerates, and a false claim about a fact, which it does not. And whether business bluffing is a shared convention that deceives nobody, as a federal judge argued in 1918, or simply lying with a better excuse. Chapter 13. Lying, Bluffing, and the Legal Line. A warning I will repeat. Nothing in this chapter is legal advice. I am not your lawyer. The law here is United States common law, which is mostly state law, so the same conduct can be actionable in one state and lawful in the next. If a real deal turns on any of it, consult a qualified lawyer licensed in your own jurisdiction before you speak rather than after. Now the frame. Almost everyone collapses 3 different categories into one word, and that is where the damage happens. Category 1 is illegal, lying about a material fact to induce a contract, which can void the contract and expose you to liability for fraud. Category 2 is legal but unethical. Conduct the law tolerates as opinion, puffery, or a claim about your own reservation price, the worst deal you would still sign, but which most ethical frameworks and most counterparts, once they find out, treat as lying. Category 3 is legal, defensible, and normal, but costly to your reputation. Aggressive anchoring, firm limits, silence, walking away. Hold those apart all chapter. Most negotiation failure happens not at the edge of Category 1, but between 2 and 3, where somebody doing something ordinary talks themselves one step further. Roy Lewicki, of Ohio State, built the standard taxonomy of ethically questionable tactics, stated canonically with Robinson and Donahue in the year 2000. MBA students in a semester-long course rated 30 deceptive tactics on a 7-point appropriate to inappropriate scale. That is a survey of attitudes, not a record of behavior. Factor analysis produced 5 factors, which they call a lay model of unethical tactics. 1. Traditional competitive bargaining, not disclosing your bottom line, inflated opening demands, concealing your priorities. 2. Attacking an opponent's network, undermining them with their boss or colleagues. 3. Misrepresentation, affirmatively false statements about facts. 4. Misuse of information. 5. False promises, commitments made with no intention of performing. The instrument is the 16-item self-reported inappropriate negotiation strategies scale. The load-bearing result is the separation of the first factor from the other 4. Traditional competitive bargaining is rated markedly more appropriate, the rest broadly inappropriate. I will not give per item numbers because I could not obtain them. The finding is qualitative. People share an intuition that strategic non-disclosure of your own position is acceptable, and that affirmative falsehood, sabotaging relationships, misusing information, and empty promises are not. Selective disclosure sits inside Factor 1, which is why the law also treats silence differently from speech. For behavior rather than attitudes, the best study is O'Connor and Carnevale, 1997. Some issues are common value, both sides want the same outcome, and parties fail to notice, which invites a nasty strategy. Feign opposed interest there, then trade the fake opposition for concessions elsewhere. Participants used misrepresentation in 28% of their negotiations, less often when both sides realized their common interests. The uncomfortable part, which I will not hide. Use of the strategy led to favorable outcomes. In a one-shot lab setting, the nasty strategy worked. The case against it is not that it fails. It is legality, ethics, and repeated play. Deception splits into commission, actively misstating, and omission, staying quiet. Schweitzer and Crossan, 1999, asked what curtails each. Study 1, 80 participants, direct questions and solidarity curtailed deception. Study 2, 74 dyads. Direct questions are particularly effective at curtailing lies of omission, but may actually increase the incidence of lies of commission. Sit with that. A direct question converts a comfortable silence into an uncomfortable choice. It kills the omission and pushes some counterparts into an outright lie. You are manufacturing the moment at which someone either tells you the truth or commits a falsehood, exactly the moment the law starts to care. To the law and the warning again, nothing in this section is legal advice. It is general background on United States common law, which is state law and varies materially. 2 of the 3 cases I name bind a single state each. Consult a licensed attorney in your own jurisdiction. Cornell's Legal Information Institute, in its entry on fraudulent misrepresentation last reviewed in January 2023, sets out 6 factors courts generally examine. A representation was made. It was false. The defendant knew it was false or made it recklessly without knowledge of its truth. It was made intending the plaintiff rely on it. The plaintiff did rely. The plaintiff suffered harm as a result. Non-disclosure of a material fact equals an affirmative falsehood when there is a duty to disclose. And whether you have one is exactly the jurisdiction-specific question you need a lawyer for. Anchor Case 1, Kessling against Hubler-Nissan, Supreme Court of Indiana, October 2013, So Indiana Law. A dealership advertised an inexpensive used car as a sporty car at a great value price. The buyer test drove it. It had to be jump-started and idled roughly. She asked the salesperson why. He said it would just need a tune-up because it had been sitting a while. Later inspections showed problems well beyond a tune-up. The court put both halves in one paragraph. The advertisement was textbook puffery, not actionable, because a reasonable buyer could not take it as a warranty about the car's performance or safety. But when the dealer has inspected the car and should know it has serious problems, answering the buyer's question by claiming it would just need a tune-up may be actionable as fraud. Boasting is free. Answering a direct question falsely about a fact you know is not, the legal mirror of Schweitzer and Crossan. That court also explained why the law tolerates puffery, quoting learned hand in Vulcan Metals against Simmons Manufacturing, Federal Second Circuit, 1918. Here is the concession that gives the game away. There are some kinds of talk which no sensible man takes seriously, and if he does, he suffers from his credulity. If we were all scrupulously honest, it would not be so. But as it is, neither party usually believes what the seller says about his own opinions, and each knows it. Hand is not saying puffery is honest. He is saying it is a shared convention that deceives nobody, and the law will not police talk nobody relies on. And he sets his own limit. It makes much difference whether the parties stand on an equality. A chemist's opinion to a layman is not the same as that opinion between 2 chemists. Hold on to that. It decides the argument later. Anchor Case 2, Kabachnik against Hanover Elm Building Corporation, Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, January 1952, So Massachusetts law. A Boston retail tenant was paying $4,500 a year. His new landlord said they had a bona fide offer from a named third party at $10,000 a year, and that unless he matched it on a 12-year lease, they would evict him. He signed. The offer did not exist, and they knew it. The older rule would have thrown that claim out. Statements about the price you have been offered were seller's talk, not actionable even if false and intended to deceive. The court abandoned it. This was more than a statement of opinion, it held. It was a representation of an existing fact. Why should one making such a representation be immune from liability if it was false? The old rule, it added, is difficult to justify on principles of ethics and justice. Put the cases together for the most useful contrast in this chapter. This is a great price, is puffery. I have another offer at 10,000 when you do not is a representation of existing fact and can be actionable deceit. But it is not illegal everywhere. That court found the weight of authority elsewhere already agreed, widely shared, not universal. Your jurisdiction, your lawyer. The invented rival bid is exactly the lie people assume is harmless. It feels like a bluff about your own position. It is not. It is a factual claim about a document that does not exist, made by someone who knows it does not exist, to induce reliance. You may keep your cards face down, you may not describe a card you do not hold. Now the ethics, 4 positions at full strength. Albert Carr, in the Harvard Business Review in January 1968, published Is Business Bluffing Ethical? Subtitled, The ethics of business are not those of society, but rather those of the poker game. Business, like poker, is a game with internal rules. Bluffing inside them is not lying in the ordinary sense, because every participant knows the convention and consents by playing. The piece opens by quoting the objection it answers. Bluffing is nothing more than a form of lying, you're advising them to lie. The full text is paywalled, and I have read only that opening, so I will put no other sentence in Carr's mouth. The sophisticated version is Thomas Carson's, in Business Ethics Quarterly in 1993, Second Thoughts About Bluffing. Carson concedes the hard case. If I am selling a house and say $90,000 is absolutely the lowest I will accept, knowing I would take $80,000, that is, in his words, a lie according to standard definitions of lying. He then argues those definitions are untenable, and that on a better one, drawn from a hint in W.D. Ross, such statements would rarely be lies, and that it is usually permissible to misstate your bargaining position when you have good reason to think your counterpart is doing the same, and usually impermissible when you do not. Third, Dees and Crampton, 1991, propose a mutual trust perspective. Moral obligations are grounded in a sense of trust that others will abide by the same rules, and when grounds for trust are absent, the obligation is weakened. Reservation prices are the hard case, they say, because settlement preferences are so hard to verify that trusting the other party's revelations has no basis. 2 years later, they turn this into advice. Most deception is morally defensive, driven by suspicion that the other side is deceiving, and the fix is not a sermon but building trust, establishing common interests, and securing credibility for your statements. Fourth, the dissent. Sherwood, in 2021, in A Lie is a Lie, argues that lying in business negotiations is pro tanto wrong as far as it goes, absent countervailing reason, and no less wrong than lying elsewhere. 5 special exemption arguments are taken up and refuted. Consent, self-defense, the greater good, fiduciary duty, and practicality, which include Carr's poker table, Carson's second thesis, and the everyone does it shrug. And the paper does not rest on principle alone. It claims real practical benefits from not lying, which makes the strict position testable rather than merely noble. Here is my verdict, and I label it judgment, not finding. The 2 sides share more than either advertises. Everyone agrees affirmative lies about verifiable material facts. The competing offer, the product's condition, the budget document, are wrong and often illegal. The dispute is narrow, statements of your own reservation price and settlement intentions, precisely the category the law of puffery already exempts. And here is what resolves it. Even the permissive side attaches a reciprocity condition. Carson's license runs only when you have good reason to think your counterpart is doing the same and switches off when you do not. Dees and Crampton weaken the obligation only when grounds for trust are absent, which means it stands when they are present. Hand's doctrine holds only where the parties stand on an equality. Carr's analogy requires every player to know they are at a poker table. Not one of them defends bluffing a counterpart who is being straight with you. So, is bluffing acceptable? Has no answer because it is the wrong question. The question with an answer is, do I have good reason to believe this person is bluffing me? Where you genuinely do, an experienced counterparty across a distributive table, both of you knowing the ritual, the permissive arguments have force, and the law agrees. Were you do not, a junior colleague, a first-time founder, someone who told you their real number and expects the same back, every one of those arguments withdraws on its own terms. That asymmetry is not a loophole in the permissive position, it is the content of it. So the license is conditional, the condition is reciprocity, and you must check it honestly at the exact moment you have every incentive to conclude it is met. That is where people fail. If you find yourself building a case that your counterpart is probably bluffing too, on no evidence, you are excusing yourself rather than checking. And my verdict has limits. 4 literatures converging on reciprocity is elegant, and elegance is not evidence. What would change my mind? Show me that negotiators cannot reliably judge whether the other side is bluffing, predictions running near chance against measured deception, and the conditional rule collapses into a blanket license. Then the honest position becomes Sherwood's bright line, because a rule people cannot apply is worse than one they can. I know of no such study. Conversely, if Sherwood's practical benefits were tested and failed, the strict position would rest on principle alone. So, ask direct questions, knowing you are also creating the moment where someone may lie outright. Make your own claims verifiable, because verifiability is what stops defensive lying. And do not invent a rival bid. One final time. Nothing here is legal advice. The law varies by jurisdiction. The cases I named bind Indiana, Massachusetts, and the federal Second Circuit and not the world. And if a real deal turns on any of it, get a qualified lawyer in your own jurisdiction first. One question sits underneath this chapter, unasked. Everything here assumes you are at the table. Sometimes the right move is to refuse it, not as a tactic, but as a genuine decision to fight or walk rather than talk. That is harder than it looks, because the feelings pushing you toward refusal are the ones least visible to you. That is Chapter 14, When Not to Negotiate at All. Chapter 14, When Not to Negotiate at All. Before anything else, notice who is telling you to negotiate. Roger Fisher, William Ury, and Bruce Patton earn royalties on getting to yes. Patton co-founded the consultancy Vantage Partners. Ury sells keynote speaking and mediation. Harvard's program on negotiation publishes genuinely excellent free articles and sells multi-day executive education at the end of that funnel. And Chris Voss sells training through the Black Swan Group. Nobody on that list has a commercial reason to tell you that the best move available today is to leave the room and not come back. That is the structural bias in this field. A business built on a method must imply the method nearly always applies. So this is the least taught topic in the subject, which is not a coincidence, and also one of the most valuable things I can hand you. There is one serious book on exactly this question, and I am going to handle it carefully because I could not verify most of it. It is Bargaining with the Devil, When to Negotiate, When to Fight, by Robert M. Nookin, published by Simon & Schuster in 2010. M. Nookin is the Samuel Williston Professor of Law, Emeritus, at Harvard Law School and chair of the program on negotiation there. Note the commercial position again, though he is about as credentialed as this field gets. The title, subtitle, publisher, year, and academic post I checked, and they hold. So does the central question, because it sits in the subtitle. The book does not ask how to negotiate, it asks whether to. Should you sit down with an adversary you regard as evil, treacherous, or beneath engagement, or should you refuse and fight? Now the problem. The book sets out a short framework of guidelines for making that decision, and the only source I could reach for the content of that framework was a published review. The publisher's page and the full text were both closed to me. So what I would be reading you is a reviewer's paraphrase, possibly carrying the reviewer's own numbering, delivered in a confident voice as though it were M. Nookin's. I am not going to do that. A short numbered list would sound better than this paragraph does, which is precisely why you should not accept one from me. If you want the framework, buy the book. I have not read it. The same caveat covers the cases. That review describes the book as examining several conflicts, reportedly including Winston Churchill's refusal to negotiate with the Nazis in 1940 and Nelson Mandela's decision to engage with the apartheid government. Hold that pairing anyway, two men facing regimes they regarded as evil, reaching opposite conclusions, history vindicating both, because it shows the question cannot be settled by a rule. But it reaches me through a reviewer, not through M. Nookin. Everything after this is either verified material or my own reasoning, and I will say which each time. Start with the sentence that makes the chapter possible. Getting to yes puts it plainly, verbatim. The reason you negotiate is to produce something better than the results you can obtain without negotiating. Read that backwards, and it is a stopping rule. If what you can get without negotiating already beats anything achievable at this table, the negotiation has no function left except to talk you down. The term of art is BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement, coined by Fisher and Urry in 1981. It is not a number. It is a course of action you would genuinely take if you walked. Distinguish it from your reservation price, also called your bottom line or walk-away point, which is the worst set of terms you would accept here, a decision derived from the alternative rather than a fact about the world. And the book's claim is stronger than people remember. Verbatim, that is the only standard that can protect you both from accepting terms that are too unfavorable and from rejecting terms it would be in your interest to accept. It cuts both ways. It stops you signing something bad, and it stops you storming out of something good. 3 things about alternatives bear directly on the decision not to negotiate. First, verbatim, attractive alternatives are not just sitting there waiting for you, you usually have to develop them. Second, the aggregation error, in the author's words, one frequent mistake is psychologically to see your alternatives in the aggregate. If you walk, you get exactly one of them, so name it. Third, a widely repeated claim says most managers overestimate their alternative while researching their real options too little. I flag it honestly. That circulates as practitioner wisdom, and I could not trace it to a study. Which sets up the failure mode that ruins more negotiations than any hard tactic, continuing past the point of sense because of what you have already spent. Sunk cost is the money, time, and attention already gone, which no decision you make now recovers. Escalation of commitment is investing further into a course of action precisely because you have invested in it already. Let me be exact about my evidence, since this is a chapter about not faking things. My source material contains no controlled study of sunk cost inside a negotiation, and I am not going to invent one. What it does support is the mechanism. Getting to yes on the tactic of escalating demands says its benefit lies in the psychological effect of making you want to agree quickly before he raises any more of his demands. Near completion makes the next concession feel cheap compared with starting over. Their documented example is the Prime Minister of Malta negotiating with Great Britain in 1971 over naval and air base rights. Each time the British thought they had an agreement, he would say, quoting the book, "Yes, agreed, but there is still one small problem," and the small problem would turn out to be a £10 million cash advance or guaranteed jobs for dockyard workers. My own read, labeled as judgment and not as a finding. Effort already spent is the most common bad reason to keep going, and it is bad in a specific way. It is the one reason entirely about you, containing no information whatsoever about the deal. 9 months of work does not improve the terms. It only makes them harder to leave. Fisher and Urry offer the closest thing to a mechanism, and it is cheap, the tripwire. Identify in advance one imperfect package still clearly better than your alternative, and agree that if the deal falls below it, you stop and re-examine. Now bad faith, which is a different problem needing a different response. Some counterparts are not negotiating. They are using the appearance of negotiating to buy time, to extract information, or to launder a decision already made so it arrives wearing the costume of a process. The empirical taxonomy here is Lewicki's, consolidated in 2000 from a factor analysis of 30 tactics rated by MBA students in a negotiation course. The key result is qualitative, and I keep it that way, having no per item numbers. One family, traditional competitive bargaining, meaning not disclosing your bottom line and making inflated demands, is rated broadly acceptable. 4 families are rated broadly unacceptable, and 2 of those are what we are discussing: misuse of information and false promises, meaning commitments to future conduct made with no intention of performing. How do you recognize it? Watch for a counterpart whose questions run far ahead of their offers and for the absence of any decision that costs them something. Then use Schweitzer and Crossan, 1999, across one study of 80 participants and a second of 74 pairs. Direct questions curtail deception and are particularly effective at killing lies of omission, though they may increase outright lies of commission. Translate that into a diagnostic. Ask something direct and unavoidable. Who signs this? What is your budget? What happens if we do not agree by month end? And notice you have manufactured a moment. They answer, evade, or lie. All 3 tell you something, and evasion under a direct question is the cheapest bad faith detector you have. Why leave rather than negotiate harder? Because negotiating harder assumes you are in a negotiation. Getting to yes rejects both standard responses to a tricky tactic, putting up with it, illustrated by Chamberlain at Munich, where after Chamberlain thought he had an agreement, Hitler raised his demands, and responding in kind, which ends with one party yielding or the talks collapsing. Their move is to name the tactic, raise it explicitly, and negotiate about the rules rather than the substance, attacking the tactic and never the person's integrity. My addition, labeled as reasoning, that is a test as much as a repair. If you name the process problem and the process does not change, you have your answer, and staying is now a choice about your own time. Then the genuinely hard question, which is moral rather than tactical. Are there counterparts you should refuse to deal with even when a good deal is available? Both sides are serious. The pragmatic case for engaging is that refusal is itself a decision with consequences, usually for the people who depend on the thing getting done, and that moral disgust is a feeling, not a plan. Refusal also flatters the person refusing, which should make you suspicious of it. The case for refusing is that participation can be its own endorsement. Some deals require you to help do the thing you object to, and there is a live philosophical literature. Sherwood's 2021 paper on lying in business negotiations is the sharpest recent example, arguing that business is not a special moral zone where ordinary constraints are suspended, and that every argument to the contrary fails. My view, labeled as judgment. Refusal is defensible when it is a position you could have stated in advance, would apply to anyone, and can explain to a colleague who does not share your feelings. It is not defensible when it is a same-day reaction to being insulted, which is what it usually is. The moral case is strongest where the deal itself requires you to participate in the wrong, and weakest where you merely find the counterpart distasteful. Distaste is not a reason to walk. Complicity is. What would change my mind is evidence that principled refusal reliably produces better outcomes for the people you are responsible to than engagement does. I have not seen it. Underneath all of this sits one test that keeps reappearing across 4 separate literatures. Learned Hand, in 1918, allowed sales puffery because neither party usually believes what the seller says about his own opinions, and each knows it. Thomas Carson, in 1993, held that misstating your bargaining position is usually permissible when you have good reason to think your counterpart is doing the same, and usually impermissible when you do not. Dees and Crampton, in 1991, grounded the obligation in mutual trust and said that when grounds for trust are absent, the obligation is weakened. Fisher, Urry, and Patton say tricky tactics are illegitimate because they fail the test of reciprocity, being designed for one side only. 4 independent bodies of work, one answer. Nobody defends dealing in bad faith with someone who is dealing straight with you. The inverse is what this chapter is really about, and notice where those 4 converge, not on permission to lie back, but on the observation that the convention has lapsed. When the reciprocity condition fails, what you lose is not your license to deceive. What you lose is the negotiation itself, because you were never in one, and the correct response to not being in a negotiation is to stop attending it. So, the practical version. 4 signs to stop. 1. There is no ZOPA, no zone of possible agreement, the overlap between the two reservation prices, because the worst you would accept is still better than the best they would give. No amount of skill closes a negative bargaining zone. Only changing the issues, the interests, or somebody's alternatives does that, and if none can move, the deal does not exist. 2. No authority on the other side. Establish who signs before you concede anything, because a counterpart without authority can bank your concessions all afternoon and reciprocate with nothing. 3. A counterpart who reopens settled items. Once is a misunderstanding. Twice is a pattern, and the pattern says agreement with you has no value to them, which means reaching agreement is not what they are doing. 4. And this is the one people miss. The value of the deal has fallen below your alternative while you were busy winning it. Concessions accumulate quietly, each defensible alone, and there is a moment in many long negotiations when the thing you are fighting to sign became worse than the thing you would have done anyway, and nobody notices because everybody in the room is invested. Which brings me to what happens when you do stop, because that moment is rarely calm. Chapter 15 is about anger, apology, and difficult conversations. There is a practitioner framework there that is elegant and never formally tested, and a real experimental literature on expressed anger with genuine moderators, meaning conditions that flip the result. Most of what is sold as emotional intelligence in negotiation is the first wearing the clothes of the second, and we will keep them apart. Chapter 15: Anger, Apology, and Difficult Conversations. This chapter holds two very different kinds of material. The first is a practitioner framework for hard conversations, elegant, useful, never formally tested. The second is a real experimental literature on expressed anger, with controls and with genuine moderators, meaning conditions that flip the result. Most of what gets sold as emotional intelligence is the first wearing the clothes of the second, so I will mark which is which. Start with the framework. Douglas Stone, Bruce Patton, and Sheila Heen wrote Difficult Conversations, How to Discuss What Matters Most, first published in 1999 and reissued several times since. All three were at the Harvard Negotiation Project, and Patton co-wrote Getting to Yes, which makes this the direct successor to that line. That is also your calibration. They teach, consult, and sell books, and the Harvard name does work. I could not verify any controlled evaluation of the method. Treat it as a very good map drawn by practitioners, not a validated intervention. Their core claim: every difficult conversation is 3 conversations at once. The first is the what happened conversation, the surface argument about facts and blame. Parties usually agree on the bare facts and diverge on interpretation, so the fight that looks like a fight about what happened almost never is. 2 errors live there. One is the truth assumption, where each side takes itself to be right and the other simply wrong, when the real difference is in information. The other they call the intention invention. We read the other person's intentions off the impact they had on us. Your hurt feelings are evidence about you, not about their motive. Ask what they intended and stay open to the answer. The second is the feelings conversation. Difficult conversations, they claim, do not merely involve feelings, they are about feelings at their core, and unexpressed feeling does not stay out of the room. It leaks, it distorts the argument about what happened, and it makes listening impossible. The third is the identity conversation, and it is the best idea in the book. This is the internal one. What does this say about me? Am I competent? Am I a good person? It is why a hard conversation feels wildly out of proportion to its stated content. What is at stake is a self-image, and they identify all-or-nothing thinking as what makes identity fragile. If your identity is the binary claim, I am a competent person, any evidence of incompetence is existential, and you will fight the feedback rather than hear it. From that comes their most useful distinction: blame versus contribution. Blame asks who is at fault and who should be punished. It is backward-looking and moral, and it makes people defensive, which stops the flow of information. Contribution asks what each of us did or failed to do that got us here, causal rather than moral, joint rather than unilateral. It is not a soft way of saying the fault splits evenly. Contributions can be lopsided. It changes the question, not the answer. The practices follow. Open from what they call the third story, the vantage point a bystander would take, naming the difference between the two accounts without ruling on it. Not you have been unreliable, but you and I see the last 3 months very differently. And hold what they call the instance. I feel you let me down, and I understand why you did what you did. Both, not either. Here is my read, and it is judgment rather than a finding. This is a taxonomy, and taxonomies cannot be proved wrong. Its value is that it gives you somewhere to put a feeling and a next sentence to say. Its risk is that Harvard branding makes it feel evidence-based when it is not. Use it, do not cite it as science. Now the other kind of material, the core of the chapter. Anger is one of the few places in this field with real experiments and moderators pinned down rather than assumed. The foundational study is Van Cleef, DeDrew, and Manstead, 2004, in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. 3 controlled experiments in computer-mediated negotiations, where participants were told their counterpart was angry, happy, or neither. They conceded more to an angry opponent than to a happy one. The second experiment found the mechanism. People read the emotion as information about the other side's reservation point, meaning the worst deal that person would still accept. He is angry, so my offer must be near his limit. There was a crack in it already. The effect vanished when the other side made large concessions. When behavior contradicted the emotional signal, behavior won. The same team published a companion paper that year, and that is the one that should change your behavior. 3 more experiments, establishing when the effect appears. Participants conceded more to an angry opponent only when they had a low need for cognitive closure, meaning they were not rushing to settle on an answer, only under low time pressure, and only when they had low power. Anger works on people who are paying close attention and who need something from you. It does nothing to someone rushed, someone decided, or someone with a good outside option. Power is the master moderator, and the evidence there is unusually good. Van Cleef, DeDrew, Pietroni, and Manstead, 2006, in the European Journal of Social Psychology, reported 5 studies. 1 experiment, 1 field simulation, and 3 scenario studies across students, the general population, and managers, with 4 ways of operationalizing power, including quality of alternatives. The result held throughout. Low-power negotiators concede more to anger than to happiness. High-power negotiators are not moved at all. Multi-sample designs like this best predict that a finding will hold up, so weight it above any single clever experiment. Anger only fires downhill. Then it gets sharper. Van Cleef and Kate, 2007, in the Journal of Applied Psychology, added the perceived appropriateness of the anger. Lower power participants claimed less value from an angry adversary than from an unemotional one, regardless of whether the anger was warranted. Power beats propriety when you are the weaker party. But higher power participants demanded more value when the anger was inappropriate than when it was appropriate or absent. That is the backfire, and it is specific rather than random. A powerful counterpart, anger they judge unwarranted, retaliation. There is a second backfire condition almost nobody mentions. Van Dijk, Van Cleef, Steinel, and Van Beest, 2008, ran 3 ultimatum bargaining experiments. They confirmed the signaling mechanism, then found 2 conditions under which communicating anger left the angry party worse off. When the opponent had an opportunity to deceive them during bargaining, and when the consequences of rejecting the opponent's offer were low, so the other side did not fear impasse. Anger tells your counterpart where your limit is, and one who can misrepresent will use it. You are not only applying pressure, you are telling them which lie to tell. And culture flips the sign. Adam, Scirocco, and Maddox, 2010, in Psychological Science. Expressed anger drew larger concessions from European American negotiators and smaller concessions from Asian and Asian American negotiators. Their third study found the mechanism, and it is not ethnicity. It is the local norm about whether anger is appropriate. Framed as appropriate, Asian and Asian American negotiators conceded as much as European Americans typically did. Framed as inappropriate, European Americans conceded as little as Asian and Asian American negotiators typically did. The moderator was demonstrated in both directions, which is rare. One caveat before the practical version: there is no meta-analysis of anger in negotiation. A meta-analysis pools many studies statistically, and it is what tells you an effect survives across labs and samples. I could not find one as of August 2026. So these are individual studies, well-designed and mutually consistent, but not a settled body. The field's own reviewers say so. Anger tracks competition in every conflict setting studied, but its effects on other people differ by situation, sometimes eliciting cooperation, sometimes competition, sometimes nothing. The defensible summary: whether your anger helps depends on whether they need you, whether they have time to think, whether they think you are entitled to it, whether they can lie to you, and where they are from. That is 5 conditions. If you cannot check all 5, you are gambling. Now trust, which is where the cost sits. Schweitzer, Hershey, and Bradlow, 2006, tested whether violated trust can be restored. Their finding, in their own words: trust harmed by untrustworthy behavior can be effectively restored, but trust harmed by the same untrustworthy actions and deception never fully recovers, even when deceived participants receive a promise, an apology, and a series of trustworthy actions. The distinction is not between big violations and small ones. It is between being let down and being lied to. They tested the full repair kit, and the gap still did not close. There is a chapter in this course about deception, about what misrepresentation buys. This study is the answer to it, and it beats any moral argument because it concerns a consequence you cannot buy back. It is a lab study with small stakes, which usually means discount it. Here I think the lab understates it, because in life a lie also carries reputational damage the experimenters could not impose. Judgment, not a finding. On apology itself, the most cited work is Kim, Farron, Cooper, and Dirks, 2004, and its advice is genuinely counterintuitive. Across 2 studies, trust was repaired better when the accused party apologized for violations concerning competence, but denied culpability for violations concerning integrity. And second, when they apologized where there was subsequent evidence of guilt, but denied where there was evidence of innocence. Both halves matter. Do not take the first without the second. Denial only helps if you are actually innocent, and the evidence will show it. The logic underneath is asymmetric inference. One competence failure reads as a data point because people are good at some things and bad at others, so admitting it is survivable. One integrity failure reads as diagnostic of character because honest people are not honest only sometimes. So the blanket apology is bad advice. What you say depends on what you are accused of. There is a popular list of the components of a good apology circulating in this field. I could not verify its source, so I am not going to recite it. The pleasant counterpart is Brooks, Dye, and Schweitzer, 2014, on superfluous apologies. Regret expressed for a bad circumstance you are clearly not responsible for. The rain, the traffic, a delay you did not cause. Across 4 studies, these increased trust in the apologizer through perceived empathic concern. So, apologize freely for what is not your fault, and be careful and specific about what is. A word on bringing in a third party. I will undersell it, because the evidence is thin. Wall and Dunn, reviewing a decade of mediation research in 2012, concluded that the studies examining which mediator strategies work seem insufficient, and that few have used control groups or observed behavior in actual mediations. The only quantitative synthesis I could find comparing mediation with litigation is a divorce mediation meta-analysis by Shaw in 2010, reporting a grand effect size of 0.36, which the author calls small to moderate. It pools 5 studies. 5. And 4 of its 5 outcome categories are satisfaction and relationship measures rather than what people got. Mediation is worth trying when direct communication produces only escalation. It has not been shown to get you a better deal. Now the judgment you are owed, labeled as judgment. Given that expressed anger extracts concessions under conditions you can rarely verify in advance, and that trust damaged by deception does not fully heal, here is what I actually do. I split on one question: does the relationship continue? If it does not, if this is one meeting with someone I will never deal with again, the research says a display might buy me something, and I still would not use it, because the 5 conditions are unverifiable in the room, and one of them, their ability to lie back, converts my display into free information about my limit. If the relationship does continue, performed anger is off the table entirely. Not out of delicacy, because manufactured anger is a misrepresentation of my own state, and the strongest finding in this chapter says a counterpart who concludes you were lying does not fully come back. What I do instead is narrower and duller. I express real irritation when it is real and warranted, once aimed at the behavior rather than the person, and then go back to the third story and the contribution question. What would change my mind is a field study with real stakes measuring what counterparts actually did months later, rather than what they said they intended, or a meta-analysis pooling the anger studies. Neither exists. Until then, the finding is real, and the advice built on it is not safe. Those are different sentences. That leaves one piece of the emotional picture unexamined. The identity conversation says these exchanges hurt because a self-image is under threat. But some people pay a price for negotiating at all before a single hard word because of who they are taken to be. Chapter 16 takes up identity and the backlash effect. Who gets punished for asking, how heavily that finding is moderated, and what can honestly be recommended. Chapter 16, Identity, Gender, and the Backlash Effect. Of all the material in this course, this is the topic where the distance between what people believe and what the current evidence shows is widest. It is also the topic most likely to be quoted at you out of context, in both directions. So I am going to do 2 things carefully here. I will state each position at its full strength before I say which one I think is better supported. And I will tell you plainly which of the famous numbers I could not verify, because several of the most repeated statistics in this entire field are ones I could not trace to a primary source. Start with the story most people have. In 2003, Linda Babcock, an economist at Carnegie Mellon, and the writer Sarah Lashiver published Women Don't Ask. Its argument was that women initiate negotiations far less often than men, are more likely to read a situation as fixed when it is in fact negotiable, and pay a compounding career-long price for the salary they never asked for. A follow-up, Ask For It, appeared in 2007. Note the calibration point before anything else. This is a trade book, not a peer-reviewed study, and its authors have a book and speaking business built on the argument. That does not make it wrong. It does mean the incentive runs toward a strong headline. You have almost certainly heard the headline figures. There is a much-quoted contrast between the share of women and the share of men in one Carnegie Mellon cohort who negotiated their starting salary, a resulting starting salary gap stated in dollars, and an extrapolation of what a single unnegotiated first salary costs across a whole career. I am not going to recite those numbers, because when I went looking for a primary source, the publisher's page for the book no longer resolved and I could find no other retrievable record. I could not confirm them. That is not a claim that they are false. It is a claim that the 3 most recited statistics in the gender and negotiation conversation are, as far as I can establish, unverified, and you should know that before you repeat them in a meeting. The good news is that we do not need them, because the meta-analytic evidence is solid and it tells a more useful story anyway. The best current summary of whether women initiate negotiations less often is a meta-analysis by Katharina Kugler and colleagues in Psychological Bulletin. A meta-analysis is a study of studies. It pools the effects found across an entire literature. This one pooled 55 separate effects across 17,504 participants, students and employees both. It inherits whatever biases sit in the literature it pools, so it is not a magic wand, but it is a far better guide than any single striking experiment. Here is what it found. Women were less likely than men to initiate a negotiation at a standardized effect size of 0.20, which is small by the conventional benchmarks psychologists use. The author's own summary is that gender differences in initiation exist, but that they are small and context-bound. Two further findings matter more than that headline. The difference has been shrinking by year of publication, across studies running from 1977 to 2016. And the gap narrows when the ambiguity about whether negotiating is even appropriate is low. That second finding is the most actionable thing in this chapter, so let me put it in plain terms. A large part of what looks like a difference in personality turns out to be a difference in how a situation is read. When it is obvious that negotiating is expected and legitimate, the initiation gap substantially closes. And this is not just an artifact of statistical pooling, because it has a field experimental twin. Andreas Leibrandt and John List randomized roughly 2,500 real job seekers applying for real jobs, varying the contract details in the advertisement. Where the advertisement said nothing about whether wages were negotiable, men negotiated more than women. Where it stated explicitly that wages were negotiable, the difference disappeared, and the authors report it even tended to reverse. They also found a sorting effect. Men, unlike women, preferred job environments where the rules of wage determination were left ambiguous. My read, and I am labeling this as judgment rather than a finding, is that one sentence in a job advertisement is the best evidenced and cheapest organizational fix in this entire literature. If you run hiring anywhere, that is the lever. Now the direct challenge to the original framing. Benjamin Arts, Amanda Goodall, and Andrew Oswald published a study called Do Women Ask, using matched employer-employee data from Australia covering 2013 and 2014, in which workers were asked directly about their asking behavior rather than having it inferred. Their conclusion, in their own words, is that males and females ask equally often for promotions and raises, and that while women do now ask, they do not get. That is a different problem from the one the popular story describes, and it has a different remedy. Be careful with it. This is observational survey data from one country with self-reported asking, not an experiment. Put those together, and the locus of the problem has moved. The initiation gap is small, shrinking, and heavily conditional on how the situation is framed. The gap in what asking actually yields has not gone away. Advice aimed at getting women to ask more is aimed at the part of the problem that has shrunk the most. Which brings us to Backlash, and I want to state this at full strength before I state its limits. Hannah Riley Bowles, Linda Babcock, and Lei Lai ran 4 experiments published in 2007 under the title Sometimes It Does Hurt to Ask. Participants evaluated candidates who were identical except for gender and whether they attempted to negotiate. Women who negotiated faced more than twice the hiring penalty men faced for the same behavior, and evaluators were 5.5 times more reluctant to work with a woman who negotiated than a man who did. In the written studies, both male and female evaluators penalized the female candidate. In a video study using trained actors matched for voice pace, facial expression, and attractiveness, male evaluators penalized only the female candidate, while female evaluators penalized both. The 4th experiment is the one the popular retelling drops, and it is the paper's actual argument. Participants took the candidate's role and chose whether to open a negotiation at all. Women were more likely than men to anticipate the penalty and therefore decline to initiate. The reticence, on this account, is not a deficit of nerve. It is a partly accurate reading of the social environment. Now the limits, stated just as clearly. These are vignette and laboratory studies. Evaluators were judging hypothetical candidates, and the outcomes measured were ratings and stated intentions, not real hiring decisions. Critically, the 5.5 times figure is a ratio of penalty magnitudes within an experiment. It is not a real-world probability. When you see it converted into women are 5.5 times more likely to be rejected, that is a claim the study does not make and does not test. The effect is real, and it has been replicated in the framing sense. The number has been inflated in transit. So what actually helps? 3 things have support at the meta-analytic level, and none of them is be more assertive. A separate meta-analysis by Jens, Mazai, and colleagues, pooling 123 effects across 10,888 participants, found that outcome differences favoring men were reduced when negotiators had negotiation experience, when they had information about the bargaining range, and when they negotiated on behalf of another person. Incidentally, I could not verify the overall effect size in that paper. The abstract does not state it, and the value commonly quoted did not come from a source I could check, so I am omitting it. Elizabeth Amanatala and Michael Morris supply the mechanism in a controlled experiment. In self-advocacy, women anticipate backlash and hedge. In advocacy for someone else, they do not, and they do better. Bowles and Babcock later showed that relational accounts, which tie the request to the organization's own norms rather than to personal entitlement, can improve social and negotiation outcomes at once. They also say, honestly, that this works by conforming to a stereotype. It is a workaround for a bias, not a cure. Now pay transparency, which is where this chapter has to adjudicate rather than cheerlead, because the empirical record is genuinely mixed. Take 3 results. A 2006 Danish law required firms to publish gender disaggregated wage statistics. Bennetson and colleagues, using administrative employer-employee data, found the gender pay gap fell by 2 percentage points, or 13% relative to the pre-legislation mean, primarily by slowing wage growth for male employees. Firm profitability was unchanged, because the lower wage bill was offset by reduced firm productivity. Second, Zoe Cullen and Bobek Paxedhersen, in Econometrica, modeled bargaining under transparency and tested it against United States state laws protecting the right to discuss salaries with coworkers. Transparency turns every individual concession into a precedent, so employers credibly refuse to pay high wages to any one worker. Empirically, they find those laws lower wages by approximately 2%. Third, salary history bands. Elliot Sherman, Raina Brands, and Gillian Koo ran a 16-month field experiment covering 230 staff hires in the United Kingdom, chosen deliberately because the confounds that plague American studies were absent, plus an archival replication of 3,687 placements. The ban was about as likely to harm new hires as help them. Salaries were significantly lower under it in the archival data, and in neither dataset did it differentially help women. Their conclusion is that the ban was ineffective in isolation from other legislative change or pro-equality messaging. Here is my judgment, labeled as judgment. Not all transparency is the same thing, and the disagreement in the literature is largely a disagreement about which kind. Cullen's own synthesis reports that horizontal transparency, meaning coworker pay comparison, narrowed coworker gaps, but caused employers to bargain more aggressively and lowered average wages, while cross-firm transparency encouraged workers to seek better-paying employers and negotiate higher pay. For you as an individual, cross-firm information, published ranges, market benchmarks, what the role pays elsewhere is unambiguously an asset, and it is the same lever the meta-analysis identified as closing the outcome gap. For an organization, publishing internal ranges by level is better supported than exposing individual pay, and a salary history ban adopted on its own is close to theater. What would change my mind is a well-identified natural experiment showing coworker-level transparency, raising average wages rather than compressing them downward. I have not seen one as of August 2026. Finally, power, and a warning about which results to trust. Joe Maggi, Adam Galinski, and Deborah Grunfeld ran 5 experiments on power and moving first. Lead with the structural one. Negotiators given strong alternatives were more than 3 times as likely to express an intention to make the first offer than those with none. And high-power negotiators did make first offers more often, to their advantage. Their other headline, that participants semantically primed with the concept of power were nearly 4 times as likely to open, rests on a priming manipulation. Priming is exactly the class of manipulation that has fared worst in psychology's replication troubles, so treat that one as suggestive only. The same caution applies to power posing. The large replication by Rainhill and colleagues found no effect on hormones or risk tolerance, and the widely reported claim that the original author later repudiated the finding is something I could not verify, so I will not assert it. What survives is structural. Michael Scherer and colleagues found that negotiators with no alternative at all felt less powerful, but made higher first offers and secured better outcomes than negotiators with weak alternatives, because a weak alternative sets a low anchor on your own aspiration. That is a manipulation of real alternatives, not of feelings, which is why I believe it more. If your alternative is poor, do not let it set your target. Set your target from market data instead. Identity changes what happens at the table, but mostly by changing the situation rather than the person, and the fixes that work are informational and structural. In Chapter 17, we take that same question across borders and ask how much of what passes for cultural difference in negotiation is real, how much is stereotype dressed as measurement, and what the researchers who actually transcribe and code cross-border negotiations have found. Chapter 17, Across Cultures. You are about to negotiate with someone who did not grow up where you grew up, and you would like to know what to expect. There is an entire industry ready to tell you. It sells maps of national culture, scales, quadrants, country positions, a 2-day workshop. The frameworks are not nonsense, and I will give the best of them at full strength before saying anything critical. But the argument here is not about whether the maps are accurate. It is about what you are entitled to do with one once you have it. The best version of the framework belongs to Erin Mayer, a professor at INSEAD, in her book The Culture Map, published by Public Affairs in 2014. She summarized her own model in the Harvard Business Review in May of that year, in an article called Navigating the Cultural Minefield, and what follows is taken from her own words there. Her model has 8 scales. Each one is a spectrum, not a box, and each is meant to be read as a position relative to another position rather than as an absolute fact about a place. The 8 are these: communicating, running from low context to high context, which she takes from Edward Hall; evaluating, from direct negative feedback to indirect negative feedback, which she says is her own work; persuading, from principles first to applications first, which draws on Richard Nisbet for the specific versus holistic part and is her own for the deductive versus inductive part; leading, from egalitarian to hierarchical, which rests on Hofstede's power distance and on the globe study of 62 societies; deciding, from consensual to top-down, based on her own work; trusting, from task-based to relationship-based, drawing on Roy Chua and Michael Morris; disagreeing, from confrontational to confrontation-avoiding, which she also calls her own; and scheduling, from linear time to flexible time, again from Hall. 4 of those bear directly on what happens at a table. Take disagreeing first, in her words. Everyone believes that a little open disagreement is healthy, right? The recent American business literature certainly confirms this viewpoint. But different cultures actually have very different ideas about how productive confrontation is for a team or an organization. This scale measures tolerance for open disagreement and inclination to see it as either helpful or harmful to collegial relationships. That is a real variable. If you have only ever worked where open pushback signals engagement, you will read its absence as agreement, and you will be wrong. Then trusting, which she splits into 2 mechanisms. In task-based cultures, trust is built cognitively through work. If we collaborate well, prove ourselves reliable, and respect one another's contributions, we come to feel mutual trust. In a relationship-based society, trust is a result of weaving a strong, effective connection, which she says comes from spending time laughing and relaxing together, getting to know one another personally. 2 people can both be building trust as hard as they can, and each conclude the other is not trying. Persuading is about what counts as a good argument. In her words, people from Southern European and Germanic cultures tend to find deductive arguments, what I refer to as principles-first arguments, most persuasive, whereas American and British managers are more likely to be influenced by inductive logic, what I call applications-first logic. Principles-first means you establish the reasoning and then reach the recommendation. Applications first means you lead with the recommendation and the case behind it, and supply the theory only if asked. Each can look like fluff to the other. Deciding measures, in her phrase, the degree to which a culture is consensus-minded, and here she makes a point that undercuts the lazy version of her own model. We assume the most egalitarian cultures are also the most consensual, and that is not always the case. She gives examples where a society is more hierarchical than another, and yet more likely to build group agreement before deciding, and where a society is strongly hierarchical and strongly consensus-minded at the same time. Hierarchy and consensus are separate axes. Knowing who outranks whom does not tell you who has to say yes. That is genuinely useful, and the reason is that it converts a vague feeling that something is off into named variables you can ask about. Now, the evidence base. Mayer states it herself, and I will quote it because that is the fair thing to do. The 8 scales on the map are based on decades of academic research into culture from multiple perspectives. To this foundation, I have added my own work, which has been validated by extensive interviews with thousands of executives who have confirmed or corrected my findings. Country positions come from surveys and interviews. This is practitioner research, not a published psychometric instrument. Sample sizes, sampling frame, and reliability statistics are not published as far as I could find, so treat them as unverified. She also makes the anti-stereotyping argument herself, and pretending she is naive about it would be unfair. Her words, "It's all too common to rely on clichés, stereotyping people from different cultures on just 1 or 2 dimensions. This can lead to oversimplified and erroneous assumptions. The profiles," she adds, "reflect, of course, the value systems of a society at large, not those of all the individuals in it." Strongest of all, her second rule, where a culture falls on a scale doesn't in itself mean anything. What matters is the position of one country relative to another. Her worked example is 2 managers describing 2 different countries as radically egalitarian in identical language, because each is looking from a different point on the same scale. Both descriptions contradict each other, and both are correct, relatively. Now the measurement evidence, which is where this genre gets into trouble. Taras, Kirkman, and Steele published a 3-decade meta-analytic review of Hofstede's cultural value dimensions in the Journal of Applied Psychology in 2010. 598 studies, more than 200,000 individuals. Their finding is that cultural values predict organizationally relevant outcomes with an overall absolute weighted effect size of 0.18 at the individual level. Real and small. More pointedly, the predictive power of cultural values was significantly lower than that of personality traits and demographics for job performance, absenteeism, and turnover. Values related most strongly to emotions, then attitudes, then behaviors, and least of all to job performance. Read that carefully, because it is the central problem with the whole national culture genre. Knowing someone's nationality tells you less about how they will behave than knowing their personality or their demographics does. A correlation of 0.18 is the kind of relationship that shows up dependably across 200,000 people and tells you almost nothing about the one person opposite you. These frameworks describe distributions. You negotiate with an individual drawn from one. The spread of behavior inside any country swamps the average gap between countries. There is a methodological attack on the foundations, too. Brendan McSweeney, writing in Human Relations in 2002, titled his critique of Hofstede a triumph of faith and a failure of analysis, and argued that the crucial assumptions behind the claim to have uncovered the secrets of entire national cultures do not hold. The specific itemized objections everyone repeats about that paper I could not verify directly, so I will not recite them. The general thrust is verified, and it is enough. There is also a dating problem. Bugelstake, Maceland, and Van Horn, in the Global Strategy Journal in 2015 replicated the dimensions across 2 birth cohorts and found contemporary societies score higher on individualism and indulgence and lower on power distance than past ones. Cultural change turned out to be absolute rather than relative. The levels move, but country rankings and the distances between pairs stay generally stable. So the old survey data misstates where everyone is while roughly preserving who is to the left of whom. Against all of this sits a quieter and much better evidenced body of work, Jean Brett's at the Kellogg School. Brett does what the map makers do not. She records real negotiations, transcribes them, and codes the transcripts behavior by behavior. That distinction matters more than anything else in this chapter. A survey dimension asks people what they value and trusts the answer. A coded transcript records what they actually did, in sequence, under stakes, and lets someone else check the coding. When self-report and observed behavior disagree, observed behavior wins. Brett and colleagues, in the Negotiation Journal in 1998 and again with Wendy Adair in 2004, studied negotiators from 6 cultural backgrounds: France, Russia, Japan, Hong Kong, Brazil, and the United States. Joint gains here means the total value the 2 sides manage to create rather than merely divide. The 2004 result is deflationary for value dimension frameworks in general, and I will quote it. Of the 5 values and norms measured, only norms for information sharing and negotiation were directly related to joint gains. Cultures that maximized joint gains used direct information sharing strategies or a combination of indirect and direct. Power strategies could help or hurt, depending on whether they came alongside enough information exchange. Then the study I would put at the center of this chapter. Adair and Brett, in Organization Science in 2005, called it the negotiation dance. They built a 4-stage model relational positioning, identifying the problem, generating solutions, reaching agreement, and ran 102 high-context dyads, 89 low-context dyads, and 45 mixed dyads through a complex 90-minute transaction with real integrative potential. Every session was audio-taped, transcribed, and coded, the unit of analysis being the action and the response to it. The frequency of particular sequences varied with culture and varied across the 4 stages. Their recommendation is to manage the first 2 stages deliberately, because that is where information and influence sequences lay the groundwork for joint gains. The synthesis is the useful part. What creates value appears to be universal. Exchange information about preferences and priorities. The choreography is culturally patterned. High-context negotiators tend to exchange that information indirectly, folded inside influence attempts. Low-context negotiators do it through direct reciprocal disclosure, question and answer. Mixed pairs do not disagree about the goal. They mismatch on the dance, and each concludes the other is withholding. One more thing before the verdict. Name the money. Mayer's model is a trade book, and it supports speaking, consulting, and corporate training. Brett has written for a trade audience too. Cross-cultural competence is a large training market, and 8 tidy scales with a country chart are far easier to sell as a 2-day course than a coded transcript finding about action-response sequences. That is not an accusation of bad faith. It is a reason the simple version travels further than the careful one. Here is my verdict, and I am labeling it as judgment rather than as a finding. Culture frameworks are legitimate as a hypothesis generator and illegitimate as a prediction about the person in front of you. They are excellent for deciding what to ask and what to watch for. They become harmful the moment they turn into an expectation, because an expectation makes you interpret ambiguous behavior as confirmation and stop collecting evidence. The map earns its place in your preparation and has no business in the room. The discipline that follows is concrete. Before the meeting, write your cultural priors down as questions rather than as facts. Not, they will avoid open disagreement, but how will I know if disagreement here is being expressed indirectly, and what will it look like? Then decide in advance what evidence would settle each question and go looking for it early. Hold each prior loosely enough that 2 or 3 clear observations of the actual person override it entirely. Your counterpart may sit nowhere near their country's average, may have worked in 4 other countries, and may be quietly running the same exercise on you. That is also how to handle the signals that read differently in different rooms. A long silence might be thinking, deference, disagreement, or a translation lag. You do not know, and no chart will tell you. Blunt contradiction might be a sign of engagement or a small act of aggression. A signed document might be the end of the negotiation, or, if trust is being built on the effective side of Mayer's trusting scale, the beginning of the relationship the deal actually rests on. That last reading is reasoning from her scale, not a measured finding, so hold it lightly. And on her deciding and leading scales, the person doing the talking may not be the person who has to say yes. All 4 are questions to resolve out loud early by asking. None is a fact you can look up in advance. What would change my mind? If someone published a properly validated instrument, with sample, reliability, and validity statistics in the open, that predicted individual negotiating behavior from cultural background at an effect size clearly above the 0.18 benchmark, and specifically better than personality and demographics do, I would upgrade these frameworks from hypothesis generators to genuine predictors, and say so. If coded transcript work in the Brett tradition began showing tight, individually reliable behavior patterns rather than shifted distributions, same conclusion. Until then, the maps stay in the preparation file, and the person stays the evidence. Which brings us to the people themselves. From here, the course changes shape. The next several chapters are counterpart playbooks, what a specific kind of professional is measured on, what they therefore care about, and what you can pay them in that costs you little. Chapter 18 starts with software engineers. Chapter 18, Negotiating with a Software Engineer. An honesty note first, because you were promised this distinction, and I intend to keep it. There is no controlled research literature on how a marketing director should negotiate with a staff engineer. I went looking, none exists. What does exist is substantial. A large empirical literature on estimation bias, a formal result on cooperation in repeated games, industry research on engineering delivery, and dozens of real companies that have published the exact document on which their engineers are promoted. This chapter is built on those. Where it reaches beyond them, and it does so often, I will say that out loud rather than let reasoned inference pass itself off as research. Start with the scoreboard, because nearly every failed conversation with an engineer is a failure to know what the scoreboard says. The most widely used delivery measurement program in the industry is DORA, a research program run by Google Cloud. As of August 2026, it publishes 5 key metrics. 3 measure throughput. Change lead time, which is the time it takes for a change to go from committed to version control to deployed in production, deployment frequency, and failed deployment recovery time. The other 2 measure instability. Change fail rate, the ratio of deployments that require immediate intervention, and deployment rework rate, the ratio of deployments that are unplanned and happen as the result of an incident in production. Sit with that, because it is the single most useful fact in this chapter. 2 of the 5 are stability measures. When you ask only for speed, you are asking your counterpart to improve part of their scoreboard by deliberately degrading another part of it. The engineer who pushes back on your date is not being obstructive and is not protecting their comfort. They are looking at a framework in which shipping fast and breaking things is scored, explicitly, as a loss. Naming the stability half out loud, I know this trades against your change fail rate, so tell me what that costs, is the cheapest credibility a business-side negotiator can buy. DORA is also careful in a way that most people who quote it are not. Its own guidance warns against using these metrics to evaluate individual performance, against setting them as organizational goals because they get gamed, and against comparing across teams or applications. If you have ever sat in a meeting where an executive compared 2 teams' deployment frequency, you watched someone use an instrument in precisely the way its authors say not to. The second framework worth knowing is SPACE, published in February 2021 in a CMQ, the Journal of the Association for Computing Machinery, by Forsgren, Story, Madilla, Zimmerman, Hauk, and Butler. Its published abstract contains the sentence that should end a great many arguments. Developer productivity cannot be measured by a single metric or dimension. That is the most authoritative statement the field has made about itself, and it is aimed squarely at the person who opens a negotiation with one number. If you begin with velocity is down, the engineer across from you knows that position is discredited and knows you could have known too. A caveat on my sourcing. The full text of that paper returned an access error to retrieval, so the 5-dimension names come secondhand from a restatement by a vendor that sells engineering analytics software, a company with a commercial interest in the framework being taken seriously. The single metric claim above is from the paper's own abstract and is solid. Hold the rest loosely. 2 restated dimensions are worth flagging anyway. One is activity, a count of outputs completed, and it is the only one an outsider can usually see. Another is efficiency and flow, the ability to make progress with minimal interruptions. Interruption is not incidental to that framework. It is a named component of productivity. Then there is the promotion document. A public aggregator collects the engineering progression frameworks that real companies have chosen to publish: Etsy, Dropbox, Monzo, Carta, Patreon, GitLab, Spotify, Square, the Financial Times, and others. These are primary documents, evidence of practice, not of effectiveness. But across dozens of independently written ladders, the same words recur: scope, impact, influence, architecture, supporting the growth and success of your teammates. Etsy's ladder promotes a staff engineer whose work extends to many parts of a domain and a principal engineer whose work creates significant and lasting impact. Almost nowhere does a ladder promote anyone for hitting a date. That is the structural reason "can you just get it done by Friday" lands so badly. You are asking for something their promotion document does not reward, in exchange for nothing it does reward. The same request framed as visible ownership. This is the launch the whole company will watch, and you would own the architecture, costs you nothing and lands on a line their ladder actually contains. Now the things you have been treating as free. First, interruption. Chris Parnan has summarized his own peer-reviewed work on this, drawn from roughly 10,000 programming sessions from 86 developers, plus a survey of 414 programmers. Note the evidence type, a researcher's summary of his own studies, not an independent replication. He reports that a programmer takes between 10 and 15 minutes to start editing code again after resuming from an interruption, is likely to get just one uninterrupted 2-hour session in a day, and, when interrupted mid-edit, resumed in under a minute only 10% of the time. A 5-minute question can cost a meaningful fraction of the only clean block they will get. The cost of your ask is not the size of your ask. Second, on-call load and toil, where Google publishes hard numbers in its Site Reliability Engineering Handbook, SRE. It caps on-call at no more than 25% of an engineer's time, allocates at minimum 50% to engineering projects, and sets a maximum of 2 incidents per 12-hour shift, because handling one incident properly, including the post-mortem and the bug fixes, takes 6 hours. It even caps on-call cash compensation deliberately, so the cap functions as a limit on how much on-call any individual will take on. Separately, it defines toil as manual, repetitive, automatable work devoid of enduring value that scales linearly as a service grows, targets keeping it below 50% of time, and states plainly that too much of it makes career progress grind to a halt and motivates a team's best engineers to look elsewhere. So when you propose a manual workaround as a temporary favor, understand what you have proposed. In that taxonomy, it is toil, and the company that wrote the taxonomy says toil is how you lose your best people. On technical debt, I have to stop short. The most cited study of how much developer time it consumes could not be retrieved, so I will not give you a percentage. What is safe? The scoreboards themselves count accumulated mess. DORA's instability metrics and the well-being dimension of SPACE Both formally capture the burden of unplanned, keep the lights on work. Which brings us to the predictable failure mode, and it is none of the above. It is treating an estimate as a commitment. The evidence here is the strongest in this chapter. Kahneman and Tversky named the planning fallacy in 1979. The canonical study is Buehler, Griffin, and Ross, 1994, in which 37 psychology students predicted when they would finish their senior thesis. Average predicted completion, 33.9 days. Average actual, 55.5. Only 30% finished inside their own prediction. And here is the part that should change your behavior. When the same students were asked explicitly for a best case and a worst case, the averages were 27.4 days and 48.6 days. The deliberately pessimistic scenario still undershot reality by about 7 days. So asking, "And what's your worst case?" does not protect you. The worst case is not the worst case. A 1997 study of Canadian tax filers found people readily recognize that their past predictions were over-optimistic while insisting the current one is realistic, then mailed their returns roughly a week later than predicted. The bias survives knowing about it. It also has a direction. It affects predictions about one's own tasks, while outside observers, if anything, tend to overestimate the time needed. Software has its own numbers. Magni Jorgensen's review work reports that when a software professional is 90% confident, or almost sure, that a minimum to maximum interval contains the true effort, the observed frequency of it actually doing so is only 60 to 70%. That is roughly a 1 in 3 failure rate on a range the estimator called almost certain. So the correct reading of worst case, 6 weeks, is not 6 weeks. It is. There is about a 1 in 3 chance this lands outside the entire range I just gave you. The same literature names anchoring the pull an initial number exerts on a later judgment among the documented causes of optimistic software estimates. Which yields one hard instruction: ask for the estimate before you reveal the date you want. 2 separate literatures, anchoring and estimation, converge on that. A reported mean effort overrun of about 30% also circulates widely, but I could not verify the primary source, so treat it as unconfirmed. The ratchet by which an estimate hardens into a commitment inside an organization has no formal literature that I could find, so what follows is reasoned inference from the sourced parts. The estimate is optimistic by construction. It was probably anchored by you. It will be repeated upward without its error bars. And the engineer knows all 3, which makes padding, hedging, or refusing to give a number their rational response behavior you will misread as obstruction. The failure is structural, not personal. The fix is to change what you ask for: a confidence range with a named review date instead of a date, plus a written statement of who may quote the number. One more piece of theory, and it is a genuine formal result. Robert Axelrod, in The Evolution of Cooperation, 1984, ran a tournament in which strategies solicited from game theorists were paired against each other for 200 iterations of a prisoner's dilemma. Tit for tat 1, cooperate first, then echo whatever the other player did last time, and it won not by beating any opponent but by eliciting cooperation. The successful strategies shared 4 properties: nice, never the first to defect; provocable, returning defection for defection; forgiving, avoiding endless retaliation; and clear, because clarity is essential for others to cooperate with you. Whether cooperation emerges at all depends on the probability that the players meet again, the shadow of the future. Inside a company, that probability is close to certain. You will negotiate with this engineer next sprint, and the sprint after that, probably for years. That makes it what negotiation theory calls an integrative situation, one where the parties can enlarge the pot rather than merely split it, rather than a distributive one, a fixed pot where your gain is their loss. One-off encounters tend to produce distributive bargaining. Lasting relationships tend to require integrative bargaining. Axelrod's result tells you that under a long shadow, the winning approach is not cleverness, but niceness, reciprocity, forgiveness, and above all, clarity. Sandbagging your real deadline, withholding your actual constraint, manufacturing urgency. all forms of being tricky, and the tournament says tricky loses. So here is the conversation. Not the campaign launches on the 12th, can you have checkout done by then? Instead, here's the problem, we're losing customers at checkout, and I need that fixed before the autumn campaign. I don't want to hand you a solution. Before I say anything about dates, what did the last 3 comparable changes actually take? That question is reference class forecasting, the remedy the estimation literature recommends, done in one sentence, and it sidesteps the bias that attacks self-prediction. Then, what does this do to your change-fail rate and your paging load? Then, 2 things I can give you. I'll batch every question into one weekly slot instead of pinging you, and you can descope anything on this list I'll pick, so you're not holding that decision. And finally, I don't want a commitment. Give me a range and a review date, and put in writing who I'm allowed to quote it to. If it slips, I will say in the exec meeting that we changed the scope. What to avoid? Do not open with one number. The framework's own authors say productivity cannot be reduced to 1. Do not ask for speed while saying nothing about stability. Do not name your date before asking for the estimate. Do not treat a range as a guarantee. It fails roughly a third of the time by the estimator's own confidence level. Do not price a quick question at 0. Do not propose a manual workaround as a small favor. And when a date slips, do not read it as sandbagging. The evidence says it is a robust bias that persists in people who know they have it. Saying that out loud costs nothing and protects a relationship you are stuck with. Next, Chapter 19, Negotiating with a Product Manager. The engineer's constraint is a scoreboard that punishes instability. The product manager's is different, a fixed capacity roadmap that is also a set of public promises and a job graded on outcomes rather than output. The currencies change accordingly. Chapter 19, Negotiating with a Product Manager. I have to open this one with a warning, and it is not a rhetorical flourish. Of all the counterparts in this part of the course, the product manager is the one the evidence covers worst. For software engineers, I can point you at an industry research program with published metric definitions, and at dozens of real companies that have put the document deciding their engineers' promotions on the open internet, where you can go and read it yourself. For product managers, there is no comparable body of checkable material. When the research behind this chapter went looking for a canonical, sourced list of what a product manager is actually graded on, it could not verify one, not because such lists do not circulate, but because the ones that circulate come from consultancies and software vendors and could not be traced to anything you or I could independently check. So let me give you the ratio up front. Rather less than half of this chapter rests on published sources. The rest is reasoned inference built on top of those sources, my read of how the structure has to work, given what is documented about the neighboring roles. I will flag each inference as it arrives rather than burying the admission at the end. If that feels like a lot of hedging, good. That is the honest state of the field, and a chapter that sounded like settled science here would be selling you something. Here is what is sourced. The closest thing product management has to a canonical text is the writing of Marty Kagan at Silicon Valley Product Group, which sells books, training, and consulting to exactly the organizations that writing describes. Name the commercial incentive because it matters for calibration. This is a practitioner account, not research. But it is the practitioner consensus, and it is specific enough to be useful. In an essay titled Product versus Feature Teams, published on the 29th of August, 2019, Kagan draws the distinction that decides your whole negotiation. An empowered product team, in his terms, is cross-functional, product, design, and engineering, and is, and I quote, focused on and measured by outcomes rather than output. Its purpose is to solve problems in ways our customers love, yet work for our business. A feature team, by contrast, is handed what he calls a prioritized list that is called the roadmap. And in that second model, in his words, the value and business viability are the responsibility of the stakeholder or executive that requested the feature on the roadmap. Read that last sentence again, because it is the most negotiable fact in the chapter. In a feature team world, the person who asked for the thing owns whether it was worth doing. If you are the one asking, that is you. Whether anyone has written that down is a different question, and usually the answer is no, which is precisely why volunteering to own it is worth so much. So the first question, before you ask for anything at all, is which of the two worlds you are standing in. Now the part that is my characterization rather than a finding. A product manager is accountable for outcomes while controlling none of the resources that produce them. The engineers report to an engineering manager. The designers report somewhere else again. The budget sits with finance, the go-to-market spend with marketing. Authority and responsibility are mismatched by design, and the job is what remains when you subtract one from the other. Persuasion, sequencing, and rationing. That word, rationing, is the spine of this chapter. Almost everything a product manager does all day is deciding what does not happen, and the asset they spend when they do it is not budget and not time. It is roadmap credibility, the accumulated belief, among everyone ever told to wait, that the queue is real and that waiting works. I could find no formal literature on roadmap credibility as a construct. None. So treat what follows as reasoned inference from the Kagan material and the structure of the role, not as research. The inference runs like this. A roadmap is a set of public promises made to people who will remember them. Each unplanned insertion spends a little of the credibility that makes it function at all. You see one more item, added once, harmless. The product manager sees the fourth exception this quarter, after which nobody believes the sequence and every stakeholder switches from queuing to escalating. At that point, they have nothing left to trade with, including, and this is the part people miss, nothing left to trade with you. Which brings me to the most expensive sentence you can say to a product manager, and it is one that sounds generous. Can you just add it to the roadmap? Let me be precise about why it lands so badly. It is phrased as a small favor while asking for the one thing that is not divisible. It presumes the roadmap is a list with space at the bottom, when the entire point of the artifact is that it is a fixed capacity ordering. And it arrives with no answer to the only question that matters, which is what comes off. An ask with no named trade-off is not a negotiation. It is a demand wearing the costume of a request. There is a second reason, and this one has real evidence behind it. The dates on that roadmap rest on engineering estimates, and estimates are optimistic by construction. In the canonical study, Buehler, Griffin, and Ross, 1994, 37 students predicted when they would finish their thesis. Average prediction, 33.9 days. Average actual, 55.5 days. Only 30% finished inside their own window, and the deliberately pessimistic worst case, they were pushed to give still undershot reality by about a week. In software specifically, the researcher Magni Jorgensen reports that when a professional gives a range they are 90% confident about, the truth falls inside it only 60 to 70% of the time. Both findings reached this course through secondary sources. The primary papers could not be retrieved, so I have not verified them against the originals. So the product manager is publishing dates built on numbers that are wrong in a documented, predictable direction to an audience that will quote them back without the error bars. They carry risk they did not create and cannot control. Then you arrive with something urgent. So what can you pay in? This whole section is inference, grounded in the Kagan material rather than in any study of negotiation with product managers, because no such study was found. But the logic is tight, and it is cheap to test. The first currency is cover. A product manager spends the week saying no, and almost nobody helps them do it. If you are willing to say, in the room, in front of the person being refused, that you support the refusal, that is free to you, and it rebuilds the credibility they are running on. The second is taking a stakeholder off their back. If your item keeps stalling because somebody in your own function keeps raising it in forums where it does not belong, go and handle that person yourself. You have standing with them that the product manager does not. The third is the biggest, and it is the one almost nobody does. Bring them a decision rather than a request. A request is, we need this. A decision is, we need this. Here is the outcome number I am claiming it will move. My name is on that number, and if it goes in, here is what I am willing to have pushed to make room. I have already spoken to the person affected and they have agreed. You have just handed them the two things the role structurally lacks: an owned value claim and a pre-negotiated trade-off. In the feature team model Kagan describes, value ownership is supposed to sit with the requesting stakeholder anyway. You are simply volunteering to actually be that, in writing, which almost no one does. The fourth is subtler. Let them say no to someone else on your behalf. If you have a stakeholder you cannot refuse, a regional head, a large customer, an executive with a pet feature, a product manager with a credible roadmap can absorb that refusal in a way you cannot, because refusing is their designated function. But only while the roadmap still has authority. Every exception you extracted made them less able to protect you later. Now the failure mode, and if you are a business side person, this is the one that will get you. You go around them. The item is stuck, the quarter is closing, you know their director, or your director does, and one conversation over their head puts your feature back on the list. It works. That is the trap. It works the first time, almost every time. Here is what you actually bought. You won one item and converted a repeated relationship into a one-off transaction. The formal result is Robert Axelrod's From the Evolution of Cooperation, published in 1984. Axelrod invited game theorists to submit strategies for a computer tournament of the repeated prisoner's dilemma, each strategy paired against every other for 200 rounds. The winner was tit for tat. Cooperate first, then echo whatever the other player did last time. It won, and this is the detail people forget, without ever beating a single opponent head-to-head. It won by eliciting cooperation. His 4 properties of successful strategies: nice, never defect first; provocable, answer defection with defection; forgiving, do not spiral; and clear, because clarity is what lets others cooperate with you. The finding that matters for you is what he called the shadow of the future. Whether cooperation emerges at all depends on the probability that the players will meet again. Inside a company, that probability is close to 1. Escalation is a defection, it is legible as 1, and tit for tat is provocable. Nothing dramatic happens. Your next request simply arrives in a queue managed by someone who has recalculated what you are. The broader negotiation literature makes the same point. One-off encounters tend to produce distributive bargaining, where the parties divide a fixed pie, while lasting relationships tend to require integrative bargaining, where they look for trades that make the pie bigger. Internal negotiation is structurally integrative because the relationship does not end. Escalation is distributive play in an integrative game. Let me show you the conversation. The wrong version is 4 sentences. We need the export feature. Legal has been asking for months. Can you get it into this quarter? If not, I will raise it with your director. Every clause is a cost, a solution rather than a problem, borrowed urgency, no trade-off named, and a threat that guarantees a defensive answer. Here is the version I would use. I am not asking you to commit to anything today. I want to describe a problem and understand your constraint. Roughly 40 enterprise accounts are pulling their reporting out by hand each month, and 2 of the 3 deals we lost last quarter named it in the debrief. I will put that in writing with my name on the revenue claim, so it is my number to defend, not yours. I know you are at capacity. If this goes in, I think the partner dashboard is the thing to move, and I have already spoken to the partnerships lead, who will not object. If a smaller version lands sooner, I will take the smaller version. And if the answer is not this quarter, tell me what would have to be true, and I will go and make it true rather than raising it again in the operations review. Count what that does. It brings a problem with evidence rather than a specified feature. It names the trade and pre-clears it. It moves value ownership to the person who wants the thing. It offers a smaller, earlier version. It asks for a review condition instead of a promise. And it declines the escalation route out loud, which is worth more than it costs, because that is the thing they are quietly bracing for. So, what to avoid? Do not open with a solution when you have a problem. Discovery is the part they are evaluated on, and a specified feature transfers the blame to them if it fails. Do not ask for a commitment with executives in the room. You will get the answer that is safe there rather than the one that is true. Do not argue that your request is important to your team, because that is not a currency they can spend upward. Do not treat the roadmap as a container with space at the bottom. And do not escalate, not because it is impolite, but because it is the one move that reliably wins the item and loses every item after it. One last honest note. If your product manager tells you this is not how their organization works, believe them over me. The sourced material here is thin, and their local knowledge is thicker than my inference. What would change my read is a serious empirical study of how prioritization decisions get made under stakeholder pressure. As of August 2026, I could not find one. Next, Chapter 20, on negotiating with operations people, the ones who run the thing that already exists. Their evidence base is far better than this one, and the mistake you will make with them is completely different. You will argue in averages against people who live in the tail. Chapter 20, Negotiating with an Operations Person. Here is the sentence that unlocks this chapter, and few outside operations arrive at it unaided. An operations person will trade average performance for predictability, and they are usually right too. Their world is governed by variance, not by means. A process that is fast on average and occasionally catastrophic is, to them, worse than one that is slower and never surprises anyone. Somebody from sales or product proposes the first of those and cannot understand the resistance. They have done the arithmetic. The new way is faster on average, so it is better. The operations person sees the same proposal and pictures the bad week. The queue backs up, the rota breaks, 3 people work a weekend they had planned to spend elsewhere. You are optimizing different statistics, and neither of you has said which. A word on evidence, because this chapter leans hard on one source. Google publishes a book called Site Reliability Engineering stating, in numbers, the constraints its own operations people work under. That is a primary document, strong evidence of what a large engineering organization does, and none that doing so beats the alternatives, since nobody ran the trial. Google also sells cloud services, and a handbook demonstrating rigor is partly marketing. Part 1. What an operations person is measured on and by whom. 3 terms defined once. A service level indicator, an SLI, is a carefully defined quantitative measure of some aspect of the level of service: latency, error rate, availability. A service level objective, an SLO, is a target value or range of values for a service level that is measured by an SLI. A service level agreement, an SLA, is an explicit or implicit contract with your users that includes consequences, usually financial ones. The SLA is the one number in the conversation with money attached, and treating it as an aspiration is the fastest way to sound like someone who has never carried a pager. The load limits are startlingly concrete. Google states that, at minimum, 50% of an SRE's time should be allocated to engineering projects, and no more than 25% can be spent on call. It caps incidents. The maximum number of incidents per day is 2 per 12-hour on-call shift, because handling one properly, root cause analysis, remediation, postmortem bug fixes, takes 6 hours. 2 incidents, 6 hours each, 12-hour shift. That ceiling is not a preference, it is arithmetic. One more number tells you about the culture. On-call pay is capped at some proportion of overall salary, deliberately, because the cap functions as a limit on the amount of on-call work that will be taken on by any individual. They designed the pay so nobody could volunteer for too much of it. That is an organization rationing operational load, not buying it. The book also names what quietly eats these people. Toil is work tied to running a production service that tends to be manual, repetitive, automatable, tactical, devoid of enduring value, and that scales linearly as a service grows. The goal is keeping it below 50% of each SRE's time, and the handbook is blunt about failing. If you build too much toil into your team's procedures, you motivate the team's best engineers to start looking elsewhere. Your small temporary manual workaround is toil by that exact definition. Now the honest gap. I could find no published standards for cost per unit or headcount productivity in operations, no defensible cost per ticket or per order. So when I say operations leaders are funded against a volume forecast and judged on unit cost, treat that as reasoned inference from adjacent evidence, not as research. The best idea here, and the best worked example in this whole book of turning a recurring fight into a standing rule, is the error budget. It opens with an admission most organizations will not make aloud. It's both unrealistic and undesirable to insist that SLOs will be met 100% of the time. Doing so can reduce the rate of innovation and deployment. Perfection is not the goal, because it costs you every change you might have shipped. You set a target below perfection, and the gap is a budget. That budget is spent by shipping. While it remains, releases go out faster and with less ceremony. When it is exhausted, the constraint tightens automatically. No meeting, no escalation, nobody's temperament under discussion. You are too cautious, and you are reckless are claims about character, and character arguments never resolve. They recur every quarter with the same two people. An error budget converts that into arithmetic about a shared account. I would build the equivalent in a non-software operation, and you need none of Google's tooling. Find the recurring fight, agree in advance the number that settles it and what happens on each side of it. An exception budget for fulfillment, so many manual overrides a month, and when they are gone the next request waits. The mechanism matters less than the property. The decision is made once, in calm, by both parties, then executed by a rule instead of relitigated by people. Part 2, what they care about that you have probably ignored. Averages first, the heart of it. The book says, word for word, averaging request latencies may seem attractive, but obscures an important detail. It's entirely possible for most of the requests to be fast, but for a long tail of requests to be much, much slower. Hence percentiles, the 50th, the 95th, the 99th, and the 99th is the one they watch. That is your worst-served customers, and in a large operation that is not a rounding error, but a population. So when you say, we handle 500 a day, one more is nothing, and they say no, you are not hearing caution. You are hearing someone price the tail, the correlated spike and the queuing behavior, the part that actually breaks. Your average is real and their tail is real, and only one of the two ever caused an incident. The book also reports that user studies find people prefer a slightly slower but consistent system to a faster, more variable one. That is its report, not a study I could verify. Second, the on-call rota is a human being's weekend. Business-side people ignore this most reliably because on-call is invisible from where you sit. No line in the budget you see, no name on your plan. Raising page volume does not consume abstract capacity, it consumes somebody's Saturday, against a ceiling already declared finite. The book is explicit about the cognitive cost too. Under stress, the more deliberate cognitive approach is typically subsumed by unreflective and unconsidered, but immediate action. Tired operators make worse decisions about your system. Third, their margin. Documented practice keeps a safety gap between the internal target and the advertised one and deliberately avoids overachieving because users will build dependencies on actual performance rather than stated commitments. That margin absorbs your next surprise. Asking them to run at their true limit does not buy capacity. It removes the thing that saves you in 8 weeks. Two well-supported positions collide there, so here is a verdict. Google's published, hold margin, hide your true headroom, underpromise on purpose. Against it, the repeated game literature. In Robert Axelrod's Tournaments, reported in The Evolution of Cooperation in 1984, strategies were paired for 200 rounds of A Prisoner's Dilemma, and the winner was tit for tat, cooperate first, then echo the other player's last move. His 4 properties of winning strategies were nice, provocable, forgiving, and the one that bites here, clear. Don't try to be tricky, clarity is essential for others to cooperate with you. My read labeled judgment rather than finding. Both are right about different things. Be private about the number and transparent about the policy. The honest version says so aloud. We hold margin, I will not tell you how much, and I will not spend it on a request that had 3 weeks of notice available. What loses in Axelrod's tournament is not privacy, it is trickery. Pretending you have no margin or manufacturing urgency you know is false. What would flip me is evidence that teams publishing true headroom do better. Part 3. The currency that costs you almost nothing. Advance notice is the big one. A forecast change delivered late is a staffing problem, a training problem, and a rota problem at once. Delivered early, it is simply a plan. 3 weeks of notice converts heroics into scheduling and costs nothing but the discipline of telling them when you first knew. Tell them when you do not know, too. This could be flat or triple, I will have a better number Thursday, beats a confident figure you will revise. Batch your requests. Take the slower committed date over the faster uncommitted one and say aloud that you are doing it, because that trade is the clearest signal you understand what they optimize for. Take work off the exception path. If there is a manual override you can absorb on your side, absorb it, because that override is toil. Move your launch 3 days to miss their peak. Bring a named degradation path and back their refusal when someone else pushes on it. Part 4. The failure mode. 2 versions and they compound. The first is treating operations as a service desk, somewhere requests are submitted rather than a team whose capacity is negotiated. It shows in your language. Can you just? It's only one more? It's temporary. It shows structurally when you discover the operation exists 2 weeks before launch and hand them the gap between what was designed and what shipped. Operations absorbs that gap every time, which is why nobody notices. The second is escalating during an incident. In the moment, it feels responsible. This matters, my customer is affected, I should push. What it does is add load to someone whose judgment is already degraded by stress. At the moment, their own rules say the shift is at capacity. You also spend your standing permanently, because everyone in that channel remembers who paged around during an outage. Escalation works once. That last claim is not a research finding. I could locate no controlled study of internal escalation, so treat it as reasoned inference from adjacent evidence. Part 5. The worked example. You run growth with a campaign that will roughly triple signups for a week. The version that fails, 5 days out, you tell the operations lead it adds 600 signups a day on a base of 2,000, only a 30% rise on average, and you need it live Monday. Every number you said is an average. Every number they are thinking about is a peak. The version that works starts 3 weeks earlier. We are planning a campaign. Central case is roughly triple for a week, bad case is 5 times on day 1, and I will have a firmer number in 10 days. Before I ask for anything, what does this do to your page volume, and where does it put you against your objective? You ask the question almost no business side person asks, and led with variance, not the mean. Then you pay on the cheap currency. I would rather have Monday the 20th committed than Monday the 13th hoped for. If we breach, here is the degradation path. We switch off instant verification and queue those accounts already cleared, so it needs no decision at 2 in the morning. I know you hold margin, and I am not asking for it. Everything I need is in one document. I will send nothing ad hoc before launch, and I will be at the postmortem if we cause one. Watch what happened to the negotiation. You did not ask for less, but for the same thing in a form that does not consume the resource they ration. This is what an integrative negotiation looks like, parties trading across things they value differently, rather than splitting a fixed pot. Your date has slack and their variance does not, so trading your slack for their predictability leaves you both better off. Part 6. What to avoid. Do not argue in averages against someone who lives in the tail. Ask for the 99th percentile and the peak, and quote those back. Do not say, it's temporary, unless you have written down the date it ends and who owns ending it, because temporary manual work that scales with the business is toil, and the handbook ties toil to attrition. Do not treat an SLA as an aspiration, and do not go around them to someone more junior who will say yes. And never ask for their last 10% of headroom, because that headroom is why your own next emergency gets handled. Here is the point to carry out. An operations person refusing a small-sounding average increase is not conservative by temperament. They are measuring the thing that actually hurts, and the literature they run on says in as many words that averages obscure it. Your job is to arrive with a request shaped so the tail stays flat, and where you can, to leave behind a standing rule like an error budget. Next, Chapter 21. Negotiating with a chief executive or a founder. Everything here assumed a counterpart with a defined scoreboard and published constraints you could read. The person in the next chapter often has neither, can change the rules mid-conversation, and is measured on things nobody wrote down, which makes them the hardest internal counterpart in this book, and the one where preparation pays most. Chapter 21. Negotiating with a CEO or founder. The chief executive across the table looks like the end of the line. Everyone defers to them. They can interrupt anyone, approve anything, and end the meeting whenever they like. And yet the most useful thing you can hold in your head for the next hour is this: that person is negotiating with a board you cannot see. They are measured against a plan they already committed to by people who are not in this room, on a calendar you probably do not know. Understand that, and behavior that looked arbitrary becomes legible. Let me start with the part that is not a matter of opinion, and that almost nobody uses. In the United States, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, requires companies to disclose executive pay under Item 402 of Regulation SK. The centerpiece of that disclosure is the compensation discussion and analysis, and the rule pushes companies away from boilerplate and toward the material principles that actually drove the decisions. It must explain the objectives of the pay program, what the program is designed to reward, each element of pay, why the company pays it, how it sets the amount, how it fits the objectives, and how the company considered the most recent shareholder advisory vote on pay. Read that list again slowly. For any public counterpart, the incentives of the person across the table are a matter of public record. Their employer is legally compelled to publish a description of what will make that individual richer or poorer this year. It is filed annually, it is public, and it costs nothing to read. Here is how to read it for exactly that. Find the annual proxy statement and go to the compensation discussion and analysis. Read what the program is designed to reward and write down the named metrics, because those are your counterpart's actual scorecard. Then go to the summary compensation table, which splits total pay into salary, bonus, stock awards, option awards, non-equity incentive plan compensation, pension and deferred compensation, all other compensation, and total. Set non-equity incentive plan compensation against salary. That ratio tells you how much of this person's year is riding on hitting a number. Then look for the performance targets and notice a provision most readers miss. A company need not publish specific confidential target levels where that would cause competitive harm. But if it withholds them, it must still discuss how difficult it will be for the executive or how likely for the company to achieve those undisclosed targets. So even a company hiding its numbers has to tell you how hard they are. And when a proxy calls a target challenging, that is a filed statement about the pressure the person opposite you is under. One more detail from Item 402, and it is the one that changes deal timing. Non-equity incentive compensation is recognized in the year the performance measure is satisfied, even if it is not payable until later. The bonus attaches to the year the metric is hit, not the year the cash moves. That is the mechanical reason a deal closing on the 2nd of January, instead of the 30th of December, can move an entire incentive payout by a year, for the person whose signature you need. One honesty note: there is a more recent SEC requirement, usually called pay versus performance, meant to reconcile compensation actually paid against company performance. I could not retrieve the SEC's own release for it, so I will not describe its contents. Treat it as unverified. Everything I have told you about Item 402 comes from the regulation. Founders are measured differently, and here I want to be equally plain. I found no research literature establishing how. What follows is reasoned inference from adjacent evidence, not research. A private company founder has no proxy statement and often no formal metric. What replaces it is the next round. They are measured by whether the company reaches the milestone that makes the next financing possible at a higher price before the cash runs out. Two numbers govern: runway, meaning months of cash at the current burn rate, and the milestone the next investor will underwrite. That inference has one hard consequence. With a founder, time is not a soft variable, it is the scarce asset. A negotiation that consumes 6 weeks of an 18-month runway has consumed roughly 8% of the company's remaining life. Speed and certainty of close are therefore genuine currency with a founder in a way they are not with a large public company. Again, practitioner wisdom, not a study. So what do these people care about that you have probably ignored? 3 things. Which fiscal year the outcome lands in. Whether the result maps onto a metric actually named in their plan, because value that appears in no disclosed performance measure is, from their compensation point of view, invisible, however real it is. And whether the story survives contact with the board, because the compensation discussion and analysis is written to be read by shareholders and proxy advisors, and a chief executive cannot accept a deal they are unable to narrate to a compensation committee. That tells you what currency to pay in, and most of it is cheap for you. Timing is nearly free. Offering to close before their year end or to defer into the next one can be worth far more than the discount you were about to give. Mapping is nearly free. Describing the same deal in the language of a metric, they are measured on costs you a rewrite, not a concession. And narratability is free. Hand them the 2 sentences they will use in the board meeting, with the number, the comparison, and the reason it sets no precedent. Which brings me to the deepest point in this chapter. To a person whose constraint is time and whose audience is a board, a decision is a gift and an open question is a cost. Every unresolved item you leave behind is something they must carry, reopen, and re-explain. This is why one sentence outperforms a full briefing. I need 3 minutes and I am bringing you a recommendation, not a problem. A briefing hands them work. A recommendation hands them a decision, and a decision is the only thing they can spend. Now the temptation you will feel in that room, and what the evidence says about it. Maggi, Galinski, and Grunfeld, in 2007, ran 5 experiments on power and the propensity to negotiate. High-power participants were more willing to initiate a negotiation than low-power participants. Participants primed with power concepts were nearly 4 times as likely as controls to choose to make the opening arguments, and negotiators with strong alternatives were more than 3 times as likely to say they intended to make the first offer. High-power negotiators made first offers more often, and making the first offer produced bargaining advantages. The lesson is uncomfortable. Part of the disadvantage of low power is behavioral, not structural. People in your seat open less often and lose value they never had to lose. Then a finding that cuts against folklore. Scherer, Schwab, and Galinski, in 2015, found that negotiators with no alternative at all secured better outcomes than negotiators with a weak alternative, despite feeling less powerful. The mechanism is anchoring. A weak alternative creates a low anchor that drags down the value of your first offer, and first offers mediated the effect. The authors are careful, and so am I. The effect reverses when negotiators focus on a competing anchor or face an opponent with strong alternatives. Here 2 schools collide, so let me adjudicate rather than balance. The classical position, and it is a strong one, is that your power comes from your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, your BATNA, so you should invest in improving it before you ever sit down. The Scherer result appears to say the opposite. A bad alternative is worse than none. My read, and I label it judgment rather than finding, is that the classical school is right about substance and Scherer is right about psychology. A weak alternative is dangerous, not because it weakens your position, but because it quietly sets your ambition. So compute your first offer from the value of the deal, not the value of your fallback. What would change my mind is a replication showing the effect holds against a well-informed counterpart with strong alternatives. Exactly the condition the authors say it breaks under, and exactly the condition you are in across from a chief executive. Now the mechanics of authority, because this is where good deals die. A board typically reserves to itself strategic direction, the appointment and removal of the chief executive, approval of the annual budget, declaration of dividends, and the issuing of new shares. Shareholders, not the board, elect and remove directors and approve major constitutional changes and, depending on jurisdiction, significant mergers or asset sales. In large public companies, the board supervises and delegates day-to-day management downward to professional executives. And carry this legal point with you. Directors cannot fetter their discretion by pre-committing to a future vote, even when approving a contract that requires later board approval. When a director says they cannot commit the board, that may be a legal constraint rather than a posture, and pushing anyway signals that you do not understand the room. Below the board sits what large organizations call a delegation of authority matrix. I could not find a primary source defining one, so treat this as reasoned inference from adjacent evidence, not research. It is an internal document specifying who may approve what, up to what value, in what category. It varies along several axes at once. The amount, the category, since capital spending, operating spending, headcount and legal commitments often run on different ladders. The term and the liability, because a small contract with unlimited liability can need far more senior sign-off than a large standard one. And any deviation from standard terms, which in many organizations triggers legal or finance approval regardless of value. I will not quote typical thresholds, because they vary enormously, and an invented number is worse than none. The practical move is one question, asked early and without embarrassment. Who signs this, and what would have to be true for them to sign it? You can often restructure to fit under a threshold, a phased contract, a smaller first-year commitment, a standard terms version, so the person in the room can approve it rather than a committee that meets quarterly. And you can tell a stalling tactic from a real constraint. Someone using delay will be vague, while someone facing a real matrix will describe a form. The failure modes are predictable. Pitching operational detail to a person paid on outcomes, if it does not roll up to a named measure, it reads as noise. Ignoring their calendar, treating their yes as final. And the one that hurts most, winning a warm verbal yes with no owner, no date, and no budget line. That agreement is real in the room and gone by Monday, because nothing was created that survives without the chief executive's attention, and their attention has already moved. A worked example: you have 8 minutes with the chief executive of a public company. You have read the proxy, and their plan names operating margin and net revenue retention. You open, "I need 3 minutes and I am bringing you a recommendation, not a problem. We can close a 2-year agreement before your fiscal year end." It lands in your operating expense line rather than capital. It improves retention on the accounts your last proxy called out, and I have a version that fits under your standard terms so it does not need legal. I need one thing from you: name the person who owns it and the date they will have it signed. Then you stop talking. Notice what you did not do. You did not brief, and you did not ask them to think about it. You asked for an owner, a date, and a budget line, the only 3 things that make a yes survive the weekend. What to avoid and why? Do not ask a chief executive for an exception they cannot explain. You are not asking for a concession, you are asking them to write a justification memo they have no material for, so supply the material. Do not confuse their urgency with enthusiasm. Fiscal timing produces urgency that has nothing to do with you. Do not read a structural no as a positional one, and do not mistake charm at the top for authority at the top. An entire industry teaches selling to the C-suite, sold as training by people with a commercial interest in the idea that access is the bottleneck. Access is rarely the bottleneck. The approval path is. The chief executive answers to a board. The founder answers to a runway and to the investor who will price the next round. When the meeting ends, both will have a second negotiation you are not invited to, and your job is to arm them for it. In Chapter 22, we go one floor down, to the people who have to make the deal true in the accounts. The chief financial officer, the planning team, and the controller are 3 different jobs with 3 different fears. And there, a concession that costs you nothing in cash can be the most expensive thing you have ever offered. Chapter 22, Negotiating with a Finance Person. There is a particular kind of no that only finance people give. You ask for something that costs almost nothing. Waive the setup fee. Throw in the extra module. Sign this side letter and we will paper the rest later. Your counterpart never argues about the money. They say something that sounds like paperwork and the deal stops moving. Here is the spine. A concession that is cheap in cash can be ruinously expensive in accounting treatment or in precedent. That gap between what a thing costs and what it costs to record is the most common reason a finance person refuses something obviously reasonable. They are not obstructive. They are optimizing something you cannot see, and until you can see it, you will negotiate the wrong variable. The necessary sentence first, and I mean it. Nothing in this chapter is accounting, legal, or financial advice. Every classification I describe depends on the specific facts, the standard in force, and the jurisdiction. I am describing how your counterpart thinks, not how to book anything. Start by refusing to use the word finance. 3 jobs hide inside it. The Chief Financial Officer, the CFO, owns the number promised to the outside world. FP&A, Financial Planning and Analysis, owns the plan, budget, forecast, and the explanation when reality misses it. The controller owns whether the books are right and the controls hold. Ask which you are facing. They refuse different things. Now, what they are measured on and by whom. For the CFO and the controller, it is written into statute. Under the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX, the chief executive and the chief financial officer personally certify the company's periodic reports. Section 302 requires the signing officers to certify that they are responsible for establishing and maintaining internal controls, that they designed those controls so material information about the company and its consolidated subsidiaries reaches them, and to state their conclusions on whether the controls are effective. Section 404 requires management to produce an internal control report affirming its responsibility for an adequate internal control structure and procedures for financial reporting. Those sections describe a duty. Section 906 supplies the consequence, attaching criminal penalties to a false certification. Knowing falsification, fines up to $1 million or up to 10 years imprisonment or both. Willful falsification, fines up to $5 million or up to 20 years imprisonment or both. I am working from a summary of the statute rather than the statutory text, so treat them as reported figures and verify before relying on them. Sit with that. It is the center of this chapter. When a controller will not just make an exception, will not take the undocumented arrangement or the side letter you promised to regularize next quarter, you are not meeting a personality. You are meeting the far end of a chain terminating in a named human being's signature, with a 20-year maximum sentence behind it. That is why I think the framing of finance as the Department of No is analytically wrong, not merely unkind. That is judgment, not a finding. Read the certification once and the behavior stops being bureaucratic and becomes rational. Can we just do it and paper it later is, from the other chair, a request that they take on criminal exposure for your convenience. So what do they care about that you have missed? 4 things: which budget it comes from, when revenue can be recognized, what the deal will be cited as, and what month it is. First, capital versus operating expenditure. The distinguishing test, in the reference treatment I use, is whether the financial benefit extends beyond the current fiscal year. If it does, it is capital expenditure, CapEx, and CapEx is capitalized, added to an asset account on the balance sheet, increasing that asset's adjusted basis, then amortized or depreciated over the asset's life rather than expensed in one period. Operating expenditure, OPEX, hits the income statement immediately as a cost of the period, reducing profitability now. 2 offers with identical cash cost can be entirely different objects. A $1.2 million perpetual license with implementation may be largely capitalizable, reaching the profit and loss account as depreciation across several years. The same sum as a 3-year subscription is generally operating expenditure, hitting that account as it is consumed. Same cash, different accounts, often a different approver, since major capital projects frequently require board approval. Which makes the highest yield question not what is your budget, but is your constraint cash, operating expense, or capital budget? If it is an operating expense line or a margin target, and earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, EBITDA, is the usual one, a capitalizable structure may be approvable when a subscription is not, at identical cash cost. If the constraint is cash, the reverse holds. Which items are capitalizable depends on the standard, jurisdiction, asset, and facts, and that call is theirs and their auditors, never yours. Second, run the logic backwards through revenue, where a seller's finance team lives. As of August 2026, revenue recognition for most companies runs on a SC 606 and its international twin, IFRS 15, both issued in May 2014. It works through 5 steps. Identify the contract, which requires mutual commitment, clear rights and payment terms, and commercial substance. Identify the performance obligations, meaning which goods or services were promised. Determine the transaction price, allocated across the obligations at their standalone selling prices. Recognize revenue when control transfers to the customer. Underneath sits the principle that revenues are recognized when realized or realizable, no matter when cash is received. Read the 4th step again. That is where your cheap concession stops being cheap. Since price must be allocated at standalone selling price, structure changes the accounting even when cash is identical. Throw in the extra module for free, and it does not become free. It becomes another performance obligation with a standalone selling price. The transaction price is reallocated, and revenue otherwise recognized now may be deferred. That is why a vendor's finance team would rather give you more service or a longer term than a lower headline price. The same mechanism explains clauses that look commercially irrelevant to you. Bundling, contingencies, termination rights, and the timing of when control passes all bear on when, and whether, revenue can be recognized. When a seller fights a termination for convenience clause you thought was boilerplate, you have proposed a change to when they may book the deal. Third, precedent, which frightens them far more than the amount does. I could not find empirical research on precedent aversion in procurement or finance, so what follows is reasoned inference from how the incentives sit. A finance person does not price your deal in isolation. They price it multiplied by every deal that will cite it. A 15% discount to one customer becomes a 15% discount to a class of customers the moment it is discoverable. Through most favored nation clauses, a sales team that learns what got approved, or renewal benchmarking. 3 predictions follow. Finance prefers a one-time credit to a rate reduction because a credit does not reset the base. Non-standard terms cost more than non-standard prices because terms propagate into templates. And just this once is heard as please create a precedent and pretend you have not. That is my read, not a result. What would change it is a study showing approvers concede non-standard terms as readily as equivalent price cuts. Fourth, the calendar. Budget is not a continuous fluid. It is a set of buckets with expiry dates, which is why the same request is easy in 1 month and impossible 6 weeks later. The trap is assuming your counterpart's year ends on the 31st of December. The United States federal fiscal year runs from the 1st of October to the 30th of September. The United Kingdom government's runs April to March, Australia's July to June. Retailers typically end shortly after Christmas, and some companies use week-based years of 52 or 53 weeks, so the date moves. 2 consequences as practitioner observation. Use it or lose it. Unspent budget often does not roll forward and may cut next year's allocation, so a buyer with expiring budget has an interest opposite to the one they appear to have. And the New Year wall, 3 weeks later the same buyer may have no authority to spend at all, and nothing you concede will fix it. Which brings us to currency. What you can pay in that costs you little and is worth a lot to them. 3 items, none of them money. The first is bringing the numbers in their format, not your value narrative. their line items, their categories, their periods, their comparison against plan. A finance counterpart spends their life converting other people's enthusiasm into a defensible schedule. Doing that conversion for them costs you an afternoon. The second is timing the ask so it can be planned rather than absorbed. An unbudgeted mid-period request must be absorbed by somebody, which means a variance somebody must explain. Flagged early enough to enter the plan, the identical request is just a line item. The third and largest is accepting a structure change instead of a price change. A longer term, different phasing, a one-time credit rather than a rate cut, payment terms that move cash without moving revenue. With it, hand them a distinguishing feature, something true and specific about this deal, whether volume, term length, reference rights, or launch timing. That lets them explain why the concession does not generalize. You are supplying the justification memo they must write later. The failure mode is now easy to name. You negotiate the number and ignore the structure. It has a signature. You grind out a few points of discount over 3 weeks, and the deal still dies quietly in internal review or returns with conditions from people who were never in the room. You optimize total price while the binding constraint was a line, a category, a period, or a control. 2 errors travel with it, both practitioner observation, not research. Arguing value to a controller measured on accuracy rather than upside, so enthusiasm reads as risk, and treating a refusal as positional when it is policy, statute, or audit exposure. Here is the conversation. Treat the numbers as illustration, not data. You are selling a platform, $1.2 million over 3 years, the finance director will not sign, and the discount you already offered changed nothing. The amateur move is more discount. Mine is 3 questions in order. Is the constraint cash, operating expense, or capital budget? When does your fiscal year end? And who signs this, and what would have to be true for them to sign? Suppose the answers are, operating expense, the year ends on the 31st of March, and it needs the CFO because anything above the divisional threshold in this category escalates. You now know 3 things no discount conversation would reveal. Their problem is a line, not a total. You have 7 weeks, not a quarter. Your real counterpart is not in the room. Now you have moves costing far less than price. Phase the first year so the current year operating expense line fits, with the balance landing after the 1st of April, in a budget still being written and therefore planned, not absorbed. Offer a one-time credit instead of a rate reduction, protecting the base rate they must defend at every renewal. Ask whether their accounting team treats an alternative structure differently as their call rather than your conclusion. And hand them the distinguishing feature, a 3-year commitment and a reference right, both true. The total cash barely moved. What moved was the bucket, the period, the renewal commitment, and how defensible it looked to whoever signs. What to avoid, worst first. Never ask a finance counterpart to act now and document later. Given sections 302 and 906, you are asking someone to take on personal legal exposure to save you a week, and the ask itself damages you. It tells them you do not understand the room. Do not tell them how to account for something. State the commercial substance accurately, what is delivered, when, and what happens if it is not, and let them classify it. Do not use any of this to reach an accounting outcome you could not get honestly. The point is to find the axis on which a genuine agreement is cheapest for both sides. And do not push the number when the answer is a category. The tell is that concessions produce gratitude and no movement. Stop conceding and start diagnosing. The unasked question is which bucket, which period, or whose signature. One thread runs through all of it. Your counterpart is not the last audience for your argument. The controller answers to an auditor, the CFO to a certification with a criminal penalty attached. The negotiation that decides this is the one they have after you leave, and the most valuable thing you can give them is something they can repeat there. That principle scales upward, which is where we go next. In Chapter 23, we take it to investors and boards, where the person across the table manages somebody else's money under a contract dictating what they may concede, where a director may be legally unable to promise you a future vote, and where the committee they answer to sits further away than any auditor. Chapter 23. Negotiating with an investor or a board. One sentence first, and I will repeat it at the end. Nothing here is legal, financial, or investment advice. Share structures, term sheets, and directors' duties are fact-specific and jurisdiction-specific. The use of what follows is to make you a better-informed client of your own lawyer. Here is what changes everything. The investor across the table is not a person with money. They are an agent managing someone else's money under a contract that dictates what they may and may not concede. Most founders negotiate as though they were haggling with a wealthy individual who might be charmed or argued into generosity. They are in fact sitting opposite someone with their own investors, their own hurdle, and a fund of fixed lifespan, and nearly every rigid position they take downstream follows from those three facts. So start with the economics. Without them, you will misread every no you receive. A venture fund typically runs 10 to 12 years. Inside that, the investing cycle, the window in which the firm makes new investments at all, generally runs 3 to 5 years, after which it turns to nursing what it already owns. The money is committed, not funded. The limited partners who supply the capital promise a sum that is called down over time, with substantial penalties for failing to meet a call. Exits are sought within roughly 8 to 12 years. Then there is how the manager gets paid, the arrangement compressed into 2 and 20. The management fee is typically 2 to 2.5% of committed capital every year, and it pays the firm's running costs. The carried interest, carry, is typically 20% of the profits, the other 80% going to the investors in proportion to what they put in. Demand for top firms has pushed some to 25 or 30%. General partners also usually commit 1 to 2% of the fund's size personally. The part founders never see is the order in which money actually comes out, the distribution waterfall. First, the limited partners get their capital back. Second, they receive a preferred return, the hurdle, typically 7 to 9% a year. Third comes the catch-up, in which returns are split with the manager taking the larger share, commonly 80% to the manager, 20% to the investors, until the manager has caught up to its carry percentage. Only then does the remainder split at the standard 20 and 80. Read that waterfall again, and one thing should land hard. A fund that returns its capital and a little more pays the general partner nothing in carry at all. Not a small amount, nothing. That is the structural reason investors push for outcomes that look greedy from inside a single company. Mediocre outcomes are, in their economics, indistinguishable from failure. It is also why they are so selective. A Stanford survey found 100 companies considered for every one financed. You will hear the venture power law invoked too, that a tiny minority of investments produces almost all of a fund's return. The direction is safe. The percentages people quote could not be verified, so I will not give you any. So what does this person care about that you have probably ignored? Ownership percentage, not dollars, because carry is a share of profit on the whole fund, and a company can only move a fund if the firm owns enough of it, which is why an investor may decline to put in less money at a better price. Fund vintage, because a partner in year 8 of a 12-year fund has a different appetite for your 5-year plan than one in year 2. Asking which fund this is and of what vintage is the investor equivalent of asking a corporate buyer when their fiscal year ends. Portfolio precedent, because a term conceded to you must be defended to a limited partner base and will be demanded by every other company in the portfolio. And dry powder, because a fund still deploying and a fund past its investment period behave like different species. Which brings us to the currency you can pay and that costs you little, a story they can repeat to the body they answer to. The negotiation that decides your outcome is the one they have after you leave the room. Give them the distinguishing feature, the true and specific reason this deal is not a precedent. That is practitioner reasoning, not a research finding, but it follows from economics we verified. Now the adjudication this chapter exists for. A line repeated everywhere in founder writing is that valuation does not matter, terms matter. It is loosely attributed to Brad Feld and Jason Mendelsohn, whose term sheet series is the standard practitioner reference and the basis of the book Venture Deals. And it overstates its own source. Feld identifies price as the most important economic term, with liquidation preference second. He does not argue that preference outranks valuation. He also notes that rational investors balance generous preferences against employee motivation. Because a preference stacks so large that the common stock is worthless, destroys the incentive of the people who must produce the outcome. Here is my read, and I am labeling it judgment rather than a finding. Feld's ranking is better supported than the slogan for two reasons. First, it is what the cited source actually says. The slogan is a summary that lost its qualifier. Second, price sets the base every other term operates on. Preference multiples, participation caps, and pool arithmetic all act on a number that price determines. The defensible version is this. Price is the first-order term, but price alone is not the deal, and a founder who maximizes headline valuation while conceding preference, participation, and pool structure can end up with less money than one who took a lower number on clean terms. What would flip me is data. Matched exits comparing what founders actually received under high-price, heavily structured deals against lower-price, clean-term ones. If structure systematically dominated realized founder proceeds, the slogan would earn its confidence. As of August 2026, I have not seen that. Name the commercial interest, because it is load-bearing. The standard references here are written by active investors, Feld and Mendelsohn, and the venture hacks authors I am about to use. The model legal documents come from the industry's own trade association, which says of them that they avoid bias toward either the venture firm or the company. That is a self-description. None of it makes them wrong. Read them as expert testimony from an interested party. Now the mechanics accurately. A liquidation preference establishes that certain investors get their money back first before other owners when the company is sold, goes public, or otherwise pays out. It attaches to the preferred stock the investor buys, ranks ahead of common stock, but behind company debt and secured obligations, and can be partial, full, or a multiple. Participation is the word that does the damage. Non-participating means the investor takes either their preference or the value of their shares as if converted to common, whichever is higher, not both. Fully participating means they take the preference and then keep sharing the remaining proceeds alongside common. Capped participation means they participate until they reach a stated multiple, then stop. And here is the detail popular explanations get wrong most often. If the cap is 3 times, that is the total return including the preference, not an extra 3 times on top. With a 1 times preference and a 3 times cap, participation is worth 2 times more, not 3. The arithmetic makes it concrete. An investor puts $1 million into a company at a $7 million post-money valuation, which buys 14.4%. The company sells for $15 million. On a 2 times participating preference, they take $2 million off the top, then 14.4% of the remaining $13 million, which is $1.9 million, $3.9 million in total. On a 2 times non-participating preference, they take the greater of their $2 million preference, or 14.4% of $15 million, which is $2.2 million. Same investor, same check, same exit. $3.9 million against $2.2 million, a swing of $1.7 million from a single word with the headline valuation completely unchanged. The option pool shuffle is the same lesson in a different costume. Investors offer an $8 million pre-money valuation. The company has 6 million shares outstanding, so the price looks like $1.33 a share. But that $8 million pre-money includes an employee option pool equal to 20% of the fully diluted capitalization after the financing. Add the 2 million new option shares, and the price is 8 million divided by 8 million shares, $1 a share. The true effective pre-money valuation is 6 million, not 8. The pool only dilutes the common stockholders, so it lands on founders and employees and leaves the incoming preferred untouched, and a pool sized at 20% of post-financing capitalization is 25% of pre-money value. The pool comes out of the pre-money. It is a price cut wearing a governance costume. Here is the worked conversation. The move is not an argument about the number. Before we talk about valuation, you say, let me walk you through the hiring plan for the next 12 months, these roles, these grant sizes, and the arithmetic says a 10% pool covers it. Dropping the pool from 20% to 10% raises the effective valuation from $6 million to $7 million, and the share price from $1 to $1.17. A 17% improvement for an hour of spreadsheet work. You contested the assumption inside the number rather than the number itself, and you did it before that number became the anchor, the reference point everything else gets measured against. Once an anchor is set, you spend the negotiation arguing away from it instead of toward your own. Then there is control, a separate negotiation settled in separate documents. Protective provisions are, in Feld's words, effectively veto rights investors hold over certain company actions. Altering the rights of the preferred, changing the authorized share count, creating a new class with equal or superior rights, mergers and asset sales and changes of control, amending the charter or bylaws, changing the board size, declaring dividends, and issuing debt above a threshold. Their stated purpose is to settle who decides what before the deal rather than fight about authority later. The consequence founders miss is blunt. You can own most of the equity and still be unable to sell the company, raise debt, or change your own board. Board composition is where this becomes permanent, and a board is not an advisory panel. Its core function is governing, setting strategic direction and policy, and selecting, appointing, reviewing, and terminating the chief executive. It approves annual budgets, declares dividends, and issues new shares within limits. Some decisions go past it to shareholders. Electing and removing directors, major constitutional amendments, and significant mergers or asset sales, depending on jurisdiction. Directors are bound by fiduciary duties of loyalty, care, and proper purpose, no undisclosed self-dealing, no private use of company assets or opportunities. Seats are typically allocated across 3 constituencies. Investor seats elected by the preferred, founder and common seats elected by the common stockholders, and independent seats chosen by mutual consent or proportional voting. Watch the trap where the founder and the chief executive are different people, because a separate chief executive seat can consume 2 of the common seats. Firms may also take board observers who attend without voting. Price is settled once. A board seat votes on every subsequent decision, including your next financing and your exit. That is why composition outlives the valuation you fought over. That is also why the investor across the table may personally agree with you and still be unable to move. Directors cannot fetter their discretion by pre-committing to a future vote, even when approving a contract that requires later board approval. When a director says they cannot commit the board, that may be a legal constraint rather than a posture, and pushing anyway announces that you do not understand the room. Firms are also widely reported to require an investment committee and a partner vote, so the enthusiastic person in your meeting may be an advocate rather than an authority. That is reported practice, not a documented rule. What to avoid, then? Do not optimize the headline number while conceding the control terms. That is the most common founder error, and the preference arithmetic is why. Do not treat the investor as your customer. Their client is the limited partner, and a term indefensible to that base will not be granted however well you argue. Do not read investor urgency as interest, because deployment pressure manufactures urgency unrelated to enthusiasm for you. And on pro rata rights, an existing investor's right to keep investing to hold their percentage, the economic logic is obvious from the fund maths, but the mechanical detail could not be verified for this chapter, so ask your lawyer rather than taking my word for it. And once more, none of this is legal, financial, or investment advice. Chapter 24 moves from people who buy a share of your company to people who want to build alongside it. Partnerships and business development, where nobody writes a check and the currency is entirely different. Chapter 24: Partnerships and Business Development. Most partnerships fail politely. They are not terminated, litigated, or publicly walked away from. They are signed, announced, photographed, and then quietly starved of the attention that would have made them work. 2 years later, nobody can name a customer that came through it, and nobody is embarrassed because nobody ever said it had stopped. That is the whole problem in one sentence. The negotiation that produces a signed partnership and the negotiation that produces a working one are different negotiations, and most people only do the first. Begin with the numbers, because there are some, and they are better than the ones you have heard. The best-sourced claim I could verify comes from Dyer, Kale, and Singh, writing in MIT Sloan Management Review in the summer of 2001, under the title, How to Make Strategic Alliances Work. Their summary of alliance practice at large firms is that alliances are fraught with risks and almost half fail. Note what that is. It is the author's own summary, in a management review written for executives rather than a peer-reviewed journal, and in the material available to me, the word failure is never defined. So the honest phrasing is roughly half, attributed, not sharpened into a decimal. You will also have heard that 60 or 70% of alliances fail. That figure circulates in consultancy material, attributed secondhand to several of the large firms, and I could not reach a primary source for any version of it. It has intuitive appeal. But a number with no reachable method, no stated sample, and no definition of failure is not evidence. It is a rumor with a percentage sign. Use roughly half and say where it came from. That is judgment about evidentiary standards, and a primary source would change it. The same article gives 2 more verified figures. The top 500 global businesses have, on average, 60 major strategic alliances each, not an exotic activity at the edge of corporate life, a routine one at enormous volume. And on announcement, a company's stock price jumped roughly 1% with each announcement of a new alliance, which translated into an increase in market value of $54 million per alliance. Hold those together because they explain most of what follows. The market pays, immediately and measurably, for the announcement. Nothing moves when an alliance quietly produces nothing 3 years later. When a system pays at announcement and the cost lands in silence, you get a great many announcements. That is a mechanism, not a moral failing, and it explains the failure rate without anyone behaving badly. Now the most useful finding in this chapter. In the same study, firms with a dedicated strategic alliance function, a standing team whose actual job is alliances, had a 25% higher long-term success rate with their alliances than firms without one, and generated almost 4 times the market wealth when they announced a new one. One caveat: the underlying academic paper, by the same authors in the Strategic Management Journal in 2002, I could not fetch, so its figures are unverified. The management review figures are the ones I stand behind. Read what that says. The strongest available predictor of whether a partnership works is not the cleverness of the partnership. It is an organizational commitment made before any specific deal existed, before the counterpart was identified, before the terms were drafted, before anybody was excited. The firms that succeed decided in the abstract that alliances are a discipline needing people, memory, and method. Everyone else improvises, each time with whoever is free. That settles a real disagreement. One school says alliance success is deal craft. Get the governance right, the dependence right, the exit written properly, and the partnership survives. The other says it is institutional capability. The terms matter far less than whether your organization knows how to run alliances at all. Deal craft has the advantage of being actionable by you today. Capability is nearly useless to an individual negotiator because you cannot conjure a corporate function on a Tuesday. But capability has something dealcraft does not, a measured effect, the 25%. The dealcraft factors, which I will come to, come from a practitioner synthesis with no effect sizes attached at all. So capability is better supported, and I am labeling that judgment rather than finding. What would flip it is a study measuring which contract terms predict alliance survival while controlling for whether the firm has an alliance function. I did not find one. So, if your organization has no alliance function and no memory of the last 5 partnerships, the base rate applies to you, and your highest leverage move is not at the table. It is arguing internally that partnerships need an owner before they need a counterparty. Now, the person across from you. What is a business development counterpart measured on? There is no public dataset of BD compensation plans I could source, so what follows is reasoned inference from adjacent evidence, not research. The metrics are visible in how these roles are advertised and in the alliance literature. Typically, deals signed, the number and announced value of agreements, pipelines sourced through partners, attributed on a lagging and difficult basis, and logo quality, the partner's name, because the name is what gets announced. What is almost never on that scorecard is whether the partnership produced anything 2 years later. That omission is the entire problem. The BD person is measured at signature. The value, if there is any, arrives long after whoever signed has been promoted or moved on. So here is the sentence to hold when you sit opposite them. Their deadline is the announcement, not the outcome. Use both edges of that. It is real urgency, and urgency is tradable. Someone who needs this announced before their quarterly review will give you terms to get the date. It is also a standing reason to discount whatever you are promised about post-signature execution, not because they are lying. Because they will not be doing it, and nothing in their measurement asks them to check. Which tells you the currency that costs you little and is worth a great deal to them: announceability and internal narrative. A BD person frequently needs a story that survives their next review more than a marginally better commercial term. Logo rights, a joint press release, a named launch customer, a quotable executive, a case study, a conference slot, a reference call. Trade them deliberately for what is genuinely expensive to you. Exclusivity, most favored nation pricing, the promise that nobody else ever gets better terms, MFN, open-ended support commitments, and intellectual property. Now the distinction that decides whether any of it works. 2 different things get called a partnership, and conflating them is the classic error. This framing is reasoned inference from adjacent evidence, not research, informed by the alliance taxonomy of joint ventures, equity and non-equity alliances, and by ordinary commercial practice, but it does not appear in the literature in these words. The first kind is really a sales channel. One side has a product, the other has access to buyers. Value flows one way and money flows the other. Reseller, referral, affiliate, distributor, co-sell, marketplace listing. This is a commercial relationship wearing a partnership word, and its real terms are margin, quota, exclusivity, lead attribution, and who owns the customer. Nothing wrong with it. It just ought to be negotiated as a distribution agreement, measured in units. The second kind is genuinely joint. Both sides put in something the other cannot buy, and the output is something neither could have produced alone. A joint product, shared intellectual property, a joint venture, co-development. Different terms matter here: ownership of what you build, contribution commitments, decision rights, and how the upside splits when the thing succeeds asymmetrically, which it will. The failure mode is the first kind negotiated in the language of the second. One side believes it has signed a partnership of equals, the other has quietly booked a channel with a quota against it. 6 months in, the partner is asking why nobody is selling, and the channel is asking why the margin is so thin. Nobody lied. They used the same noun for 2 different things, and the ambiguity was pleasant enough at signature that neither side wanted to spoil it. So name it at the start in one question. Is there anything we would build together that neither of us would build alone? If the answer is no, it is a channel, negotiate margin, attribution, and quota, and stop asking for strategic commitment you have not paid for. Asking deflates the room slightly. It is also the cheapest thing in this chapter, and what prevents the slow death. Beyond that, the practitioner synthesis of the alliance literature keeps naming the same factors: mutual understanding of each side's resources and interests, trust and goodwill, an absence of time pressure during the negotiation, deliberately limited scope, experienced managers on both sides, and sustained relationship intensity rather than a signature and a handoff. 3 are directly actionable: dependence, governance, and exit. Dependence first. A partnership only one side needs is not a partnership. It is a favor with a contract stapled to it, and favors decay. The diagnostic is not do they like this deal. It is, what breaks on their side if this stops. If nothing breaks, you do not have a partnership. And say plainly, the claim that measured mutual dependence predicts alliance survival is reasoned inference, not research. The resource dependence tradition of Pfeffer and Salensic is its theoretical home, but I did not verify an empirical test. Governance second. The alliance literature treats structuring and governance as its own phase of the life cycle, covering control, organizational structure, support, and legal agreements. The translation is short: a named owner on each side, a fixed cadence, an escalation path, one agreed number. If nobody can answer who calls the meeting and what number we look at when we get there, the partnership is already decorative, whatever the press release says. Exit third, and this is the one people skip. The literature names 5 ways alliances end: natural end when objectives are achieved, extension, premature termination, exclusive continuation where one partner carries on alone, and takeover of one partner by the other. All 5 should be written down before signature, and not out of pessimism. Signature day is the only moment when both sides are pleasant about the ending. Whatever you fail to agree then, you negotiate later with someone who is angry. Watch how hard they fight the termination clause. A counterpart who resists any clean exit is telling you they expect to be the side delivering less. And a defined exit preserves your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, be a TNA, the thing you do if this stops, rather than letting it disappear the moment you sign. Here is the worked conversation. You are late in the discussion, terms broadly agreed, both sides warm, the launch date being fixed. You say, before we lock the date, give me 10 minutes on 4 questions because I would rather ask now than in 9 months. Who does the work? Name your person and I will name mine. Who owns the customer? Whose relationship is it? Who supports them? Whose name is on the invoice? What happens when it underperforms? Not if, what number do we look at, when, and what do we do if it is bad? And how does either of us exit cleanly, without a fight? Watch what comes back. Quick, specific answers mean an organization that has done this before, and your risk just dropped. If the room goes quiet, or you are told this is premature and the spirit of the thing matters more than the mechanics, you have learned something valuable at 0 cost. Nobody there has thought about the period after the announcement, because nobody there is measured on it. That is not a reason to walk. It is a reason to fix the governance now, while they still want the date. Then the ask, which costs them almost nothing. Let us name an owner each, agree one number, and put a review in the calendar for 90 days. Offer the trade in the same breath. You take the joint press release, the launch customer quote, and the conference slot. I take the named owner, the review, and the termination right. You have paid in the currency their scorecard reads, and bought the things that predict survival. What to avoid? Do not sign on announcement-grade enthusiasm with no named owner, no metric, no dependence, and no exit. That is the predictable failure mode, and it ends with their sponsor changing roles and the partnership becoming nobody's job. Do not grant exclusivity without a performance floor and an expiry, or you are promising to say no to everyone else in exchange for nothing. Do not mistake enthusiasm for resourcing. And do not let the pleasantness of the announcement buy your silence on the 4 questions, because the reason partnerships fail politely is that everyone was too polite at the one moment when asking was cheap. Chapter 25 stays outside the company boundary and changes the temperature entirely. Partnerships fail from too much agreement. Procurement, vendors, and sales fail from the opposite. A counterpart trained professionally to negotiate against you, holding every competitor's price while you hold only your own, and measured on the gap between the first number you say and the last. Chapter 25, Procurement, Vendors, and Sales. Here is the whole chapter in one sentence before I earn it. They negotiate all day, and you do it twice a year. In almost every buyer-seller negotiation, one side is a trained professional with a methodology, a target, a scoreboard, and several hundred rounds behind them, and the other side is improvising in good faith. That has nothing to do with intelligence or character. It is repetition. This chapter is about closing it from both sides because most people listening will sit in both seats. Start with what procurement is measured on because everything follows from it. A report from 2011 found that procurement departments manage approximately 60.6% of total enterprise spend at an average annual savings rate of 6.7%. I reached those figures through a secondary source, so treat the decimals gently. The shape is not in doubt. Procurement controls the majority of what a company spends, and the number it reports upward is a savings percentage. Sit with what that implies. Procurement is not paid to get a good outcome. Procurement is paid to produce a measurable delta between a number you said first and a number you said last. That sentence explains almost every behavior you will meet across a purchasing table without anybody behaving badly. Now the part that should change how you prepare. This is a credentialed profession, and you are not a member of it. The Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, CIPS, has over 64,000 members across 180 countries. It received a royal charter in 1992 and awards chartered status conditional on continuing professional development and on passing an ethics test. It teaches a doctrine, the 5 rights: right quality, quantity, place, time, and price, with a 6th, right source, added in 2018. The United States Bureau of Labor Statistics counted 526,200 purchasing manager, buyer, and purchasing agent positions in 2019. I could not verify that negotiation is a named module in the CIPS syllabus because the Institute's own site would not load, so I will not claim it. But this is a profession with a body, a charter, an ethics examination, and a doctrine, and your side of the table has none of those. Then there is the structure of the process, which is more decisive than any individual skill. A request for proposal, an RFP, is formally described as a form of reverse auction. The buyer holds every competitor's price, terms, and weaknesses simultaneously. You hold your own. That is not a skill advantage. It is a structural information asymmetry, and I think it is the largest single one in commercial negotiation. The buyer also writes the rules. In United States federal procurement, Regulation FAR 15.203 provides that requests for proposal are used in negotiated acquisitions to communicate government requirements to prospective contractors, and explicitly permits discussions with bidders and an invitation for what it calls final proposal revisions. The buyer decides when your last price is your last price. Private sector procurement copied the structure wholesale. Even the choice of document is information. A request for quotation means the specification is fixed and price decides, which is to say they have already concluded you are a commodity. Now the standard tactics and the counters. Label this honestly. The taxonomy comes from procurement practice and general negotiation research, not a single study, and I found nothing testing these counters against procurement specifically. Treat them as reasoned craft, not tested findings. Manufactured competitive tension. We have 3 other quotes and you are the highest. Sometimes true, sometimes a non-comparable quote for a different scope, sometimes a ghost. The counter is a rule you adopt once and never break. Do not price against a bid you cannot see. Ask what is in the comparison, scope, term, support, service levels, and insist on like for like or decline to move. The approved vendor list. Get on the list and the volume follows. Ask what the list is worth, historical spend routed through it, how many internal buyers use it, whether it is mandatory or merely advisory. The list is real and the volume imaginary more often than the reverse. Staged bid rounds and the live descending auction. These are designed openly to strip everything from the decision except price. The counter is not cleverness in the room is engineered to defeat resolve formed in it. Decide your floor before the auction opens, write it down, tell a colleague. Declining to participate is legitimate when your differentiation is real. Deliberate late-stage reopening. Terms reopened at signature when your quarter is ending and theirs is not. Mature buyers know your fiscal calendar, and the point of the timing is that your urgency does the negotiating for them. The counter is structural. Move your own internal commit date earlier than theirs. Alongside it, one rule stated early and kept: every new ask reopens the whole deal, not just the item. Extra users, a training day, 90-day payment terms instead of 30. Extended terms are a price cut charged as working capital, so price them and offer a choice with a stated difference. That turns a favor into a purchase. The deepest counter is none of those. Procurement is usually not the customer. The budget owner, the engineer, the operator whose problem you solve, that is the customer. Procurement is a control function placed between you and them, and the information asymmetry is only fatal if procurement is the only relationship you have. The influence worth winning is the specification, and the specification is written before the request for proposal is issued. By the time the document lands in your inbox, you are discovering the result. Now the honest conflict at the center of selling to procurement, because two positions are defensible and I owe you a verdict. Open high, and your opening number becomes their scorecard's baseline. They need a visible saving, and padding hands them their win at a cost you planned for. Open tight, and you manufacture nothing for them, but you also remove their ability to show a win, which is exactly why they push harder against an honest price, not less. Both are true at once, and padding has its own long cost. It teaches them to expect a discount every year and makes your price permanently unbelievable. My read, and I label it judgment rather than a finding, is that the tight opening is better for any relationship you expect to renew, provided you bring them a defensible number in another currency. Give them a written price benchmark statement, a year-on-year unit cost reduction through volume tiering at flat total spend, a rebate landing inside their fiscal year, a multi-year fixed price that books avoided inflation. Make their process easy. Return the security questionnaire fast, have certificates and financials ready, accept their paper where it is harmless. A supplier who is cheap to administer is worth real money to somebody whose second metric is cycle time. What would change my mind is evidence that padded openings produce better prices without degrading renewals, measured across renewals rather than one deal. I have not seen it. If you are the buyer, the mirror failure mode is aimed at you, optimizing the measured metric. A saving extracted from a supplier who then understaffs your account, underinvests, or quietly exits is a booked saving and an unbooked cost. The saving appears on procurement scorecard. The cost lands on operations. Turn the table around. Commission is variable pay for services rendered or products sold, usually a percentage of revenue. On-target earnings, OTE, is a salesperson's base pay plus expected commissions assuming they meet a quota. It is the number they were recruited on. Plans commonly contain multiple attainment levels, each with its own threshold and reward, which is the accelerator. The commission rate itself steps up past quota, so $1 of revenue after full attainment is worth substantially more than $1 before it. And critically, commissions may be reduced when large discounts are granted and increased on products the company wants to push. 3 things follow. Attainment is a step function, not a slope. Someone at 97% of quota and someone at 103% live in different financial universes, and a deal that crosses the line is worth far more than its size suggests. Timing beats size. The same deal signed on the last day of a quarter or the first of the next is identical revenue to the company and very different money to the individual, and nothing in the structure rewards waiting. And discount depth is partly their own money, so when they concede a large one, they have usually gone to a manager, which means a more senior person is now personally invested in closing you. Pushing to the approval ceiling recruits an ally you never met. Which brings us to the calendar, where I have to be more careful than the folklore is. The popular claim is that discounts spike at period end by some specific percentage. Two serious papers bear on this. A well-known quarterly Journal of Economics paper by Paul Oyer from 1998 on fiscal year ends, nonlinear incentive contracts and business seasonality, and Ian Larkin's 2014 Journal of Labor Economics paper on employee gaming in enterprise software sales. I confirmed both exist. Both were paywalled to me, so I will not quote a number from either. Those magnitudes could not be verified. What I can stand behind is regulatory enforcement. Channel stuffing is inflating sales figures by forcing more product through a distribution channel than the channel can sell, and it arises from quota pressure and short-term targets. In August 2004, Bristol-Myers Squibb settled Securities and Exchange Commission fraud charges for $150 million, and the SEC found the company had stuffed its distribution channels with excess inventory near the end of every quarter. McAfee settled a comparable matter in January 2006. Be precise about what that proves. It is enforcement evidence about one company's misconduct. It is not a general measurement of how much anybody discounts at quarter end, and I will not let it pretend otherwise. What it does establish from a regulator, with a date, a dollar figure, and the regulator's own phrase, near the end of every quarter, is the mechanism. Period-end targets distort behavior at period end, systematically, at scale, in public companies. Channel stuffing is the illegal tail of that distribution. Discounting to close on the quarter's last day is the ordinary, legal body of it. So as a buyer, find the seller's fiscal year end. For public companies, it is in their filings, and be ready to sign in its final fortnight. 3 caveats separate advice from folklore. Sellers know you know, and mature revenue organizations now run discount approval matrices designed to withhold end-of-period flexibility precisely to break the pattern. Waiting has a cost, and if the product solves a bleeding problem, 3 months of bleeding can exceed the discount. And end-of-period leverage only works for a buyer genuinely willing not to buy. It is alternative-based leverage in a calendar costume, and a buyer who has already decided has none on any date. That gives the seller the mirror answer: how to sell without teaching the buyer that waiting always wins. Discount to hit a date and you have not made a sale, you have taught a lesson. The customer system now records the discounted figure as the price. Every renewal starts from there, and any return to list reads as an increase you must justify. So every concession is bought, fenced, and expiring. Bought, exchanged for a longer term, prepayment, volume, a reference. Fenced, attached to a stated condition you can explain to the next customer without it applying to them. Expiring, with an end date and a path back to standard pricing, agreed in the moment of goodwill rather than fought for later. And where you can, concede something other than headline price. Seats, modules, term, credit, services. The unit price is what propagates. Underneath all of it is the discipline that beats improvisation, and it is 3 habits rather than a technique. First, know your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, your BATNA, before you walk in, concretely. The actual other supplier, the actual other customer, the price and date at which you would genuinely take it. Everything called leverage in this chapter is that alternative in costume. Second, never negotiate against yourself. If you have made an offer and the answer is silence, or you will have to do better, the next move is a question, not a new number. Improvisers fill silence with concessions. Professionals fill it with questions. Third, never let the calendar be the only reason a price moves. If the deal is worth doing, it is worth doing on the 15th. That is the commercial negotiation. What survives it is the document, and the document is negotiated by people with an entirely different scorecard. People who are blamed for a clause that costs money and almost never for a deal that quietly died. In Chapter 26, we take up lawyers and contracts. What in-house counsel is optimizing for, why, what does this do to our other agreements, is usually true rather than tactical, and which terms move a deal's economics by more than the price you argued over for 6 weeks. Chapter 26, Lawyers, Contracts, and the Words That Matter. Before anything else, nothing in this chapter is legal advice. Everything here describes commercial concepts, not guidance on any specific agreement. Contract terms mean materially different things in different jurisdictions, and different things again depending on the exact words on the page. Have a qualified lawyer review anything you are about to sign. I will say it again before the end, because this chapter needs it more than any other. Now the claim I want to defend. In most commercial negotiations, the clause deciding how much money is genuinely at risk is the limitation of liability, and almost nobody in the room is arguing about it. Commercial people spend 6 weeks on price, which is visible, comparable, and satisfying to win. The allocation of risk gets settled in the last 2 hours before signature by tired people, in language most of them are reading for the first time. That sequencing is backwards, and it is expensive. A limitation of liability caps how much one party can be made to pay the other when things go wrong, commonly expressed as a multiple of fees paid, often the fees paid in the preceding 12 months. It is usually paired with a provision excluding indirect, consequential, special or incidental damages, and lost profits. Those halves do different work, and conflating them is costly. The cap limits the size of a claim. The exclusion limits the kinds of loss that can be claimed at all. Here is where I have to be disciplined, and where you should hold me to it. You will hear that the market standard cap is 1 times annual fees. That convention is widely repeated in practitioner material, and I could not source it to any survey or dataset, so I will not tell you what a normal cap is. Believe a number is market standard, and you have anchored yourself to folklore. Anything outside it looks unreasonable, anything inside it looks safe. Work out instead what the cap needs to be given what this contract does, and ask your counterpart what theirs is based on. Often the honest answer is their template. Now the 3 words non-lawyers use as synonyms that are not synonyms. An indemnity, a warranty, and a guarantee are 3 different animals, and this is verified ground rather than my opinion. An indemnity is a contractual obligation of one party, the indemnitor, to compensate the loss incurred by another party, the indemnity. Everything else follows from that, and it is why an indemnity is a far bigger ask than it sounds when someone slides it across the table as a formality. Take the differences one at a time. An indemnity compensates the actual loss suffered. A warranty claim is generally measured by the reduction in value, a different and usually smaller measure. Warranty claims generally require the claimant to mitigate their loss, indemnities generally do not. And warranties typically exclude problems the claimant already knew about, whereas indemnities do not. That is why counterparties push to convert a warranty into an indemnity, and why the word swap is not cosmetic. A guarantee is a third thing. It is the promise of a third party to honor the obligation of a party to a contract, should that party be unable or unwilling to do so. Not a promise about quality, not a promise to compensate loss, somebody else standing behind the obligation. The duty to defend is separate again, and it is about control. Most indemnitors are unwilling to indemnify against claims when they do not control the defense. If you are being asked to pay for a fight, expect to ask to run it. Now the best example of where the money actually is. An indemnitor limits exposure by making sure that any limitations of liability apply to the indemnification. Read that slowly. A beautifully negotiated liability cap can be silently defeated if the indemnity sits outside it. You can spend a month getting the cap down and give away more than you saved in a clause nobody discussed. So the question, a small drafting question with possibly the largest economic consequence in the document, is this: is the indemnity inside the cap or outside it? Ask it out loud every time. Jurisdiction changes all of this, which is the second reason for the disclaimer. New Jersey law voids clauses covering a party's own negligence unless that is explicitly stated. California requires explicit listing of the risks. New York applies broad liability interpretations. In England and Wales, indemnities must be clearly and precisely worded, and can be enforceable even orally, unlike guarantees. 4 jurisdictions, 4 answers to what looks like one question. Termination for convenience next. a clause enabling a party to end the contract without needing to establish that the other party is in default. It originates in United States federal procurement. FAR Part 49 governs terminations, allowing the government to exit a contract for the convenience of the government regardless of contractor performance, and FAR 49.104 requires a terminated contractor to submit a termination settlement proposal. So the terminated party is generally compensated for work done and costs incurred, not simply cut off. It differs fundamentally from termination for cause, which requires the other side to have failed its obligations, and it is not universal. Most JCT construction contracts lack the right. Notice what the federal model includes, and commercial drafting quietly drops: the settlement proposal. A one-sided right here converts a 3-year contract into a rolling 30-day contract for one party only and destroys the economics on which the other side priced the deal. The seller's correct response is not refusal. It is to price it, notice periods, a termination fee, repayment of amortized onboarding, a higher rate. You rarely win by saying no to a risk. You win by converting it into a number. 4 more terms briefly. Exclusivity is a commitment not to deal with specified others, and it is the most frequently given away and least frequently priced term in commercial negotiation. If you grant it, it should carry a minimum performance commitment, so it lapses to non-exclusive when volumes are missed, an expiry, and a defined scope. Exclusive for what, where, against whom. Exclusivity without a performance floor is a promise to say no to everyone else in exchange for nothing. That is my reasoning, not a finding, and it can raise competition law questions I have not verified and will not characterize. A most favored nation clause, MFN, promises the counterparty terms at least as good as any other customer gets, so a better price given later elsewhere flows back here. It does not set today's price. It removes your future pricing freedom for every other customer, converting every later discount anywhere into a retroactive discount here. If you grant one, make it narrow. A named product, a named term length, comparable volumes, a defined comparison method. MFN clauses have drawn competition law attention in some places. I could not verify the cases, so I will not name one. Auto-renewal, sometimes called evergreen. The contract renews unless notice is given by a deadline before expiry, and the entire value of the clause sits in the notice window. A 60 or 90-day notice requirement means the real decision date is months before the date in anyone's calendar, and the predictable failure is a renewal nobody chose. Ask for a shorter notice period and an obligation on them to remind you, and negotiate the uplift, since these clauses frequently renew at list or at a stated increase. On regulation, I stop short. There has been rulemaking activity around automatic renewal and negative option terms. I could not verify its status as of August 2026, and so I will not tell you what any rule requires or whom it covers. Service levels, SLAS, are defined commitments on uptime, response, or resolution time, usually with service credits as the remedy. A service credit is not a remedy. It is a discount. Credits are typically a small percentage of the fees for the affected period, so if an outage costs you more than the fees, the SLA has capped the vendor's exposure rather than protected you. Credits are almost always claim-based rather than automatic, and most are never claimed. The escalation that matters is a right to terminate without penalty after repeated or sustained failure, because that threatens the renewal rather than a rounding error. Every one of those clauses moves money, and none is where the commercial argument happens. So why does the person who reads them feel like an obstacle? Because of an asymmetry in how the lawyer is scored. A lawyer who approves a clause that later costs the company money is identifiable and blamed. A lawyer who delays a deal by 2 weeks or kills it on an indemnity position is rarely blamed. The revenue that did not happen has no name on it. Legal risk is attributable. Commercial delay is diffuse. That is a rational response to an asymmetric scorecard, not a personality defect. What it makes them want becomes legible. Risk allocation, with every foreseeable bad event assigned to somebody. precedent, and consistency, because a term conceded once will be demanded by the next 100 counterparties who hear about it. We cannot do that because of what it does to our other contracts, is frequently true rather than tactical. Enforceability, because a clause that will not hold up is worse than none, having created false comfort. And precision, because ambiguity is what gets litigated. The business, meanwhile, wants the deal this quarter with the customer happy. Which brings us to a sentence you have heard everywhere. The lawyers are blocking it. Both positions at full strength. The commercial view is that legal is a cost center with no revenue accountability, applying template positions to a deal whose economics it was never told, and that speed has real value the risk analysis never prices. The legal view is that the business is optimizing a bonus paying this quarter against a tail risk landing in 3 years on somebody else's watch. My read, judgment, not a finding, since I could not locate empirical work on it, is that legal is closer to right on substance and the business is closer to right on process. The tail risk is real and systematically underweighted because the people negotiating price are not the people who will be there when the indemnity is called. But the lawyers are blocking it almost always means something more fixable. Somebody failed to give legal the commercial context. A lawyer handed a document and no information can only apply defaults. What would change my mind is evidence that deals reviewed early end up with the same risk terms as deals reviewed late. So negotiate with your own counsel deliberately before you negotiate with the other side. Bring them a commercial priority ranking, not a signed document. Tell them what the deal is worth, what realistic failure looks like, what you will trade, and which 2 clauses you need moved. Ask which of their positions are policy and which are preference. Most legal teams have a few red lines and many defaults. Nobody volunteers which is which, and almost everybody answers if asked. Get them in early, because every clause you agree commercially before legal sees it is a concession you will make twice. The framing that unlocks the most is converting a positional fight into a risk engineering problem. A lawyer asked, "Will you accept unlimited liability?" Must say no. There is no other answer. A lawyer asked, "What specific harm are you protecting against, and what would make it acceptably unlikely or acceptably small?" Can usually design a way through, a cap, a carve-out, an insurance requirement, a narrower scope, a shorter term. Offering to carry a stated amount of cover naming the other party often settles an indemnity fight outright, converting an argument about who bears a risk into a purchase of protection. 2 more cheap currencies. Paper a concession as a one-off, non-precedential accommodation, and make clauses mutual, since a reciprocal version is usually free to you and far easier for a lawyer to defend. Finally, holding the pen. Earlier, this appeared as a process move. Whoever produces the draft controls the defaults, and the other side must spend effort to move each item off them. It matters most here because contract defaults are exactly where liability caps, indemnity scope, and termination rights quietly live. There is a real tension with the other good advice, accept their paper where it is harmless, because a counterparty who closes 10 issues to focus on 2 buys goodwill on the 2 that matter. My judgment is that you hold the pen when risk terms are the substance of the deal, and give it up when speed is the substance and the risk is small. Most people get this backwards. That is a call, not a finding. One last time, plainly. This has been a description of commercial concepts, not legal advice. These terms mean different things in different jurisdictions and depending on the words actually used. Nothing here should be relied on for any specific agreement. Have a qualified lawyer review anything you sign. In Chapter 27, we cross to a table you will sit at personally: recruiters, candidates, and your own pay. There is real empirical evidence there, some of it counterintuitive. Who negotiates, how ambiguity itself moves money, and what happens to your leverage when everyone can see everyone's salary. Chapter 27, Recruiters, Candidates, and Your Own Pay. Of every negotiation in this course, this is the one that matters most to you personally and the one you will prepare for least. A commercial negotiator will spend a week getting ready to argue over a contract worth less than the gap between 2 salary offers. Your own pay compounds. It sets the base for the next raise, the next grant, and often the number the next employer starts from. And you will do it perhaps 5 or 6 times in a career, opposite someone who does it every week. Here is the spine of this chapter, and it is unusual. In almost every other negotiation I have covered, technique moves the outcome. Here, the best evidence says the situation moves it more. The strongest finding in this literature is not about how to ask or how to phrase it. It is about the conditions under which asking happens at all. And the most effective intervention anyone has tested was a change to the job advertisement, not a change to the candidate. Start with the person on the other side. There are 3 kinds of recruiter, and they are not the same animal. The external contingency recruiter is paid a percentage of your first-year compensation and paid only if the placement happens. I could not source the commonly quoted percentage to any survey. It is practitioner folklore, so I will not give you a number. The structure is not in dispute, and it is double-edged. Aligned, a higher salary for you is a bigger fee for them, which makes them one of the very few parties paid more when you are paid more. Misaligned, and dominantly so, the fee is 0 if the deal does not close. The extra fee on a better offer is small, the loss on a blown placement is total. That is why a recruiter who has been warm for 6 weeks becomes anxious the moment you say the word negotiate. The retained search firm is paid in installments regardless of any specific outcome, which softens the closing pressure but does not change whose client they are, the employers. The internal in-house recruiter is measured, as best I can establish, on time to fill, offer acceptance rate, requisition load, cost per hire, and hiring within an approved band. Flag that honestly. No study of recruiter compensation could be verified for this chapter, so that metric list is reasoned inference rather than a finding, a working model you can test by asking. If the model is right, it predicts something useful. Acceptance rate rewards making offers people accept, pushing toward the top of the band. Budget discipline pushes toward the bottom. The recruiter stands between 2 of their own metrics, and the band itself, the real negotiation, was set before you entered the room. Hence the sentence a candidate should carry: the recruiter is not your adversary and is not your advocate. They are a party with their own scorecard, and on most of it, they need this to close more than you do. Now the centerpiece. Leibbrandt and List ran a natural field experiment, real job advertisements, real applicants who did not know they were in a study, roughly 2,500 job seekers randomized across postings with different contract language. One thing was manipulated, whether the advertisement said the wage was negotiable or left it unstated. Where negotiability was not mentioned, men were more likely than women to negotiate. Where the advertisement said explicitly that wages were negotiable, that difference disappeared and, in the author's words, even tended to reverse. Men also sorted into jobs with ambiguous wage-setting rules more than women did, so the gap concentrated exactly where the rules were unstated. Sit with what that means. The behavior usually described as a personal trait was substantially a response to ambiguity in the rules. Nobody was coached or taught a script. One line of text in an advertisement closed the initiation gap. And it generalizes well past gender. Ambiguity about whether negotiation is permitted is itself a mechanism that moves money, and whoever assumes the number is fixed pays for the assumption. A meta-analysis by Kugler and colleagues, pooling 55 effect sizes across more than 17,000 people, found the initiation gap real but small, and smaller still where the ambiguity was low, the same moderator, by a different method. 2 things follow. As a candidate, assume the number is negotiable unless told otherwise, because it is the ambiguity, not the policy, doing the damage. If you set pay, say in the posting whether it is negotiable. It is cheap, it is tested, and it works on everybody. And the best-known popular book here, Women Don't Ask, is a book that sells. The statistics circulated from it could not be verified for this chapter, so I am not quoting them. The field experiment needs no help from them. Then the law got involved, and the evidence turns awkward. Take salary history bands first. Hansen and McNichols, using difference in differences and synthetic control around California's ban, found the gender earnings ratio increased by 1% in states with bans, concentrated among older workers and recent job changers. 1% is a real, measured effect and a modest one. I will not inflate it. Then Sherman, Brands and Koo ran a field experiment in the United Kingdom, chosen because the confounds that plague American studies, other equality legislation passing at the same time, and the campaigning that pushes these laws through were absent. 16 months, 230 staff hires. The ban was about as likely to harm new hires as to help them, with no significant difference between women and men. Their archival replication covered 3,687 placements at a firm that adopted a ban voluntarily, and salaries were significantly lower under it, again with no difference by sex. So say it plainly, in the author's own terms, salary history bans in isolation were ineffective. A widely cited paper reporting larger effects for job changers could not be read for this chapter, so its numbers stay out. And non-disclosure carries a cost few candidates are told about. Agan, Cowgill and G ran a two-sided audit across hundreds of recruiters and more than 2,000 applications, and found employers make negative inferences about candidates who decline to disclose, reading salary history as a signal about your competing options more than your quality. Disclosure by men and by highly paid candidates produced higher offers but fewer callbacks. Refusing to disclose trades offer size against the chance of an offer at all. What a ban actually does is remove an anchor. Anchoring is the well-replicated finding that the first credible number stated shapes where the conversation lands. The anchor a salary history question supplies is your own past, whatever you were last underpaid. Legislating against it does not make you a better negotiator. It makes the first number available to whoever has done the research. Pay transparency is stranger still. Cullen and Paxedherson built a bargaining model and tested it with an event study of American state laws protecting workers' right to discuss pay with colleagues. Their finding: wages declined by approximately 2% following those mandates. The mechanism is what belongs in a negotiation course. Employers credibly refuse to pay high wages to any one worker to avoid costly renegotiations with everyone else. Transparency converts every individual concession into a precedent, and a concession that must be replicated will not be made. The declines were smallest where workers had little individual bargaining power anyway, under collective agreements or posted wages. I am not going to skate past how uncomfortable that is. Transparency is advocated almost entirely as a pro-worker measure, and on this evidence, one common form of it lowers average pay. Danish evidence points the same way. A law requiring firms to publish gender disaggregated wage statistics narrowed the pay gap by 2 percentage points, but primarily by slowing wage growth for men. A policy can compress a distribution and lower its average at once. Equity and level are different objectives, and anyone who tells you transparency is unambiguously good for your own pay is selling a position rather than reporting a finding. Cullen's own later review resolves most of the confusion. Not all transparency is the same thing. Horizontal transparency, knowing your colleagues' pay, narrowed gaps between coworkers, but caused employers to bargain harder, lowering average wages. Vertical transparency, across seniority levels, gave people more accurate and more optimistic beliefs about their earning potential. Cross-firm transparency, ranges published in job advertisements, encouraged workers to move to better-paying firms and negotiate higher pay. So the posted range is on your side. Your colleague's exact salary serves fairness and costs you leverage. Both can be true. The practical translation follows from the mechanism, not from a trick. Under horizontal transparency, base salary is where you have lost leverage and everything else is where you have gained it. Signing bonus, equity, start date, level and title, remote arrangement, the timing of your first review, severance terms. Those are less visible, less comparable, and far less subject to the replication logic that kills base pay concessions. Now the adjudication. The single most repeated piece of career advice in existence is always negotiate. State its case at full strength because it is a decent one. Most people never ask, and the offer is very often not the employer's ceiling. Ambiguity punishes the person who assumes it is fixed, that is labrant and list. The social cost of one polite, well-researched ask after an offer is usually small, and most employers expect it. Against that stands Exley, Niederl, and Westerlund in the Journal of Political Economy, who did what the advice literature never does. They tested the counterfactual. What would happen if the people who avoid negotiating negotiated more? They confirmed that women avoid negotiations more often than men, and found, by direct test, that they would not benefit from leaning in. Returns are comparable for both when they do negotiate, but women positively select into the negotiations worth having. They know when to ask. The authors found no significant evidence of positive selection for men. Here is my verdict, labeled as judgment rather than a finding. Negotiate when the situation permits. It is better supported than always negotiate, but the honest version is that the condition does all the work, and it is satisfied more often than nervous people think. The situation permits it when four things hold. You have an offer in hand, because before that you have no leverage, and after it the employer has sunk cost and a requisition they want closed. There is plausible surplus, a band, a level above the one you were slotted into, a competing process. You can name the specific thing you would say yes to. And pay is not posted, collectively bargained or lockstep, in which case there is nothing to move. Where all four hold, ask, and the always negotiate crowd is right in practice. Where the second and third fail, the marginal negotiation is the unprofitable one, and pushing yourself into it makes you worse off, which is what Exley and colleagues measured. That is a result about averages and selection, not permission to tell any particular person not to ask. What would change my mind is a field experiment rather than a laboratory one, randomly inducing hesitant candidates to negotiate real offers and tracking realized pay, offer withdrawal and callbacks over time. If induced negotiation paid on average with no material rescission cost, always negotiate would have earned its slogan. As of August 2026, the best direct test of the counterfactual runs the other way. So, 4 things to actually do. First, establish your real alternative before you open your mouth. Your best alternative to a negotiated agreement, be a TNA, is what you will genuinely do if this falls through, and I would keep looking is not one. A dated second process, a current job you would keep, a floor below which you decline. Your leverage is the alternative, not your phrasing. The meta-analytic evidence agrees, information about the bargaining range and prior experience are among the few things that reliably narrow outcome gaps. Information, not nerve. Second, treat the first number as information rather than a verdict. It tells you where the band sits and what level they slotted you into, and level is often worth more than base because it sets the ceiling on every later raise. Third, negotiate the package rather than the base alone for the replication reason above. Fourth, an exploding offer, one with a short fuse attached, is a claim about the employer's process, a requisition, a start date, a second candidate, a recruiter's quarter, not a claim about your worth. Ask what specifically expires and why. Sometimes the deadline is real, and the answer is never defiance. It is a straight answer about what happens on that date, so you can act on it. And know the currency. A recruiter wants a clean, committed yes. Say exactly what it would take and commit to signing if they get it, because she will sign today at this number sells internally far better than she is unhappy and wants more. A hiring manager wants reduced risk and offers move when the hiring manager pushes for the candidate they fear losing. Chapter 28 is the case files. Real negotiations, with named parties, dates, documents, and outcomes, and just as importantly, where those documents live so you can check my work. Chapter 28, the case files. You were promised case studies, real ones with named parties, dates, documents, and outcomes. This chapter delivers them, and it tells you where I found them so you can check my work. Here is the find. When a public company in the United States is acquired, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, requires the target to file a document for shareholders before they vote. Somewhere in the middle of it sits a section under a legally required heading, Background of the Merger. That section is very close to a negotiation transcript, dated day by day. It records who telephoned whom, what number was said, what was refused, when exclusivity was signed, and when it expired. It is drafted by lawyers who know that if shareholders decide the board ran a sloppy process, this becomes the central exhibit in the lawsuit. It is written for a hostile audience, and that is what makes it good evidence. These filings are free, and almost nobody writing about negotiation reads them. The genre prefers the interview with the winner years later, remembering himself cleverer than he was. The portable habit, prefer documents produced for a hostile audience. Now, the cases. Microsoft and LinkedIn, 2016, dismantles a phrase you will hear for the rest of your career. Microsoft was not the only bidder. The proxy anonymizes the rival that mattered as Party A, very widely reported to be Salesforce, though that name is not in the filing, so widely reported is as far as I will go. Watch the price. Party A opened in late April at $160 to $165 a share. Microsoft followed at $160 in cash. LinkedIn countered both, identically, at $200, and neither took it. The bids crept up. Both bidders complained about incremental bidding, and LinkedIn's board committee called for best and final offers by the next afternoon. Both bidders landed on exactly $182. That is what best and final meant. Under a month later, the agreement was signed at $196 a share in cash, roughly $26 billion, $14 above the number both had called final, and just under the $200 LinkedIn had anchored at and been rejected on. The anchor did not close anything. It set the reference point the deal came back to. Two more. The board broke the tie between identical $182 bids on non-price terms, cash certainty, share volatility, and whether the buyer needed its own shareholders' approval. Ties break on terms. And LinkedIn's chief financial officer sent Microsoft's chief financial officer a cost synergy analysis, the target helping the buyer justify paying more for the target. Disney and Pixar is in Disney's registration statement, and its most useful sentence is this. From the first Iger, Jobs conversation in October 2005 through the end of November, the parties did not discuss valuation or other terms and conditions of a proposed transaction. 3 months. They discussed the management of the combined animation business, which officers would hold which roles, and preserving Pixar's processes and culture. Valuation entered in December, and the exchange ratio was settled between Robert Iger and Steve Jobs in late January. Sequence was the strategy. By the time anyone said a number, both sides had spent months jointly designing how the thing would run, and both had reason to want it to happen. That it was deliberate is documented. And here the filing corrects the folklore. The legend says Jobs held a commanding hand because Pixar could walk to any studio, that its best alternative to a negotiated agreement, its BATNA, was enormous. The filing says otherwise. After Pixar ended renewal talks in early 2004, it held discussions with several major studios, which the document calls exploratory in nature, and which did not develop into in-depth negotiations. Among the board's own reasons for recommending the sale, shareholders would no longer bear the risks of that search. Pixar's alternative was weaker than the legend, and its board said so. A reputation for having options substitutes for having them, right up until someone checks. To diplomacy. Camp David, September 1978, Anwar Sadat, Menachem Begin, and Jimmy Carter as mediator, 13 days, producing not a treaty but 2 framework documents. The bilateral track became the Egyptian-Israeli Peace Treaty of March 1979. Israel withdrew from the Sinai and gave up its settlements and air bases there. Egypt became the first Arab state to recognize Israel. The Sinai was demilitarized. The textbook reading holds. The positions on the map were irreconcilable, but Egypt's underlying interest was sovereignty over national territory and Israel's was security against armor on its border, and sovereignty plus demilitarization satisfied both. 2 corrections. That architecture was not invented there. The Sinai Interim Agreement of 1975 already established a further withdrawal, a buffer zone and demilitarized zones. And Camp David was half a failure. The second framework on Palestinian self-government stalled and never delivered. The integrative solution worked where a genuine trade existed and failed where none did. Egypt paid, too, with suspension from the Arab League and with Sadat's assassination in 1981. Which makes the pairing with Camp David 2000 the most instructive thing here. Same venue, same American mediator role, opposite result. Bill Clinton, Ehud Barak, and Yasser Arafat, 2 weeks in July. Territory was divisible and was bargained. The summit died on sovereignty over the Temple Mount, the Haram al-Sharif, which both sides valued identically and absolutely. Interest-based negotiation works when interests differ. It has no mechanism when they are identical and indivisible. No written proposals were tabled, all or nothing, nothing on paper. And because of that, the accounts contradict each other so sharply that the record invokes the Rashomon effect. Clinton said he was really mad at Arafat for rejecting the best deal he was ever going to get. Shlomo Ben-Ami, Israel's own foreign minister and a negotiator there, said that if he were a Palestinian, he would have rejected Camp David too. I will not adjudicate who was right, but I will adjudicate this and label it judgment rather than finding. That participants cannot agree on what was offered is itself the finding. Nothing was written down, so nothing can be settled. Permanent deniability for everybody forever. The Cuban Missile Crisis, October 1962, is the opposite maneuver. Publicly, the Soviets removed the missiles and the United States pledged not to invade Cuba. Secretly, Robert Kennedy told Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin that the American Jupiter missiles would come out of Turkey soon, but that this could not be part of any public agreement and would be denied. Khrushchev announced withdrawal the next day. The Jupiters came out in April 1963. The tidy story that Kennedy outnerved Khrushchev is false. The United States paid, invisibly, and Khrushchev, who could not say so at home, lost power in 1964. A settlement can be fair and still destroy one side politically. Labor. The United Auto Workers strike of 2023, under newly elected President Sean Fain, ran 46 days and struck Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis at once, abandoning the practice of picking one target. Plants went out in rolling waves with no warning of which was next. That preserved the strike fund, since striking a third of the membership costs a third as much, and it set 3 employers competing to settle first. The ratified terms were roughly 25% in general wage increases over 4.5 years, with the 2-tier wage system eliminated, about half the opening ask. But General Motors members ratified by only 54.7%. You can win the best contract in a generation and nearly fail to sell it to your own side. 2 crisis cases, both documented. Williamsburg, Brooklyn, January 1973. 4 armed men, 12 hostages, 47 hours, and police officer Stephen Gilra shot and killed on the first evening. Against the prevailing doctrine of rapid tactical entry, at the moment when pressure to storm was greatest, the New York police contained the scene and talked, with police psychologist Harvey Schlossberg substituting patience for force. All 12 hostages survived, all 4 men surrendered alive, and the department founded its hostage negotiation team on the strength of it. Waco, 1993, is the counter case, a failure inside one organization rather than across a table. Negotiation worked at first, 19 children released, then 11 more people. But those who came out were arrested or charged, which told everyone still inside what compliance was worth. 2 factions formed inside the FBI, one committed to negotiation and one to force, and while negotiators built rapport, the government ran all-night loudspeaker broadcasts, floodlights, and power cuts. The Justice Department's review concluded the negotiators were systematically undermined by tactical commanders intent on forcing a resolution. At Waco, the words were not the problem. No technique survives a colleague applying pressure that contradicts your message. One more failure. Pfizer and Allergan announced a merger in November 2015 worth about $160 billion, structured so the combined company kept an Irish domicile and its 12.5% tax rate. The United States Treasury moved to limit corporate inversions, and the parties terminated in April 2016. The deal's value came from a rule, and the party who killed it never had a seat. Identify everyone your agreement depends on, and negotiate who bears the cost if the rule moves. Now 2 studies. Andreas Leibrandt and John List published a natural field experiment in management science in 2015. Real job advertisements, nearly 2,500 applicants who did not know they were in a study, and 1 manipulated variable, whether the advertisement said the wage was negotiable or left it ambiguous. Where negotiability was not stated, men were substantially more likely than women to negotiate. Where it was stated, the gap disappeared and even tended to reverse. The inference for a candidate, ambiguity about whether a thing is negotiable, is not evidence that it isn't. And then the finding that contradicts the whole genre, including much of what you have been told by people who sell negotiation training. Christine Exley, Muriel Niederl, and Lise Vesterlund, in the Journal of Political Economy in 2020, ran the counterfactual "The advice literature never runs." What would happen if the people who avoid negotiating negotiated more? They confirm that women avoid negotiations more often than men, then test whether those women would benefit from leaning in, and find they would not. Returns are comparable when men and women do negotiate, but women positively select into negotiations. They know when to ask. The authors found no significant evidence of positive selection for men. Here is my read, labeled as judgment. Always negotiate is not supported. The skill that pays is discrimination, recognizing which situations have surplus available and which do not, rather than raw willingness to ask. Push more negotiation onto someone already selecting well, and you make them worse off, because the one they declined was the unprofitable one. What would change my mind is a field replication showing those declined negotiations would have paid. Until then, the diagnostic question, is there surplus here, and what is my alternative, matters more than the pep talk. This is a finding about averages, not permission to tell you personally not to ask. The part most courses skip, what I will not tell you and why. Microsoft and Nokia, 2013. I checked it because it was asked for. Nokia is a Finnish issuer, and the transaction produced no American-style background of the merger narrative. Everything circulating about that negotiation is journalistic and memoir reconstruction. There is no filed record, so there is no case, and I am not telling one. The orange. 2 people quarrel over an orange, split it in half, and only afterwards discover one wanted the juice and the other the peel. You will hear it narrated as an event with 2 sisters and a kitchen. It is not an event. Its originators presented it as an illustration. There is no orange, there are no sisters, there is no source. What is documented is the idea and its author. Mary Parker Follett, who set out integration as distinct from compromise, power with rather than power over, in Creative Experience, 1924. Camp David makes the same point with named parties and a signed treaty, so I used that instead. And 2 beloved details I left out on purpose. That Camp David ran through 23 drafts of a single negotiating text. The method was genuinely used and is well attested, but the count comes from the Getting to Yes literature, written by people with a commercial interest in Camp David being their exemplar, and could not be independently confirmed. The Trollope ploy at the missile crisis, where Robert Kennedy supposedly proposed answering the softer Soviet letter and ignoring the harder one, comes from the memoirs, including Kennedy's own. Later scholarship working from the recorded tapes argues the process was messier and that the private Jupiter assurance closed the deal. Memoirs are evidence of what the author wanted remembered. Why this matters. A course built on stories nobody checked is exactly what you should distrust, and the failure mode is diagnosable from outside. Every case here that survived verification has a named party, a date, and a document. Every claim that failed had a vivid scene instead. If a story has a punchline, suspect it. Real negotiations end in signed documents with schedules and termination fees, not in an epiphany. Which sets up what comes next. That so much of what this field repeats about itself is unverified, while the best evidence sits free and unread, is not sloppiness. It is what happens to a discipline in which the storytellers sell the training. Chapter 29 is about what negotiation gets wrong about itself, which famous findings have failed to replicate, which advice survives contact with evidence, and how to tell whether the person teaching you is reporting or selling. Chapter 29, what this field gets wrong about itself. I made you a promise at the start of this recording. No speculation, and every load-bearing claim traced to a named study with a method, or a document you could read yourself. Honoring that properly means one more thing, and this is the chapter where I do it. I have to tell you how much of what you have just heard sits on ground I do not fully trust. This is not throat-clearing. I will not spend a chapter apologizing in the abstract, so everything I said earlier gets to stand. I will name which claims are weak, say why, and tell you what that should change. The first casualty is this recording. Start with the question underneath all of it. Does negotiation training transfer? Organizations spend tens of billions of dollars a year on training. The best review of whether the negotiation kind works is Hallam Movius in the Negotiation Journal in 2008. The evidence suggests training can have positive effects, but that evidence is, in his words, far less prevalent than one would wish. Movius assesses the field against 4 levels of outcome. Did they like the course? Did they know more walking out? Did they behave differently at work? Did the organization get better results? Almost all the evidence lives at the first 2. People enjoy the class and score better on the post-test. Whether they negotiate differently 6 months later, in a real deal with real money, is largely unmeasured, and I found no study establishing that it does. Now the part that lands on me. In 2003, Janice Nadler, Lee Thompson, and Leif Van Boven published an experiment in management science testing 4 ways of teaching negotiation against a baseline of simply doing the negotiation and learning from experience. 2 beat that baseline and produced better outcomes for both parties. Analogical learning, meaning comparing 2 cases and extracting the principle they share, and observational learning, meaning watching a skilled negotiator work. 2 did not differ from anything, including from just doing it. 1 was information revelation. The other was didactic learning, being told the principles. This audiobook is didactic learning, told the principles, with good cases and careful sourcing, but told. That is the condition which did not outperform simply going and negotiating, and I am not going to dress it up. If you listen to this recording and do nothing else, the best available evidence on how negotiation skill is acquired says you should not expect much. So do something else. Pair the cases, take the LinkedIn auction and the Camp David summits, put them side by side, and name the structure they share before you accept mine. Find someone in your organization who is genuinely good in a room and get into that room. In the Nadler experiment, those who watched improved most while being least able to explain what they had learned, which the authors read as tacit knowledge. Then negotiate, deliberately, on something small. Listening is not practicing. A related result, 1 study, few citations, so treat it as suggestive. Kim, Thompson, and Lowenstein, 2019, 420 managers. Those who learned best got a case from an unfamiliar industry with broadening questions about the underlying principle. Their conclusion hits the standard corporate format directly. Training is unlikely to meet its purpose if it relies on examples set in the manager's own industry. There is also a measurement problem under every claim a training provider makes to you. Brian Bloom, Kevin Ford, Timothy Baldwin, and Jason Huang, meta-analyzing 89 transfer of training studies in 2010, found transfer relationships consistently inflated when the outcome was obtained from the same source in the same measurement context. In plain terms, when the person who took the course reports on their own improvement in the room where they took it, the number goes up. That describes almost every negotiation training evaluation I know of, including the ones quoted in sales material. The same meta-analysis found transfer depends heavily on motivation and workplace support, more so for open skills like negotiation. So the two biggest determinants of whether training sticks are things the trainer neither controls nor measures. Now the external validity problem, which is broader and worse. Most findings in this field rest on undergraduates or online workers in a scenario exercise over one round for course credit or a few dollars against a counterpart they will never meet again. No reputation, no organization, no lawyers, no boss, no consequence for walking away. Real negotiations have almost none of those properties. The canonical statement of the problem is Stephen Levitt and John List in the Journal of Economic Perspectives in 2007. Behavior in the lab, they argue, depends on the nature and extent of scrutiny by others, on the context in which a decision is embedded, and on how participants and tasks were selected. Where the lab and the real world differ on those dimensions, the results need not correspond. Read that conclusion carefully, because the lazy version of this skepticism is wrong. Levitt and List describe cases where the lab may understate an effect as well as exaggerate one. It is not a machine that uniformly inflates. It is a strange room, and you must reason about the direction for each finding. Anger effects are plausibly overstated in there, because every mechanism that punishes anger in real life, retaliation, reputation, a canceled contract 18 months later, is switched off. Sharma, Bottom, and Elfenbein, meta-analyzing individual differences, report the opposite. Field data showed stronger effects than lab studies did. Which is exactly why the two strongest pieces of evidence in this recording came from outside a laboratory. And I want to say so rather than leave you to infer it. The eBay study by Martin Schweinsberg and colleagues, in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2023, covers over 26 million incentivized real negotiations with real money and real impasse risk. The merger proxies, the background of the merger sections filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, are dated day-by-day records drafted by lawyers expecting a hostile audience to litigate over them. Neither is a controlled experiment. Both should carry more weight with you than any single lab result in this course, and where they and a lab finding disagree, believe the field. Then there is the replication crisis, and it deserves its numbers. In 2015, the Open Science Collaboration replicated 100 studies from 3 psychology journals, using high-powered designs and the original materials. 97% of the originals had reported statistically significant results. 36% of the replications did, at half the magnitude. 3 years later, Colin Kamerer, Anna Dreber and colleagues did the same for 21 social science studies from Nature and Science, pre-registered, with analysis plans reviewed by the original authors and samples on average 5 times larger. 13 of the 21, 62%, showed a significant effect in the same direction, at about half the original size. Many labs, too, puts the shrinkage more starkly still. Median original effect of 0.60, median replication effect of 0.15. The most damning detail is also in the Kamerer paper. They ran a prediction market, and peer beliefs about replicability were strongly related to actual replicability. Insiders could tell which results would fail, published anyway. Management research is not exempt. In 2017, Donald Berg, Barton Sharp, Herman Aguines, and Ming Li took 88 articles from the Strategic Management Journal and tried to reproduce them, not rerun them on new people, simply recompute the published result from the numbers printed in the article. About 70% did not disclose enough data to permit that check at all. Of those that could be retested, almost a third reported hypotheses as significant which were no longer significant, and the errors ran asymmetrically, far more often in that direction than the other. The named casualties will be familiar. Social and behavioral priming, the claim that an incidental cue changes complex downstream behavior, failed at multi-lab, pre-registered scale. The professor priming study claimed a 13% improvement on a trivia test, and 23 direct replications across 4,493 people found 0.14%. Power posing, sold as a pre-negotiation ritual and put on the slides, rested on an original study of 42 people, failed a large robustness test, and a P-curve analysis of the supporting literature found results indistinguishable from an average effect of 0 plus selective reporting. Ego depletion, the willpower as fuel idea behind advice about negotiating early in the day, returned 0.04 in one pre-registered multi-lab replication and 0.06 in another, one co-led by an originator of the concept, which is the system working. Now the absences, because those are findings too. There is no large-scale replication project targeting negotiation research specifically. There is no many labs for this field. So the base rates I just gave you, 1/3 to 2/3 replicating, effect sizes roughly halving, are the best prior available here by inference from the parent discipline, not by measurement of this one. I could not locate any published analysis of publication bias in the negotiation literature either, so nobody should tell you it is small. And on anger, there is no meta-analysis at all. If someone tells you meta-analyses show anger extracts concessions, they are inventing it. Which brings me to the structural problem, and I label this my read rather than a finding. Almost everyone who publishes negotiation advice sells training, consulting, or seminars. That is not an accusation of dishonesty. It is a description of an incentive. What matters is that the field has no counterweight. In clinical research, the correction is institutional, registries, pre-registration, replication programs run by people with no stake in the outcome. Name the equivalent adversarial machinery here. I cannot. So a clever experiment becomes a slide, then a chapter, then a certification, with nobody whose job it is to break it, and Kamerer's team tells us which findings are most at risk. The surprising, headline-friendly ones. Exactly the kind that reaches a popular book. So what survives? A shorter list than you were hoping for, and here is why each item earned its place. Anchoring is first and sturdiest. Anchoring meaning the pull a first number exerts on the final one. The meta-analytic estimate is 0.69, confidence interval from 0.59 to 0.79, across 393 effects and more than 17,000 participants. It has an independently established cognitive mechanism demonstrated far outside negotiation. It survived the large multi-lab replication efforts, and the eBay data confirms a linear anchoring effect at 26 million observations. 2 qualifications. Anchors explicitly presented as random produce no effect, so the party trick with the dice is dead. And magnitude varies substantially across cultures, measured across 6,344 people in 10 countries. Anchor high is directionally right, quantitatively unreliable. Second, alternatives and preparation. Your alternative, the best thing you can do if this deal dies, moves your outcome. Robin Pinkley, Margaret Neal, and Rebecca Bennett demonstrated that in 1994. Preparation earns its place mainly through goals. Zedek and Stuhlmacher's meta-analysis of 22 research reports found negotiators holding specific and challenging goals consistently achieved higher profits, with goal difficulty exerting a strong positive influence. The honest limit. Nobody has run the experiment assigning people to prepare versus not prepare. The reason is almost funny. Most negotiation experiments hand participants their alternative, their issues, and their scoring sheet, so the preparation is already done and cannot be measured. Preparation has the best effort-to-return ratio in this business. That is my judgment, well-motivated rather than proven. Third, the hardline and softline trade-off, from Joachim Hufmeier and colleagues, pooling 34 studies and 135 economic effect sizes. Hard tactics get you more money, soft tactics get you more goodwill, both at once. I trust it because it is a proper meta-analysis with a large effect size base, and because it reports a hypothesis that failed softline bargaining did not prevail when the cost of impasse was high, contrary to prediction. Analyses that publish their own disconfirmations are the ones to believe. Fourth, the deception asymmetry, from Morris Schweitzer, John Hershey, and Eric Bradlow. Trust harmed by untrustworthy behavior can be restored. Trust harmed by untrustworthy behavior plus a lie about it never fully recovers, even when the deceived party receives a promise, an apology, and a sustained series of trustworthy actions. It earns confidence because the design tested the strongest possible repair and still found the gap. And because here the lab probably understates, since nobody in it lost a supplier or a reputation. Fifth, and weakest, multiple simultaneous offers. Presenting 2 or 3 packages you value equally and letting their choice reveal their priorities without disclosing yours. Leonardelli and colleagues report across 6 experiments that negotiators offering them claimed and created more economic and relational value. I include it because the mechanism is structural rather than psychological. The information comes from the choice itself, not from a fragile cognitive effect, and structural mechanisms should survive the trip out of the lab better. But say the caveat with me: 6 laboratory experiments, no field data, no independent replication I could verify. Its place rests on my reasoning rather than on evidence, and a null field test would make me drop it. That is the honest inventory. Anchoring you can lean on. Alternatives, goals, and the hard versus soft trade-off you can use with named limits. Deception is close to a rule. Almost everything else here is either a good map drawn by experienced people or a real effect measured in a strange room. Hold it accordingly. In Chapter 30, I stop hedging and give you the verdict, which school I think is right, what I would do in your position, and, because it is the only thing that makes a verdict worth anything, precisely what evidence would change my mind. Chapter 30, Verdict and What Would Change My Mind. 30 chapters ago, I told you I would not speculate at you, and that wherever I made a judgment, I would say so out loud rather than let it pass as a finding. This is where I pay that off, what I think you should believe and act on, sorted by how much weight the evidence will bear. I sort it in front of you rather than handing you a flat list, because a flat list is how this field gets sold. The meta-analyzed effect and the anecdote from the author's consulting practice, same typeface, same confident voice. So, 3 tiers: things I would bet on, things I believe on weaker evidence and act on anyway, for a reason I will defend, and things widely taught that I would not rely on. Tier 1, things I would bet on. First, and it is first for a reason, your alternative is the main determinant of your leverage. What you will do if this deal dies sets the floor under everything you say in the room. The cleanest experimental evidence is oblique, but pointed. Galinski and Muswiller in 2001 ran 3 experiments in which whoever moved first got the better outcome, then eliminated that advantage 3 separate ways, each by making the responder think about alternatives, about the other side's walk away, or about their own target. The strongest in-room technique in this literature was canceled 3 times out of 3 by a responder who had done homework about alternatives. That is not a head-to-head trial of leverage against technique. No such trial exists. It is the closest collision we have, and it points one way. Second, anchoring is real, and the anchor has to be credible to work. The pooled estimate, as of August 2026, comes from Rösler and Schutz, 393 effects from 17,708 people, a Hedges' G of 0.689, confidence interval 0.589 to 0.789. Medium to large, nowhere near 0. And the condition almost every popular retelling drops. Anchors communicated as randomly determined had no effect at all. The number moves people because it appears to carry information, which is why the field version holds. An analysis of 26 million real eBay negotiations, published in PNAS in 2023, found a linear anchoring effect of buyer offers on final sale price and a sharply nonlinear effect on the risk of no deal. Third, preparation, and I want to be precise about this one because it is where I am most at risk of telling you what I want to be true. The claim that preparation beats tactics has never been tested directly. What is true is that preparing is cheap, reversible, done on your own time, and carries no downside I can name. And the indirect evidence is consistent rather than absent. Zhang, Bottom, and Elfenbein, in 2025, found conscientious negotiators spent more time planning and claimed more value. Elfenbein's earlier review reports the most reliable predictors of performance are positive expectations and comfort with negotiating, both of which move with preparation. I am betting partly on cost structure rather than on proof, and you should know that. Fourth, integrative gains are real and they have a precondition. Expanding the pie is not motivational language, it is arithmetic. It requires multiple issues valued differently by the two sides, so you can trade what is cheap for you against what is dear to them. Where that holds, the gain is there to be taken. Where it does not, one issue, one number, nothing else on the table, there is nothing to log-roll, and no amount of collaborative framing will invent it. Fifth, multiple equivalent simultaneous offers, MESO, have real experimental support. Leonardelli, Gu, McRuer, Medvec, and Galinsky, in Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes in 2019, ran 6 experiments and found that negotiators who put 2 or 3 equally valued packages on the table claimed and created more economic and relational value than those offering one. 6 laboratory experiments is not a multi-lab replication, so it sits at the bottom of this tier. It is here because the mechanism is structural. Their choice reveals their priorities without you disclosing yours, and structural mechanisms travel better than fragile cognitive ones. Sixth, trust damaged by deception does not fully recover. Schweitzer, Hershey, and Bradlow, in 2006, found trust harmed by untrustworthy behavior could be restored, and trust harmed by that same behavior plus deception never fully recovered, even after a promise, an apology, and a series of trustworthy actions. They tested the strongest repair kit available, and the gap stayed open, which is why I trust it. Being let down is repairable. Being lied to is not, a stronger argument against misrepresentation than any moral one, because the consequence cannot be bought back. Tier 2, things I believe on weaker evidence and act on anyway. First, the reasoning, because I do it anyway is the sentence that ought to make you suspicious. Evidence is not the only input to a decision, the cost of the action is the other. When a move is cheap, reversible, and carries no meaningful downside, if the evidence behind it is wrong, the proof it needs is genuinely low. When it is expensive, hard to undo, or damages the relationship if it misfires, the bar rises steeply. That is a rule about which weak claims are safe to act on, not a license to believe what you like, and it disqualifies most of Tier 3. So, the 3 conversations model from Stone, Patton, and Heen, the argument about what happened, the conversation about feelings, and the private one about what this says about me. A taxonomy built from consulting and teaching experience, never formally evaluated, and taxonomies cannot be falsified. I use it because it costs nothing and gives you somewhere to put a feeling and a next thing to say. Alongside it, their distinction between blame and contribution. What did each of us do to get here, rather than who is at fault? Then apologizing for things that are not your fault. Brooks, Dye, and Schweitzer in 2014 found across 4 studies that superfluous apologies, for the rain, for the traffic, for a delay you did not cause, increased trust in the apologizer. Laboratory work, modest stakes, but the cost of saying sorry about the weather is nothing. Then the grammar of your opening. Major, Churchill, Galinsky, and Lochelder, in 2020, ran 5 experiments showing that framing a first proposal as an offer of what you are giving preserved the first mover advantage, while framing identical economics as a request for what they must give up eliminated or reversed it. 5 experiments, 1 paper, no independent replication I could verify. The number does not change, only the verb does. Then posture, corrected. Across 73 studies, expansive posing does approximately nothing, 0.06 against neutral, while contractive posture, hunching and making yourself small, comes in at 0.45 and runs against you. That meta-analysis has been publicly contested on method, so hold the numbers loosely. The instruction that survives is small, dull, and free. Do not hunch. And the culture frameworks, in the seat I assigned them earlier. Good for generating hypotheses about what to ask, bad for forming expectations about the individual across the table. Tier 3, things that are widely taught and that I would not rely on. Social and behavioral priming. The flagship result claimed people primed with the category professor scored 13% better on a trivia test than people primed with football hooligans. The registered replication, pooling 23 direct replications with 4,493 participants, found a difference of 0.14%. Any advice of the form, put an object on the table to prime competitiveness, comes from that well. Power posing likewise. The original had 42 participants. A well-powered replication found no effect on hormones or risk tolerance, and a P-curve of the 33 studies the original authors cited in their own defense was indistinguishable from an average effect of 0 plus selective reporting. Willpower as a fuel tank. 2 large pre-registered multi-laboratory tests put ego depletion at 0.04 across 23 laboratories and 0.06 across 36, one of them co-led by an originator of the idea. Do not negotiate when you are genuinely exhausted. That stands on ordinary grounds. Your willpower muscle being tired does not. Mirroring their body language. 2 studies, no multi-lab replication I could find, and boundary conditions that undercut the instruction. It does not help with someone who already dislikes you, and observers rate the mimicker as more submissive. The random anchor party trick, the wheel of fortune, the last digits of an identity number, retired by the meta-analysis that established anchoring. Meeting in the middle, which the 26 million negotiation dataset amended. Settlements do not land at the midpoint of the 2 openings. And losses looming exactly twice as large as gains, the framing effects are real. The popular 2-to-1 coefficient is contested by a serious published challenge and should not be stated as fact. The Ackermann concession sequence, 65, 85, 95, 100, finishing on a precise odd number, has no controlled study behind it. It is a practitioner heuristic inherited from ransom work and against a counterpart who has read the same book it is a tell. And the idea that some people are anchor-prone and you can spot them. A reliability meta-analysis of more than 50,000 anchored estimates found the measures do not hold together. Anchoring is a situation, not a personality. Then deliberate anger, which is different in kind. The finding is real and the advice built on it is not safe. Whether your anger helps depends on whether they need you, whether they have time to think, whether they judge it warranted, whether they can lie to you, and on the local norm. 5 conditions, all measured in laboratories that switched off every mechanism which punishes anger in real life. Now the verdicts this course reached, 1 line each, and everyone is judgment rather than finding. Fisher and Ari are the better default, built for the repeated commercial relationships you actually live in and graceful when applied badly. Voss is better for one-shot, high-emotion encounters against a counterpart whose alternative is not really available to them, whatever they claim. Go first, but only with enough information to name a number you can defend, and never with an opening that reveals your priority ranking. Win-win is real when there are multiple issues valued differently by the 2 sides, and it is misleading advice in a genuine single-issue price fight. Culture frameworks are hypothesis generators for your preparation, not predictions about the person opposite. Reciprocity is the practical test for hard tactics. A tactic is defensible roughly when both sides know it is in play and could use it too. And that test is the one thing that showed up independently in 4 separate literatures. And always negotiate is too strong as stated. The skill that pays is discrimination, knowing whether there is surplus here at all. So what would change my mind? Naming the study is the whole point of having said any of it out loud. On the largest claim that your alternative matters more than your technique, I want a pre-registered, adequately powered field experiment on real commercial negotiations with the participants' own money in 3 arms. The 4 principles plus alternative development, the tactical empathy toolkit, and untrained controls. Measure value claimed, joint value created, impasse rate, and whether the counterpart will deal with them again a year later. If the second arm wins on value claimed without losing on the repeat measure, I am wrong about the default and I will say so. On preparation, the trial nobody has run. Real negotiators randomly assigned to write the full pre-negotiation analysis or to skip it, with realized deal terms as the outcome. If written preparation showed no advantage over walking in informed but unwritten, I would drop it out of Tier 1 immediately. On anchoring, the meta-analysis I lean on hardest was still a preprint when I checked it. If peer review breaks it, or a large pre-registered field study outside list price marketplaces found opening numbers uncorrelated with settlements once information is controlled for, the backbone of this course would need rebuilding. On multiple offers, a null field test would make me drop the technique. I said so when I introduced it, and I meant it. On deception, a field study of real counterparts who were lied to, finding trust fully restored after repair, would overturn the finding I hold most tightly. On culture, a validated instrument predicting individual behavior from cultural background better than personality and demographics do would make those maps genuine predictors. And on always negotiate, a field experiment inducing hesitant candidates to negotiate real offers that found it paid, at no cost in withdrawn offers, would earn the slogan its place. Now the honest closing, and it is about the last 8 hours. In 2003, Nadler, Thompson, and Van Boven tested 4 ways of teaching negotiation against the baseline of simply doing the negotiation. 2 beat it, comparing 2 cases and extracting the shared principle and watching a skilled negotiator work. 2 did not differ from anything, and one of those was didactic learning, being told the principles. This recording is didactic learning, and careful sourcing does not change its category. The best review of whether negotiation training transfers to real deals calls the evidence far less prevalent than one would wish, and I found nothing establishing that it does. So here is what these hours bought you. Vocabulary, alternative reservation value, ZOPA, integrative and distributive reactive devaluation, which is what lets you name what is happening while it happens. And the shape of the evidence, enough to tell when someone is selling you a finding that is not there. What you do not have is skill. Listening is not practicing, and I cannot make it be. The smallest step that converts one into the other is this, and I would do it before anything else. Take one real negotiation you have coming, not a hypothetical, a scheduled one, and prepare it in writing, using the method from the preparation chapter. Your alternative if this dies, and what it is honestly worth. Your reservation value, derived from that alternative rather than chosen. Their alternative and their reservation value estimated in their hands rather than yours. The zone between the two. Then the issue list, with 100 points spread across what you care about, so a package becomes a number instead of a feeling. 1 page before your next conversation. Then do the 2 things that actually worked in that experiment. Put 2 of the cases from this course side by side and name the structure they share before you accept mine, and find someone in your organization who is genuinely good in a room and get into that room. The recording stops here. The work does not, and it was never the recording that was going to do it.